Hey, everyone. Let's see how delayed we are. Oh, God, I am huge. There we go. All right, can you guys hear me? I fear it's very delayed. Oh, thank God.
Hey.
Oh, wait. Oh, thank God. Hi.
What's up?
Hey. Nothing. So we're live already.
Oh, hi.
So say hi to the masses.
Oh, I feel like that one video where the girl's like, "I'm so pale," and then and they're like, "We're on. What's up?"
Is the chat working for everyone? Because I could swear I was seeing people in the chat, and now there's a lot less people in the chat, and I don't see their text anymore.
All right, let me go over and take a look.
Yeah, see if I have weird shit going on.
Whoa. You get 11 on now.
We're also on Kick, so God bless anyone that's actually watching on Kick.
Oh, I'm on YouTube, Shine Happy.
I'm on the right channel. It's live and everything.
On YouTube, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so
Miku's same, dude. Oh my God.
Welcome everyone. I think everyone that's here knows what we're doing here today. Tom Webster currently is premiering his 6-hour supposed debate with Richard Allen's attorneys, Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger. When this news first came out a few days ago, I was shocked. I just didn't understand why they thought this would be a good idea. I don't understand why, of all the guilters, him. But I mean, I guess he is he's like, Tom Webster is a normal guy. There's nothing like crazy. He's not out like making rumors about people and trying to ruin lives because they think Richard Allen is innocent, right? So, like in that respect, he's better than the rest. So I guess there's that. I don't know. Why do you think they did this?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Tom Webster make any rumors about anyone other than Rick, but that's a separate conversation. I mean, I think I snuck in, I cheated, I watched a little bit of it, and I think you're going to see you're going to see Andy kind of make friends, and I kind of think I know what he's doing in the sense of collab. I don't know if they owe Hannah Shakespeare favors or whatever, but
please explain. I want to know what you're thinking.
I know. Well, I mean, it's not really anything to explain. Like you'll kind of see what transpires as like the conversation goes on. You know, I think with as much as like Andy recognizes reflectively that he could have done a better job, I think there's a little bit of over advertising his mistakes to be in agreement with Tom. Like you'll see that. Like he's like, yeah,
just too nice of a guy. He's
now that I think about it, I should have done better on that. And then like there's a moment where like he tells Tom like, you know, we really appreciate you getting down to the bottom of things and get to the truth. And Tom puts on this like my parents never loved me smile. It's the funniest thing. He's like so sorry, not trying to be sassy. I just got back from a workout and my testosterone through the roof. So
oh gosh. I do want to say, any mods in here, please link Tom's channel. Please link the live 6-hour stream that's going on right now, because I wouldn't be able to even be discussing this or reviewing this at all if Tom hadn't made this happen. So we need to give him some respect and some recognition there. So give him a like. Let's be supportive. Give him a
watch. Who cares? You know. And Miku makes a really good point that Tom's chat is a million times worse than him. So right. That's another trigger warning.
Yeah, well, okay, so like another thing, shout out to Tom. The reason why we're doing this is because I think that people that believe in Richard Allen's innocence don't want to be watching that in a chat filled with really hateful people. So
yeah,
we'd rather just kind of review it, discuss what the hell's going on and our point of views, and not have to deal with crazy people. So,
yeah, and I get that, like Andy, I get the intent behind it, you know. I think there's a difference between the intent and the impact, and that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see people get caught up on what 4 girls and an old lady saw a lot, and the central theme to that, as we're looking at that, I think, is none of them pointed at Richard Allen and said it was him. Not a single person.
And also from that preview, that part where he's talking about Richard said he saw someone on platform 1. When did he say that? That's like a whole big topic in their discussion, and Andy and Jennifer are just sitting there.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm like, what do you mean he saw someone from platform 1? What are you talking about? He only saw those 3 girls.
I mean, I was standing where Betsy was, and I could see, you could see anyone on platform 1, because it's still technically there. Like they just built it out and put railing around it. You could still see. It's not just because you're a few extra feet away. People are like, oh, 50 feet. She confused his hair for a hat and all this, that, and the other. And it's like, well, then, okay, that still doesn't make sense, because she was adamantly she said 100% her sketch was the guy. So right. Sorry, I don't want to get into the weeds, but it's like,
no, I mean, that's what he's trying to prove. He's saying that her sketch is number 1. That's the guy. She saw someone on platform 1, and Richard said he saw someone, apparently now, which never fucking happened. And then Andy and them are just sitting there like,
yeah. I mean, a lot of, sorry, one last thing before we go into it. A lot of his chat, it's just, I call it like back porch talk. It's like the shit people talk when they're sitting out on a back porch, like smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer, where they're like, oh yeah, no, if that were me, I would have never done anything like that. I wouldn't have lied to my wife about being on the first platform, which it wasn't a lie. It was just,
I didn't say
with your wife for 15 years, you're not, or however long, you're not going to tell her every single little second about your day. I don't do that now, being in a 4-year relationship.
Yeah.
Let alone married. Oh my God, if I was married, I'd be like, I really did nothing today. Thanks.
Let alone you don't say, I went to the trails, which he normally calls it. I went to the trails. So I went to the trails, then I got out of my car, and then I walked down this certain pathway. And then I took this route over to the bridge, and then like I stepped onto the bridge, and then I like stepped a little further, and then I went on that first platform, and then like I looked around and I looked for fishes. Like, who says that when their wife is like, "What'd you do today?"
Right. Right.
Like, let's stop. I mean, it's just logical, common fucking sense. This whole case, and you're just intellectually dishonest as fuck if you still think he's guilty. And that's the one thing I don't understand with the person airing this, is that he seems to be somewhat intelligent. So
yeah,
I don't know what happens.
He's definitely got himself in the right places. I'll say that much. So
yeah, maybe that's, you got to know the right people, man.
I'm realizing how bad my razor is, like my electric razor, and I messed up my trim job bad. So
I promise no one saw or
dudes with a
noticed.
beard, go to a barber always. Don't DIY. Jesus.
Everyone tell Keith his fucking facial hair is fine.
Oh no,
Right.
Whatever. I'll go full. I don't care. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do this. So I am working off one laptop with one screen. There we go. Okay, your guys are gonna have to tell me if you hear it too. Okay, you guys can see that, right? Let's press play.
Not fully confess on video, despite telling his family and approximately 20 other people that he was the person who ended the lives of Abby and Libby. Richard Allen's wife, mother, attorneys, and people around the world think he was falsely convicted. During this discussion you're about to see,
Can you hear it, Keith?
I hoped to show his attorneys the evidence that I think undeniably points to him
hear it
being
on the other
guilty,
one.
and possibly provoke them to ask Richard Allen to finally reveal the truth in detail. I'm probably naive and stupid, but my intentions were to do some kind of good for everyone involved and finally put to rest any doubts in this case. Spoiler alert.
You're muted.
That's
Put any doubts to rest in this case? Tom, you are a hero. You are a man amongst men.
probably not going to happen, but it was a very interesting conversation, and the attorneys revealed things not previously known. Before I get to the interview, here is a quick video overview to answer some questions you may be wondering as you watch. It was recorded on Monday, December 22nd, 2025. To prepare for this, I wrote 40 pages of notes with 35 topics and over 100 questions. Attorneys Andy Baldwin and Jennifer Auger spent so many hours out of their workday. If you wonder why we did not get to a topic or why I did not ask certain questions, it's because I was trying to be respectful of their time. I wanted to mostly focus on issues of Richard Allen's guilt or innocence and not the drama surrounding the case. The only parts I deleted were about things other than this case and some extended silence. Just because I'm nodding when a guest is speaking does not mean I am agreeing with them. It means
Just because I'm nodding doesn't mean I'm agreeing. Please don't kill me.
A lot of video deletion going on in that part of town. I don't know.
he's not paying attention. I tried to let the attorneys share their thoughts without interruption, and sometimes Baldwin got on a roll going from one topic to another, and I did not want to interrupt. So as he talked, I thought of some counterpoints, but by the time he finished, I forgot what he said a few minutes earlier. I know this case brings some
that's
heated debate
unnecessary
online.
and rude. What was that? That was just rude. Bro, that was petty.
It's like when Murder Sheet said that like Andy Baldwin rolled up in like a beat up car and like his suit was worn. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. He's a Jack Chad. He doesn't need a like flashy car. He's not overcompensating. So chill.
He's in it because
Yeah.
he's passionate.
People
about
ramble. Yeah, people have thoughts.
in
They
it for
talk
the
about
money and the
things.
flashy shit.
Right.
But Baldwin and Auger have been very polite to me before, during, and after this interview. So please keep your comments polite and focus on stating why you agree or disagree with evidence. Since this video is over 6.5 hours long, YouTube allows you to adjust the speed up to 2 times. Finally, I created chapters of the topics that we were talking about, so you can jump to the ones you are more interested in. You can find the timestamps and topics in the description below, or hover your mouse over the timeline. So I told Andy that I think like the general idea
Thank you for
here
the
is to
tutorial,
pretend we're on the
Tom.
jury and discussing these various topics in the deliberation room. And I'll say what I think about them. You guys can go back and forth. We were all featured on this Hulu documentary that came out a few months ago. I was saying that I think Rick is guilty, and you guys obviously say that you think he's not guilty. So Andy, you said that you might want to talk to me about these issues, and I appreciate you reaching out. So
that's a 1.25. That was like a lot.
Yeah, Tom sometimes
1.25.
Tom has bursts of moments where he talks at 2 times speed as a human being. So
It's wild. Okay.
now, 4 months later, here we are, ready to discuss these issues.
Well, hey, you know, from my end, the reason when you reached out after the Hulu special came out, I remember I was watching it, and I didn't know anything about you. Sorry to tell you.
That's good.
And
I prefer it that way.
and when I watch it, I'm like, hey, you know what? That guy, unlike others out there that claim to be
I didn't know
journalists,
anything about you, but I'm gonna do
this guy. Actually, I don't even know that you're.
I'm not a journalist at all.
Yeah, you're not no journalist by trade or anything,
No.
but you're fair-minded, and that is what I felt like when I watched the Hulu. I'm like, you know, I disagree ultimately with Tom's conclusions. However, I feel like he's an honest broker. He wants the truth. And when you reached out, I thought, why not? I've always said I'm not afraid to take tough questions. I just, not from people that are unfair, that are in you know, they are in the pocket of the law enforcement or whatever. So thank you for letting us come on.
No problem. So how did you get on the case, Andy?
So I had just finished up a murder case in Southern Indiana, and I got a phone call from a Brad Rosie, who I never knew or had even heard of, because he's, for people that don't know, Brad lives and works up in Logansport, which is about a 2-hour drive, roughly, hour and 45, 2-hour drive. And Brad just said, hey, I was asked to be the public defender on this case. And Brad's a private lawyer, but he did kind of the difficult or higher profile public defense work up.
I've known Andy, decades. And when things were going on, you know, when they were, Judge Gold removed them from the case, you know, I would consider Andy a friend and certainly a professional colleague that I really respect and admire.
I'm gonna fast forward through some things sometimes, so may miss a little something here and there, but
go on ahead.
I don't want to hijack his whole stream. So. And I know we're covering Jennifer Auger's face, but
Good.
I said yes, and he said, well, we need some help, and we would like you to do this and that, and I quickly said yes. Entered my appearance. I didn't know if I was going to be paid, and there we went.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that. Let's get to our first topic, which is one of the things that I consider most when I consider Rick to be guilty, and it's his 3 timelines that he gave to police. As I was mentioning to Andy, on February 16, 2017, Rick somehow got in contact with police. There's kind of discrepancy if he called, went down to the station. But what they wrote down was that he said he was there between 1 to 3 o'clock. 2 days later, on February 18th, he meets Dan Doolin at the grocery store parking lot. Doolin is looking at this lead sheet that says 1 to 3, and he notes that Rick says he was there 1:30 to 3:30. Then in 2022, he tells police he got there around noon, and during that interview on October 13th, he mentions he left at either 1, 1:30, or 1:45. So what timeline do you believe the evidence points to Rick beyond?
okay. So before they answer this is how I would want to answer it, right? Okay, so I would say, well, there's 3 timelines, but no one knows which of those timelines are actually accurate, because the first timeline, the 1:30 to 3:30, was memorialized by Doolin's notes. God fucking knows when. Literally have no idea when he wrote that down. He could have literally wrote that the next day, like, oh shit, I forgot to, oh yeah, he was there. What time did he say? Oh yeah, 1:30. Like literally that easy. So let's not use that as a fucking fact. And then second of all, he seemed very when he said noon to 1:30 and they said 1:30 to 3:30, he had a clear reaction to that. But we're not going to be honest about that.
So,
which of those three?
Yeah.
Well, for me,
the other thing too is he starts with a loaded question, which is why did Rick give 3 different times, implying that he's just this compulsive liar. So it's like, just starting out, we already have ill intent behind this interview. Like, a lot of these questions are just loaded and assumptive. And again, I'm going off of the video where Rick on video tells them what time. And to your point, like him correcting, like what, or not just like reacting, I'm not going off of what Doolin said, especially because that initial report even got his name wrong. That's how low priority he was to them at the time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what they say.
There's outside or extrinsic evidence that Rick was not on the trail at 1:30. He was gone by then, and that's primarily Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle. If you want to just, like, if you're in a jury room and you're talking about why should we believe that Rick was on the trail, let's say that one of the things that should be talked about as a reasonable doubt is Betsy Blair described a 1965 Mercury Comet, thank you, which looks nothing like Rick's car. And, you know, in Tony Liggett's deposition, and I think on the stand at Cross, so a jury would have heard this, you know, Liggett saying, yeah, and other officers as well, hey, if you're saying that Rick's car was at the CPS building at 1:30, yes, 1:45, yes, 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30, yes, all the way up until 4, and his car wasn't there. So there's an independent reason outside of whatever Rick, the people say that Rick said, that would show doubt. Now, as it relates to Rick, here's what's funny about how things get written down. Hi, Rick. I'm Detective Doolin, or whatever his title was. He wasn't a detective, DNR worker Doolin.
Detective
the girls,
Dumbass.
we think it's a little fuzzy right now, but we think they were on the trail between like 1 and 3, or 1:30 and 3:30. Do you think that you were on the trail between 1 and 1:30, or 1 and 3:30? I probably, I was, I don't know exactly what time. And then you write it down as Rick says he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. And now there's a problem. And, you know, this Dan Doolin thought that he had tape recorded this. He claims he did, and he can't find it. To nobody's surprise now that he can't find it. But so those are some of the things that I think. The Betsy Blair is a big deal. And also, you know, Betsy Blair's description is also a big deal. That didn't meet Rick's description at all.
Well, I have something against that, but Jennifer, you want to say which of the 3 timelines you believe?
Well, first of all, you know, can you tell us where you were February 13th of 2020?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I've always kind of discounted that. I couldn't remember. Heck, I can't remember what time I was where last week most of the time. And so this idea that it's different and somehow leads to some inference of guilt, I've always just discounted just because of that timeline. In terms of the 1 to 3 or 1:30 to 3:30, kind of following up on what Andy said, you know, if Dan Doolin says, hey, do you think you're on the trails, you know, between 1 and 3, and Rick's thinking, well, I think I was there, I think I left about 1:15, that still incorporates that time period, right? I think that could be a lot lost in translation, you know, like so many things in this case. Had he kept the recording he said he made, we would know exactly what this was, but he didn't. If I'm going back and thinking about something that happened a few days before, maybe I, you know, say, well, probably this time. And then you start thinking about it and you're like, oh, well, wait, I did this at that time. And now I know I left at that time. And so, you know, a half-hour difference to me isn't really a difference.
Yeah, and Tom, I can tell you that I can speak for myself doing this for 30 plus years. Very, very.
Listen, I have no patience whatsoever for people talking shit about people I care about, or people I fuck with, or people I love. So, they're all piling in. Here we go. They're all piling in. I'm not stealing someone's stream. We're reviewing it and commentating on it, and we're also directly linking Tom Webster's channel and the live debate. This is strictly for educational and commentary purposes only. Thank you.
The same people who think Rick's guilty don't know how fair use works, I guess, which makes a lot of fucking sense.
This is not a stolen stream. You guys can report all you want. I'm streaming this on Kick. so we can further continue to review this discussion on Kick. So by all means, give me a fake copyright strike. I'll fucking contest it and I'll win it. So, anywho, yeah, the 28 views are really fucking him up, right? All 28 people sitting here, 28 random cranks. We're really taking everything from Tom Webster, right? How many has he got in there? Let's see.
I think him and Lauren have the same accountant, so probably a lawyer too. Better be careful.
Yeah. So, Jinx and gang, please fuck off. Thanks.
Yeah, sleuth intuition too.
Yeah.
Pat, luck.
Please go away. Thank you. And then mods, just remove them. Thank you.
Many times officers will write something in a report. I had a murder case down in southern Indiana a couple of years ago where he wrote a completely inaccurate version of what was said. Thankfully, he had audio taped it, and thankfully we listened to it. And it was mind-blowing that it was not the same. And he got up on the stand and he had to own it. And he had to say, yeah, I've listened to that now, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed. I wasn't trying to screw anybody over, but yeah, it looks bad. And so that does happen. It just does.
But Doolin testified that he had that lead sheet that said 1 to 3, and he noted that when Rick said 1:30 to 3:30, that it did not match what was on that lead sheet from 2 days earlier.
Yeah, again, I don't.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about a separate case he had where the record was completely not what it was. Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused by that. Wait, let me rewind. And this is also another reason why you should watch Tom Webster's live debate going on right now, his live stream, because we're going to be pausing and talking, and I'm going to be like fast forwarding through stuff. So you'll want to go to Tom's channel to just like not deal with our voices and just watch it straight through.
Someone made an account. Someone took the time to put a Google account together and make a YouTube account called Criminality's Third Chin. And imagine being such a lowlife that out of anyone you could possibly hate in this community, it's her. That's crazy.
Chillest chick. And not only is she the sweetest, chillest chick, but she gets along with a lot of them. Like, she's chill with fucking a bunch of them.
That's fucking crazy.
I know. And they're coming in here talking shit about the one who's gracious enough to be kind to their fucking idiot asses. I'm not kind. Come here, talk about my chin, bitch.
Yeah, you guys go through my ex and come at it. I don't
talk shit about me.
Yeah.
Talk shit about my teeth. Let's
What
go.
the
I'm
hell?
not that nice.
That's
I'm not
insane.
nice. Yeah. Fuck that.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, my bad. That pissed me off real bad.
Say, yeah, I've listened to that now, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed. I wasn't trying to screw anybody over, but yeah, it looks bad. And so that does happen. It just does.
But Doolin testified that he had that lead sheet that said 1 to 3, and he noted that when Rick said 1:30 to 3:30, that it did not match what was on that lead sheet from 2 days earlier.
Yeah, again, I wasn't a part of that conversation, so I understand what you're saying, and I think you're being intellectually curious and interested in it, and I appreciate that. I just don't trust if it's not audio taped or videotaped. I don't know how it went down and what Dan's Dan Doolin. I think he's been nothing against him. I guess there's some things that I know that are troubling, but we're not dealing with a guy that's I don't think is going through the state police or the whatever it is, the program that they have to go through. And there's a reason maybe Dan's been a DNR officer for a long time and not a sheriff's deputy.
Well, actually, he testified that they DNR.
What did Case by Case say in the chat? Also, Miku, like, props for being able to deal with that.
She was talking about how they talked to the girls, and that what Tom was stating about who saw who when was not true, and said like, hey, check out like we talked to the girls, and he flat out just like replied, said, no, nah, not true. What you're saying is false.
Well, we can't confirm that that is the group of three. We could never confirm that that's the group of three that he saw, but it all matches up. It all lines up. Timing. I mean, if you're just, I mean, 4 people does not equal 3. So.
Yeah, and it could be 7, and none of them pointed at Richard Allen and said it was him. So.
Yeah,
it could be
but
100.
I understand the fact that you can't. I could understand someone not wanting to say, "Oh, well, we talked to the 3 girls he saw," because that's not confirmed that that is who he saw. But there is a group of 3 girls that match his description and timing and the route a lot better than a group of 4 girls. So that's just true. All right.
Our officers have to go through the same state police training as actual police.
Oh, I don't remember that. So, well, then he should do better and tape record things on a big case. So,
Andy, I think you might be touching your microphone. There's some kind of.
Sorry.
So you mentioned Betsy Blair and that Rick's car did not match her description of 219. And I agree partially to that. However, at the trial, we learned, this was one of the biggest revelations to me, that Betsy was on the trail 12:02 to 1:15. And she drove past CPS at 1:15. She said the only reason she noticed that car at 2:19 was because it was parked in an odd position. Usually people park at CPS at the start of the trail to start on the trail, not.
So, sorry to keep doing this, but so he's arguing that she saw Rick's car at CPS at 2:15.
Yeah, say what car she saw, Tom. Say what car it was.
Should we watch Tom's chat? I don't know if we're going to be able to see it though.
Get your perks ready.
No, Rick never said he parked at the CPS lot, but in a guilter's mind, he did, right? So he's trying to line up that Betsy saw that car at that CPS lot, but he just said himself that the car Betsy described is nothing like Rick's car. So if you agree that the car that Betsy describes is not Rick's vehicle, but now you're arguing that the vehicle she saw is Rick?
By the building. She only noticed that car at 2:19 because it was parked back by the building. So why does she not see that car at 1:15 if Rick was there?
I'm not really following that. Can you go ahead, Jennifer? I didn't follow that very well.
Sure.
Wait, I'm following that. He's saying if for Rick to be there at 1:15 and for her to, that would mean that Rick's car would be the same car.
Correct. And it is not.
And it's not.
It's not. That's
Thank you, Tom. You're proving it's not Rick.
And he doesn't say, he just says the car. Show us the car, Tom. You show us video. You show us video you take. Show us the car. Show us the drawing. Describe what Betsy said.
He's implying there's 2 vehicles, but he was saying that Betsy described Rick's car, did he not? Well, let's see. Hold on. He was saying it doesn't match, but now
I can chime in. People don't notice things driving down the road all the time. There's a car passing on the left, and they're paying attention to the car on the left and not to the CPS building and what cars are parked there on the right. So
But she said the only reason she saw it at 2:19 was because it was by the building. And Rick said he parked next to the building at CPS. And if you're saying that he was there, like he said he was there until 1:30.
Sleuthie says he's saying Rick wasn't there yet because he wasn't actually there from 12 to 1:30. He actually got there at 1:15 or whatever. Right. But if he was there earlier, why didn't Betsy see his car when she was there earlier? But that would mean that his car and the car she saw are one and the same. Do you know what I mean? Is that making sense, Keith? She's saying she sees this car at whatever. Why didn't she see it at 1:15 when she was there earlier if it was Rick? Well, that's assuming the fact that that's Rick's car later.
That's assuming the fact that Rick parked there, which he didn't.
Right, that too. But I mean, but
right.
He just earlier in this debate is saying Rick's car is not a fucking Comet. So
or
Little
145.
things to pay
At
attention to.
116, she drives by and does not see the car in that same position.
Well,
Well, I see what you're saying.
she's looking.
Yeah.
Well, I've driven right that same way that she drove in the direction of CPS when I visited Delphi. I even have a picture that I can bring up if you really want, but there's no way that she would not have seen this car. And like I said, she only saw it or noticed it because it was not parked at the front. So if she notices that at 219, why is she not noticing Rick's car at 116?
Maybe she's looking at a text on her phone. Maybe she's looking down the road. Maybe there's something going on to the left of her that's caught her attention. There are a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, it seems to me, Tom,
What you wanted to look at.
I understand what you're saying.
And now Jennifer's fucking this up because she's trying to argue, well, his car was there, but he didn't park there.
Like she's acknowledging, she's inviting the argument when
That he parked there.
right. Tom's gonna do this 1,000 times over, just so you know.
I know. And this is why we have to have this review, because we need to clarify things.
Yep.
This is going to be where you get three versions of the truth, and the one in the middle is usually correct. Yeah, that's going to be this.
They get stuck on these arbitrary like rage or talking points about who saw who where, when the default is none of them pointed at Rick and said it was Rick. They get into these kind of senseless arguments about what exactly Betsy Blair saw and how far away she was, when the default is the car that she described is not Rick's car at all. It's not.
And they acknowledge that in the beginning.
Correct. Right? I'm sorry, but like I don't think Rick's car is anywhere near a purple PT Cruiser or really anything else that was discussed. And I certainly don't think that's the car on the Hoosier Harvester video. If you think that's the car on the Hoosier Harvester video, I might be able to like understand how you could think that it is. But if you go out and say you know that that's his car, you are out of your mind, and you actually haven't seen CCTV footage that displays what someone's identifying features on a car actually looks like. Because light through a wheel, light coming through a wheel well is garbage. Sorry, Enrant.
Right. No, you're good. I'm going to try to find where they acknowledge the comment thing.
Hey, I'm sorry about what's going on. That has to be real.
Bareback.
We talked about that a little bit. And then
Further back, you think?
No, sorry, I said be right back.
Oh.
Liggett's saying, yeah, and other officers as well. Hey, if you're saying that Rick's car was at the CPS building at 1:30, yes. 1:45, yes. 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30, yes, all the way up until 4, and his car wasn't there. So there's an independent reason outside of whatever Rick, the people.
Timeline, do you believe the evidence points to Rick being on the trail? Which of those three?
Well, for me, there's outside or extrinsic evidence that Rick was not on the trail at 1:30.
That's where you were February 13th of 2020?
No.
Yeah. I mean, I've always kind of discounted that. I couldn't remember. Heck, I can't.
I wasn't paying attention. There it is. Okay, and anyone during the stream is free to come up if you have something you want to comment on, by the way. Yay, Slutherson. Please, I'm so excited. I'm trying to find that.
Well, write something in a report. I had a murder case down in southern Indiana, and I appreciate that. I just,
Okay, no, that's
in Tony Liggett's deposition.
Discrepancy. If he called, went down.
If you want to just like, if you're in a jury room and you're talking about why should we believe that Rick was on the trail, let's say that. One of the things that should be talked about as a reasonable doubt is Betsy Blair described in a 1965 Mercury Comet, thank you, which looks nothing like Rick's car. And, in Tony Liggett's deposition, and I think on the stand at Cross, so the jury would have heard this, Liggett saying, yeah, and other officers as well, hey, if you're saying that Rick's car was at the CPS building at 1:30. Yes. 1:45. Yes. 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:30. Yes, yes, yes. All the way up until 4.
Hey, baby.
Oh my God, hi. You use Restream. I got confused.
Oh, I know. I'm like the weirdo of the bunch. I said I can't do StreamYard.
No, Nerdy liked Restream too. Then now he uses that OBGYN or whatever. And so, but I was trying to say in the chat and it wasn't working. What Tom is doing and what they're not effectively stopping is he's trying to say when Betsy Blair drove by the CPS building at 1:15, she didn't notice a car because there was no car there that was parked awkwardly or backed in or whatever. And so if Rick was really there from noon to 1:30, it would have been parked there. It would have been backwards. She would have noticed it because it would have been parked funny. So when she went back through at 2:05 or whatever, then she notices it's there because Rick didn't get there until sometime after she drove by the first time. And therefore he's lying about being there from noon to 1:30. So all they had to do was say
Which
he didn't park there. That's all he had to say. Because he didn't park there. That's why she didn't see him from noon to 1:30 there.
well, not only just he didn't park there. You acknowledge that she described a fucking comet. He just said it. He said comet. That she described a comet. You just said that,
that's
and now
true.
you're saying, well, she didn't see this car parked funny. So why didn't she see that comet, that car she described earlier? Well, Rick wasn't driving a comet.
Right.
So that's why she didn't see it there, because Rick never had that car and he never parked there.
That's true.
Is that not also the reason why the man she claimed she saw on the platform also was not Rick? Like,
Because he's not
Right,
young
she
with a lot of
described
hair.
a
didn't
man.
park there. She saw a different car and she saw a different man on the first platform.
So basically, it makes more sense to Tom for all of that to be wrong. She's wrong about all of that and like misunderstood what she was seeing. And really, she was seeing Rick's car. And really, the young person she saw was actually Rick. That makes more sense than just thinking she saw a totally different fucking person with a totally different car.
Correct.
And not just that, but Sarah Carbaugh on her third try got it perfectly right.
Yeah. While she was driving by at 35 miles per hour and saw him for like, I don't know, a millisecond.
Well, in her own words, 3 feet away from him.
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry.
This is infuriating. God bless America. Here we go.
No, what's really, it's
And his
not
car wasn't
infuriating that Tom's doing this. Sorry, I think I have a delay, but what's infuriating is not Tom doing this. It's expected. What's infuriating is that these two people should know this case better than Tom and should be correcting when things are not correct.
That's true. Yeah, like we're doing right now. And they're just, maybe they just feel the pressure. I don't fucking know.
They're like, good point, Tom. Good point.
She needs to stop talking in general, because she was just basically saying, oh, he did park at CPS lot. She just didn't notice.
Right.
There's an independent reason outside of whatever Rick, the people say that Rick said, that would show doubt. Now, as it relates to Rick, here's what's funny about how things get written down.
Possibly a smart car. So 9 minutes before the same car as she's driving to the library at 1:16.
Wait, we're about
Wait,
to
let's-
demonstrative?
Yeah, I want to see that.
What?
I want to see it. I want to see the diagram.
Yeah. Let's go, Tom.
That looked like an early 2000s like meme.
We're talking about it now, so let's just.
Dude,
What the hell was that?
look at his. Look.
All right. So that was at 2:19. She drove by CPS. There's another eyewitness at 2:10 who described it as a purple PT
All right,
Cruiser.
stop.
And then
Okay. You know what I find suspicious? That they parked in the fucking grass. You don't park in the grass. What's wrong with you?
Get
Oh.
off the grass.
So what does this mean? What is this saying? So he's saying that 1:27, Rick's car is seen on camera, but that he was not leaving. He was actually coming. And then at 2:10, someone saw a PT Cruiser. And then 9 minutes later, it morphed into a square-bodied, long, gas-guzzling Comet. And then 9 minutes later, it then shrunk back into a very tiny, tiny, tiny smart car, the tiniest of all the cars.
And this is why we believe others may be involved.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, all of these others were involved. This is Rick. Okay, this happened, right? And then all these were the contributors to the crime.
Well, we know Keegan didn't fit in a smart car. We know that.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when everyone lost their mind when someone Google Maps like Tony Klein's house and there was a purple PT Cruiser sitting in the driveway?
No way.
That's crazy.
No way.
Another person at 2:28 who described it as a small, dark car, possibly a smart car. So 9 minutes before Betsy at 2:19 and 9 minutes after, we have two other eyewitnesses saying it was not a car from the 1960s. So who am I supposed to believe? The two people 9 minutes before and 9 minutes after Betsy saying it's not from the 1960s, or Betsy's description that she said later when she thought about it, it reminded her of her dad's 1965 car.
Believe all of them. I'm happy for you to believe all of them because none of it matches.
So he's only picking the two. He's going to throw away Betsy's, but not her description of the man, who also still doesn't look like Rick Allen. But he's going to throw away that car because the other two are more similar to Rick's.
Oh, okay. So that now
Cool.
the comment never happened. So we believe that Betsy described Rich Guy perfectly, but we don't believe she knows what a car looks like.
And Andy's like, I want you to believe all of them because all of them could have been there. I don't give a shit because Rick was already gone.
Literally, which is facts. Like none of them, except that one, maybe. All right, let's see.
Oh, sorry. By the way,
and 9 minutes after, we have two other eyewitnesses saying it was not.
Keep in mind, I forgot who in Unified Command testified this, but they admitted in their testimony they did not do their research to see if anyone else in the immediate area or even in Carroll County drove the same car as Rick. So they just assumed that was the car.
And now we know, like, he literally probably didn't even drive that car.
We also know that they said that they identified all the cars that were out there. So I think it's important to also remember that it wasn't until 2022 that they went back and reviewed footage that should have been reviewed long, long, long before that, which they did and said they identified everyone. And then they picked a new car that magically they're saying that they saw on that day at that time that they now think is involved that they never did before. I would want to know if they knew about that car in 2017, and if they did, who did they identify as having that car?
Shouldn't that be something, if this were normal world, the identification of the vehicles would be in the discovery that we would now have access to in normal world?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So theoretically, we should be able to see all the cars that they ruled out. And
yeah, instead they just have a note that says we identified all cars, and that was in like March 2017.
That's it. Because, you know, that also is like, did they identify that random white car? That makes me think, did they identify that one?
Well, wait, let's be clear. When they say they identified all the cars, that means that they confronted people and said, hey, your phone was in the area, or this car kind of looks like is that your car? And if so, why were you here? And then people were like, yeah, that looks like my car.
Oh, fuck. You're right. Oh, God.
After
a car in the 1960s. So who am I supposed to believe? The two
when they showed Betsy Blair pictures of the car that she identified from the Hoosier Harbor store, Carroll County says that that's Dave McCain's car too. So it's again not Rick's car.
Do we know that Dave McCain saw other vehicles that I've not heard anybody like who the driver was and the explanation for why they were there and why other people didn't see those cars?
Say that again.
I don't know.
So, like Dave McCain and like others saw cars. Like reported to police early on that they saw other vehicles. I've never heard anything in terms of like that they've identified whose car he saw at the time that he saw it, or whose truck so and so saw at that time with people there. I just don't. It almost seems like we're acting like the cars that we know about are the only cars that were around.
Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I see what you're saying. It's just like there was only so many people at the park that day when we know that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People 9 minutes before and 9 minutes after Betsy saying it's not from the 1960s, or Betsy's description that she said later when she thought about it, it reminded her of her dad's, 1965 car.
Believe all of them. I'm happy for you to believe all of them because none of it matches Rick Allen's car. So, I mean,
believe all of
again,
them.
you can try to fit like, okay, now we've taken care of Betsy Blair. We can't believe her. I'm not saying
We can't believe he must. Oh my God. We can't believe her, but we believe her on the description.
That she's lying or anything like that, but she's mistaken. Maybe that takes care of that. Well, does a PT Cruiser look like Rick's car? I don't think so. A purple one doesn't look like it, and certainly a smart car doesn't look that way either. So, has there been one person that's been able to come in and say Rick's car was the car that I saw at the CPS? I received some internet sleuthing photograph. They had taken a still
answer
at trial. Did they show these people a photo of Rick's car and say, "Is this the car you saw at the CPS lot?"
No.
I feel like defense could have done that. They could have showed a picture of Rick's car in the drive or in the garage and said, does this look like the car that you saw?" With Betsy on the stand to say, no, that's not even close.
They play very scared sometimes, I feel.
Do you think they figured because she originally told Unified Command that it looked like a comet that they felt, and I'm not defending them, I'm saying that like in their processing of things that wasn't necessary
because it's so different, because
it's so blatantly different? I mean, I think for a jury to hear that would have been excellent. I think if I'm a juror, I would want to hear Betsy Blair go, I did not see that car at CPS, let alone at all that day.
And Miku, yeah, she might have lied, maybe, but all they would have had to do is then pull up a side-by-side of her drawing and then his car and say, so if you think that's the car that you saw, then what is this? And you've always said it was this square-bodied car. So why are you now on the stand saying that this is an impeached her? But that could have been because they needed her to,
They focus so much on his mistreatment and not at all enough on the things that actually make Rick innocent or not possibly the guy. Like all the timeline shit. Instead, they're showing videos of, his actions in prison. And the problem there being is that if no one has pity for the guy on trial for the murder of 2 children. So whether he did it or not,
yeah,
whether they know or not.
You're certainly not going to galvanize a jury into an innocent verdict by saying, look at how he was treated. If you're doing it to paint the picture of his coerced confessions, if that's like the full-on intent, sure. But if you're just saying, hey, this guy was treated poorly, in their minds, I mean, again, I don't care what anyone says. There's probably a lot of jurors that went into that or go into cases just assuming that they're guilty because man with badge said so. I just don't think that's necessarily a good strategy, but I'm not a lawyer.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I also think that if they would have, in addition to that, I think it was necessary to show his treatment, not for pity, but for how reliable are the things that he's saying when he's also saying all these other things and look at the state of him and all this other stuff isn't true, but would have been even more helpful, I think, would have been had they looked into town video, used his phone data to be able to show that he did leave at that time. And here's him on the camera at this time driving past, I don't know, CVS or whatever on the cameras. So at 2:14, 2:13, whatever, it couldn't have been him on the video. And so he can confess all he wants to, but if we have evidence that he was not there, I mean, that happens all the time where people confess to things and then you literally can't, I mean, even in this case, they try to say they can't corroborate what they're saying. So without that, which they didn't do, and by that I mean review all the town footage and all that stuff, then I think they were missing the other piece that they needed. I could see how it played off as wanting to get him pity. I could see how people would think that that was the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I didn't notice them. I just noticed them playing a lot of stuff, and it didn't feel like they were like explaining why it was important.
Could be for record too, because a lot of the appellate brief was based around that.
True.
True, actually. That's true. I mean, it did us a favor now. We're not lawyers, right?
Shot of the car that the Liggett claims was headed, and Mullen and others claims it was headed westbound on 300 North. That still shot of what they say is Rick's car. And these internet sleuths have taken like the wheelbase and they've circled it, and then they've compared it to Rick's car, which is the actual car, and it doesn't line up. And you can see little differences that don't add up. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
Yeah, and you could have used that.
Purchased a 3D replica of.
Could have used that in trial.
It was at the perfect timing.
What is this?
More?
Get this Gray Hughes edit out of my face.
Fuck yeah. Gray Hughes has entered the chat, everyone.
He's going to want some money for this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
A 2016 Ford Focus SE, like Rick.
Shit, he's going
and
to
I actually have a video that you
copyright
want me to show it to you real quick. When it's placed over that 127 screenshot, it totally matches a 2016 Ford Focus.
Okay. You can't see the wheels. That's not what he said.
Those are things that if this gets reversed, those are things that I think could be better.
And I actually have a video of it if you want me to show it to you real quick. When it's placed over that 127 screenshot.
Okay. So he's saying when it's placed over.
It totally matches a 2016 Ford Focus.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, certainly those are things that if this gets reversed, those are things that I think could be better done. I think maybe the prosecution can.
What were you saying about that, Sophie?
That you're just putting a black outline of the car over it, and you're missing the point that he said that what could tell the difference was that the wheelbase didn't go up high enough to have been the car. But you don't get to see that when you're just using an all black thing.
Right.
And like the body type is going to look similar because I don't know, since the early 2000s, the late 90s, these manufacturers use the same presses. That's why nowadays when you see a Lexus, it looks like a Subaru because they're using the same shit.
I agree with that.
Oh, no shit about cars, but sure.
Can also learn from people like you know, how to better prove their case, because I don't think they proved it at trial beyond a reasonable doubt. But I don't know that we need to see it now. I'm happy to look at it. But the other one that I've seen is also compelling. So I don't know, maybe the one I saw is not accurate.
Rick pretty much essentially admitted on October 13th that was his car at 127.
Just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car. You want me to say that that's my car? We looked at it matches everything. That is your car. Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture is like, okay, that there's zero doubt. Okay. We're just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. That's the point. Sure. All right. Well, we're all done here. But here's what you want to arrest me. Here's what I want to say to you this one.
And
Let's say it is his car. He said he was leaving. Would we not expect him to be on camera leaving?
Yeah. And it's right around the time when he would be leaving.
Exactly.
And that's why these interrogations are just so ill-intended, is because Rick's like, okay, cool. That might be my car. I could have been driving by for all I know. It doesn't necessarily mean I parked where you said I parked, got out of my car, walked this long and winding trail, risking being seen by multiple people.
Mhm.
By the grace of God, saw two girls walking across a bridge and thought, what a great, unseasonably warm day to do what I want to do. Like,
And
he
he
drove
says,
by, so the stars aligned.
he said, say that is my car. And then Tom cut it. And then he said, you want me to say that is my car?
He tried to end this, placed over that
My car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
placed over that 127 screenshot. It totally matches a 2016 Ford Focus.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, certainly those are things that if this gets reversed, those are things that I think could be better done. I think maybe the prosecution can also learn from people like you know, how to.
No, they
Rick
can't.
pretty much essentially admitted on October 13th that was his car at 127.
Just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car. You want me to say that that's my car? We looked at it matches everything. That is your car. Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture.
Okay, say
Tony.
that's not admitting that's his car. Say that is my car. Oh.
Yeah, I drive a car. Okay, so you admit that was your car. What?
Okay, so I have a car and I drove around that area at some point. Got me.
Okay, that there's zero doubt that you. Okay, that's fine. We're showing you what we have and why we need to.
Zero doubt. They got all the car experts on that shit. That's why we have zero reporting or expert testimony as to why that's that car.
Where's the experts like they did for Coburger?
All right.
Right.
Where's the Hoosier Harvester camera that was directly on the front of the building?
Aw, thank you, Rocky. Yeah, can I get a thumbs up? Thanks.
Well, we're all done here. Here's what you want to arrest me. Here's what I want to say to you this point.
And he tried to end the interview as soon as they showed it to him. And he's like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I guess we're
Okay, yeah, that's... Fuck off.
done here. Arrest me. Unless you want to arrest me, that's fine. To me, that was very suspicious that he was trying to be helpful. And he's shown this photo of 127 car where he just said to them, I left by around 1:30. And they're like, no, here's your car going toward CPS, arriving. And he can't deny that it's his car. And he ends the interview, or he tries to end the interview. That to me, that was very suspicious. Although I felt like he was mostly seemed innocent during both of those October interrogations, but there are certain things like that I just can't get past.
Sure. I mean, look, if I have people coming at me, accusing me of murdering two young girls, and they're not listening to what I'm telling them, and they're not listening to, you know, the things I have to say, I'm not going to stick around. Like, why would I stick around? And I think even if he thought, I mean, you look at that video, look at all the debate that has been surrounding that on the internet. Is it or isn't it, right? So you show me that, you show me my car on a video that I can't tell if it's my car or not. And when I see fuzzy images like that, and I realize they're trying to use that to frame me for a murder, I think a lot of people wouldn't stick around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only reason they have Rick Allen's name at all is because he called them. You know, to me, that speaks volumes. If I had murdered two girls, I'm certainly not calling someone saying, hey, I was there.
Well, if his wife says that he has to, and he knows that he passed 4 girls at the start of the trail, and that somebody saw him standing on platform 1, maybe he thought, oh, I can't not say that I was there. I just have to say that I did not see the victims.
No one saw him on platform 1.
Betsy did.
Betsy,
He admitted
no,
he
she
saw
didn't.
Betsy.
Hold on a minute.
He admitted.
Okay,
No,
someone saw someone standing on platform
Here
1.
we go. I'm gonna explode.
That's patently fucking false. Please,
false.
all the smart brains of the world correct us. Was there ever a time where Betsy Blair got on the stand and said, that man right there was who I saw on the bridge?
Or was there a time where Rick ever said he saw someone on platform 1?
Correct.
Yeah, they need to say that part too. Not just say that Betsy said that she saw a young guy, which I'm sure is what they're about to say, but they also need to say Rick has never said that while he was on that platform, he saw anybody.
Never. He literally is just making that up now out of thin air. And he said, oh, I wrote 40 pages of notes. So is it all bullshit?
Why are you using your notes?
There's never been any connection.
Right. Why?
Even any evidence that that person was Rick Allen. Right. Not one person who came in to talk about Bridge Guy identified Rick Allen in court. Not one person who came in to testify about Bridge Guy even gave a description remotely matching Rick Allen.
Well, I think it's very important that Richard Allen admitted that he saw somebody when he was standing on the bridge, and the only person that could have been
I think
was
it's
Betsy
not
Blair
very
after
important because
1:50
you just
p.m.
made that
If you
up,
believe,
piece of shit.
if you believe the time,
Well,
that's
the only time that matches.
No. Are they not going to correct that and say he never saw anybody when he was on the platform? I hope they do. I really hope they don't let that go.
From what I'm hearing,
They let it go.
Is 1:50 p.m. It could not have happened between 12 to 1:30, like Rick said.
well, who else was? If Rick was on the platform at 12:30, what girls were there, or what person was on the bridge? I mean, I think everything you're talking about is premised upon your belief that Rick was on the trail at the time that you say that he was on the trail. And here's another thing I'd ask you to think about, Tom, for a second, because I think this is important. If you believe Betsy Blair saw Rick Allen and it really was Rick Allen, even though it's a completely different description, let's say that it is, and you've walked those trails, it sounds like, you know that from the Mears entrance to where the bridge is just 3-4 minute walk. Okay. And Betsy claims that she passed the girls on the way when she had turned around to head back toward the Mears entrance and passed the girls. So Rick is on this platform. The timing for Rick this is where the 207 photo comes into some importance to me. The timing of it doesn't even make sense. So here's what would have had to have happened. Rick.
it seems as though they don't address it and just get off, when Andy gets off on a tangent. So it sounds like they don't. I mean, I really wish Andy would consult Cranks before anything now.
Yeah.
He knows how smart all you guys are. Tom's stupid background. I know, it's Zoom 2008, everybody.
Would have had.
I'm just kidding. Can someone link his stream, please?
I think Emily's been doing it pretty routinely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, shout out to M. What up, M?
Shout out M. Shout out Tom Webster. Thanks for doing this.
I've been on that platform within, I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe 6, could be less than that. Those girls pass Betsy Blair and come up to the platform. Rick would have had to, because of the 207 photo, we know that Rick would have had to, I mean, there's other possible explanations, but the one that makes the most sense for the state's case to make sense is that Rick got off the platform, hid himself, then waited, then got back on the bridge and followed the girls after they were halfway across the bridge or whatever when the 207 photo is taken. That just doesn't make sense. Why would he get off the bridge? What's the theory behind that? It doesn't make sense. And there's really not anywhere to hide, by the way. I mean, there is, as you're facing the bridge, as you head south to the left, if you go right, it's straight down. So there's nowhere to hide there. To the left, there was places to hide in the woods. But
there is a place to hide behind that old barricade. There were bushes that he could have been behind at the 207 photo that Libby took.
If he's out there waiting on somebody, why would he hide? If he knew these girls were coming, okay, then he would be already hidden. He would be waiting for them to arrive. Why would he be out on the bridge? And if he saw the girls coming, if that's the answer, going to be, well, he saw these girls and he wanted to do something to them, then he would have, I guess this is one of those other things. He would have had to pass them, then hide, and then turn around and follow them back. And that just doesn't make sense to me. It's possible, I guess.
Okay, so let's do this noon to whatever. 12:02, Betsy's car is seen on Hoosier Harvest Store arriving at the Mears parking lot. As you guys know, she described her exercise route, that she would always go there and do 3 loops, where she'd go to the Mears intersection, make a left to the barricade at the High Bridge, come back to Mears, go down the lower trail, but not all the way, come back up to the Mears intersection where there's that bench number 6, the last bench, then walk about 10 minutes to Freedom Bridge, and then come back to the Mears intersection. That's 1 loop. You normally do 3 of those. This day, February 13th, from 12:02 to 1:15, she said she did that loop twice. She never saw any man during that 12:02 to 1:15 timeframe. We know those 4 girls took a picture at Freedom Bridge at 12:25. They then walk the entire trail past all 6 benches,
We're gonna break this down.
Yeah, can we go back to the John Madden redraw?
Any man
Yeah.
What was that?
during that 12:02 to
Amazing.
1:15
I think
time
that was Gray's shit.
frame. We know those 4 girls took a
Either
picture at
way.
Freedom.
Okay.
It's straight down. So be already hidden. He would be.
The Mears intersection, make a left to the barricade at the High Bridge, come back to Mears intersection. That's one loop.
Okay.
You would normally do 3 of those. This day, February 13th, from 12:02 to 1:15, she said she did that loop twice. She never saw come back up to the Mears intersection.
Okay. Where's the bridge on this?
Where it stops at the bottom,
At the bottom. Okay.
bottom right.
Where did he park?
It's like not even in this. It's not even in this picture.
Is
Yeah,
it to the
Mullen.
right
It's not
or to
even
the
in
left?
here.
Is it to the right or to the left? I mean, like, is it up here?
Like where he actually parked.
Yeah, where he
I
actually.
think I think it's to the left.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the Harlan Highway. Like it's west of Freedom Bridge.
Okay. So, if Rick parked all the way to the left, okay, got out of his car, does his route, is this where the beginning of the bridge is? Where's the beginning? Right here?
One more time.
Is this the beginning of the bridge?
I can't see your cursor or
Yeah,
anything.
I can't see your cursor.
Oh,
Move a
fuck.
little.
Is it by like in between the 3 and the start of it?
No, the Monon Bridge
Yeah, where is it?
down at the bottom right, where
like-
the loop.
Over Top Creek.
Okay. So he parks to the left. He makes his way. I don't know where that route, how it gets him to there. But he gets to this first platform, wherever that is. They could have very, very, very easily missed each other. And that's why she didn't see him earlier.
Yeah, she made like what 2 trips to the library and came back.
2 loops. 12:02 to 1:15. So
No, like she left and came back. Yeah.
that would have been when she would have ran into him, was 12:02 to 1:15. So if he's just at the platform, but she's all the way on either side, they could just have easily just circled each other and totally missed each other. So I just think it's important to notate that, like, just because she's on there and making those 2 loops and he's there and he's coming from the far left doesn't mean they run into each other. All right.
Section where there's that bench number 6, the last bench, then walk about 10 minutes to Freedom Bridge and then come back to the Mears intersection. That's one loop. You would normally do 3 of those. This day, February 13th, from 12:02 to 1:15, she said she did that loop twice. She never saw any man during that 12:02 to 1:15 time frame. We know those 4 girls took a picture at Freedom Bridge at 12:25. They then walk the entire trail past all 6 benches, take a photo at High Bridge at 12:43. They go down near the High Bridge to the creek, come back up that way. They walk back the entire trail, take a photo at bench number 2 at 1:26. They never saw Richard Allen, or any guy who matched Richard Allen. So between 12:02 and 1:26, nobody saw Richard Allen.
You're acting like this is like the size of a, I don't know, this area. This is a small area. It's not.
The trail is small. And Rick said he parked at CPS, walked from Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge.
Oh, he didn't. Rick never said that.
Never said that.
Never said that. Why are we using things that you are not fact?
To platform 1. He said he tried to look at some fish, which the creek was totally dirty, so I don't know how long he could do that. Said he came back to the bench at the Mears intersection for a few minutes, and then he left. He never said that he went off the trail or anything other than sitting at that bench, which is totally visible for anybody walking by.
Is that actually
According
the
to-
bench he said he was sitting on, or is that a different one? Anyone know?
No.
No.
My calculations of Betsy going around and around, she passed that bench 7 times between 12:02 and 1:15. She never saw Rick anywhere.
Yeah.
I've walked the trail and I saw people. There's no way you don't see people in the trail where Rick said he was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a larger area, and for number one, again, and just to say that it would be impossible for the timing that people could not be seen or would absolutely be seen, can't agree with that, number one. And number two, I'm just a human being, man. And guys are notorious for this. I don't pay attention to crap, okay? I don't see people. My wife laughs at me every day about, did you not see that person wearing the pink, tank top and, whatever? I'm like, no, I didn't see that person, sorry, And so I just think if you want Rick to be guilty, and again, I think you're being fair here, and these are good questions, and these are honorable questions to ask, okay? And I mean that. But part of it is you're making so many assumptions, not you, but anybody that looks into this and thinks, I think
Yes,
Richard Allen is
you.
guilty. You're making assumptions about people that we don't know, people that some of them are very young, and they just described a 5'11" guy that doesn't meet Richard Allen's description either. And, Richard Allen said that he saw 3 people, not 4. I mean, all of these things are reasonable doubt. And so, my biggest problem was there's reasonable doubt here. I think you're after trying to figure out who the killer is, and I respect that and like that. And if you think it's Richard Allen, that's fine. But I think also part of the analysis needs to be, we're human beings, and we get dates and times wrong, and we don't see things, and we do see things. And that's just a part of it. And we get times and dates wrong, whether we're Richard Allen or the girls. There is photographic evidence, and that does help. For sure, you brought some of that stuff up. So,
Like I said, I've walked this trail. There's no way you can walk on the trail and not.
Oh God, he's irritating.
He's about to say not see someone again, right? So then my question would be, why in Liggett's report from March 7th, the very last part of the narrative, he says, I asked Betsy about where she saw the 3 or 4 girls that didn't see her. Betsy said that she saw them near the old railroad overpass over the old SR-25. They were walking towards Delphi. So if Tom's making that assertion, then he's calling Liggett a liar, which would open a lot of doors, I think. But
because the 4 girls didn't see Betsy.
Yeah, Liggett put that in his report.
Well, there you fucking go. Theory fucking blown. Theory blown. There you go, Tom. Guess what? The 4 girls never saw Betsy. So there you go. People didn't see each other. Fuck off.
At least remember a few days later seeing a human being on that trail.
okay, I can tell you I've walked that trail probably a lot more than you have.
I don't think that's.
And I can tell you right
that either.
What'd you say?
now,
I don't
as
think that's the bench she was at.
I sit here, I don't remember. I know that I've seen people on that trail on some occasions, and I think that I've seen no people on that trail on other occasions. But to tell you whether it would be a complete guesswork to say how many people, what did they look like, especially what did they look like. It's just complete guesswork. And I know that the response could be, well, that was a big day and it was the next day, but nobody knew at the time that they're walking the trails that these girls were missing or going to be found, were going to be missing. It's not like they're out looking around and thinking, I need to photographically memorize everything that I'm looking at right now, because later on I'm going to learn that this is a big deal. And so the best that you can do is think that these people were being honest in their memory, but but memories are flawed. And I understand what you're saying, Tom, I do, but I've been on that trail so many times. I don't know who, I can tell you the description of one single person that I saw on that bridge. Not
But
one.
Andy, you put such a high price on the memory of Betsy Blair saying a young poofy guy on platform 1 and the car. So you're totally discounting that she's walking past bench number 6 7 times and can't remember she saw a man. She called the police that same night that the girls were missing. So you have to make an excuse. I'm not saying that I know you're looking for alternate scenarios, which I'm fine with. But you're saying she forgot that she never saw a single man in an hour and 10 minutes between 12:02 and 1:15?
Yes. Not that she saw them, that she wasn't paying attention. If she has her headphones in, if she's on the phone, there's a million things that somebody can pass by you and you just don't think about it. Or Rick wasn't there at that. If you're talking about the early time frame that we believe in, that Rick didn't happen. He slid past her when she's down at the 505 or whatever that's called. And he happened to go by. And maybe you've got it all marked out. That's based upon somebody's memory. And, Betsy Blair is a human being with frailties. I mean,
but not just memory. We have these 4 girls took a photo at 12:25. Walked the entire trail to Highbridge at 12:43. Have another photo at bench 2 at 1:26. You're saying that 4 girls did not see Richard Allen between that time?
Well, they
Richard
didn't see
Allen
Betsy,
see 4
bitch.
girls?
They saw somebody that was 5'11".
So then why did Richard Allen not see 4 girls between 12:25 and 12:43?
Well, he saw 3 girls, and I don't know where the 4th could have been down the hill, or could have been down in the 505, or could have.
No, he said he saw them at the start of the trail, which is exactly where the girls saw Bridge Guy.
I'm sure.
Okay, 4 girls.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, how do you overcome that problem that Rick says he saw 3, and then you're saying that it's these 4 girls?
He gave a
he was
very
there
accurate
earlier.
description of the girls who passed Bridge Guy.
When I was approaching the trailhead,
505 or whatever that's called, and he happened to go by, and maybe you've got it all marked out, but that's based
His
upon somebody's
argument
memory.
for
And
4/3.
Betsy Blair is a human being with frailties. I mean,
But it's not just memory. We have the
Sorry, it's hard to get it right.
he gave a very accurate description of the girls who passed Bridge Guy.
when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail. And I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead. You get on the trail and you saw 3 girls. Where was he saw the 3 girls? They were up around the trail. I mean, I didn't interact with them. They was up around the trailhead somewhere. So like when I say they were leaving, yeah. Okay. I'm assuming they were leaving where they came from, down where those cars parked, and they were going to go back that way. I don't know. The only ones that I really noticed were the 3 girls. Okay. Because I was walking
Wait a minute.
the trailhead, I guess is what I call it. There was 3 girls walking off the trail. And I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead. You get on the trail and you saw 3 girls. Where was he saw the 3 girls? They were up around the trail.
They were up around.
I mean, I didn't interact with them. They was up around the trailhead somewhere.
On the trail.
But you walked around. Like when I say they were leaving, yeah. Okay. I'm assuming they
I'm assuming
were leaving where they came from, down where those cars
where they came from down.
parked, and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
Okay.
The only ones that I really noticed were the 3 girls. Okay. Because I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls. Okay. Walking the trail. Okay. And I guess I assumed that he was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. That's kind of what it felt like.
He said one was older, 2 younger. It looked like she was babysitting, had long brown hair, and he said they looked like they could be sisters. We know that.
We know that 4 is not 3, Tom. That's what we know.
Let's see. Oh,
3 of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy soon after 1:30 were sisters. To me, just describing
3? 3 of them were sisters?
Do they look like sisters? What does that even mean?
Is that what he said? 3 of them?
Girls.
Yeah, he said 3.
Because I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood
Were there 3 sisters in that group?
out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls. Okay. Walking the trail. Okay. And I guess I assumed that he was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. That's kind of what it felt like.
He said one was older, 2 younger. It looked like she was babysitting, had long brown hair, and he said they looked like they could be sisters. We know that 3 of the 4 girls who passed Bridge Guy soon after 1:30 were sisters. To me, just describing that same spot at the start of the trail where these 4 girls passed Bridge.
Okay. Saw 2 girls. She assumed were Abby and Libby.
So the 4th girl was somewhere else.
She did do 7 lips. Half siblings. Oh, they're half siblings. Okay. Okay, well, the girls that the cranks, believe could be the girls that Rick saw. There was a group of 3 girls, and they would have been on their way to City Park if it was this group. They would have had to be going to City Park. And City Park, from where Rick parked on Old Camden Road, City Park is down south. You would go the same direction if you were trying to go to the bridge or you were trying to go to City Park. So it would make sense that him parking there and them going to City Park, they could run into each other. That's feasible, right? So all three of the girls that we think it could be that went to City Park, they're not related. There was one girl who was 16 or 17, and she has long, dark brown hair at that time. I pulled up photo references. And there was two other girls that were younger. They were like Abby's and Libby's age. And these two girls, they had like shorter hair. And I believe two of the three are LGBTQ. So they were a little like alternative looking. And we know that Kathy mentioned something about them looking weird, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't say that in the interview.
Yeah, but he doesn't say that, yeah. But so anyway, so there's one girl who's older and there's two younger girls with shorter dark hair, alternative group of girls going to City Park. Would have passed him because it depends. We don't know what route they took to City Park. We need to somehow magically find out which way these girls went to City Park to really like find out if it's them or not. Because if they went a totally opposite route, then there's no way Rick saw them. But that being said, it would make that easily describes what he describes just as much as these four girls he's talking about, except even better because it's 3 and not 4. All right, continue.
Guy, very accurately describing them. Like you said, obviously he said 3 instead of 4, which is something to be noted. But I just can't get past him describing those girls so well. And I understand that the 3 girls had very different descriptions.
Yeah. And that's what we call reasonable doubt. I mean, in the end, that's what I'll keep coming back to. Again, I think, understandably, you're trying to figure out, did they get piecing it all together, from a
3 instead of 4, which is something to be noted. But I just can't get past him describing those girls so well. And I understand that the 3 girls had very different descriptions.
Yeah.
That's a fucking lie. Tom, you won't even acknowledge that the 3 girls we believe it is. So what are you talking about? Who do you think the 3 girls are? Tell me. What do they look like, Tom? Tell me their names.
And that's what we call reasonable doubt. I mean, in the end, that's what I'll keep coming back to. Again, I think, understandably, you're trying to figure out, did they get the right guy? You think that they did. And this is how you're kind of piecing it all together, from a lawyer's perspective. I also am out after the right people, by the way, and I know Jennifer is too. But, this is why reasonable doubt is such a high standard, because if you're not there and there's not video of it, everything, it's not a clean. You're having to make explanations and I'm having to make explanations, and that's a problem. It's a problem for both of our sides. Jennifer, I don't know if you agree with that or.
No, I think, in almost every case I've been on, we're going to have different recollections of events. Not all the pieces fit together. And one thing we have to remember is we tend to think of our memory as kind of a video, right? And you can go back and hit, okay, February 13th at 1:05, I'm going to press play, and that's going to be exactly what happened. That's not at all the way memory works. And there's a ton of studies on this. First of all, you have to actually see it. Then it has to register what you saw. And that can be affected by a lot of things going on, if you're accurately registering what you actually saw. And then it kind of gets filed away and, of actual events. Because it's been a while.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Better information for you.
She done.
And another thing that kind of proves there too is because we know that's what we call sketch 1, or we call it sketch 1. I think most people do, is the older looking guy with the hat on. And think about this. This is what I would view. I don't want to say dishonest necessarily, but they disregarded Betsy Blair, who says 10 out of 10, as it's talked about in the appellate brief. That's what the guy on the bridge looked like, a younger guy, brown poofy hair. Okay, well, that doesn't match the bridge guy. So they did not put that, the police did not put that out there for the public viewing. But when they saw Sarah Carbaugh's sketch, think about the order of events here. Sarah Carbaugh's sketch is, I'm the police officer. That looks more like the guy on the bridge. So we're just going to believe her. Now, I don't remember, and maybe you do, Tom, was the bridge guy image out there by June?
Yes, the photo came out February 15th, 2017 at night. The screenshot. I think it was not until July of 2017 was the older man sketch came out.
Yeah. So think about it this way. And again, I appreciate you letting us talk because I know you have a lot of things to say, but this just occurred to me. You know, you have Betsy Blair who says it's a 10 out of 10 and that's the guy, and the police say that's the guy. Sarah Carball is not interviewed until June. That is right. And by then, if it's true that the sketch is out there, so Sarah Carball is affected presumably by that sketch. And hey, another thing, I think this would bother you when the police, the sketch artist, I don't know, were you in court in Fort Wayne when Jennifer was arguing about?
Only in Delphi.
So here's one thing you missed. It was like right before trial started. It was all about the sketch, and of course they waited until the last minute to file their motion to exclude the sketch. So we're in there arguing it, and we brought in subpoenaed in, or I think we did. Plant, is his name Plants, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Plants, who was an FBI agent who did the sketch for Sarah Carball. And Sarah Carball we watched the video of that sketch artist interacting with Sarah Carball. And in that sketch, or in that interview, you hear Plants say to her multiple times, "We're going to cheat." That's the words he uses. "We're going to cheat, and I'm going to show you." Yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, it just occurred to me. And this is maybe not anything that you know.
I never.
If we can get this video to you and we don't get into trouble, I mean, everybody's asking me to release stuff, and I'm not doing it because I don't, I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on right now. I don't. I think more transparency is needed. I think you agree to that or with that.
Andy, God bless America. If for some reason you see this, you probably won't. But if you do, please, God, you're not going to get in trouble. People are still going to like you. Like,
is it really any different that he's out talking about it and like sharing the material information behind? Is it really any different?
I just think he feels
No, except it would have been more complete.
And we would have been able to see with our own eyes, right?
I think he's scared what it means for him career-wise because he still has to deal with all these people in Indiana.
Well, and you also have, ChatGPT humans going around saying it's likely illegal.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous. It's not illegal.
Yeah, it's not illegal.
In fact, if anything's illegal, it's the court keeping things. I mean, it's not illegal. None of it is illegal.
Yes.
100%.
But what's wrong would be the court keeping it from everybody with no explanation as to why it's not public information and then just continuing to do so because they can.
Right.
Yeah, like Miko says, he's a little traumatized and scared. Yeah, and he's just like and I don't mean this in a bad way. He's a very.
I don't believe that. Sorry, don't believe that. Not falling for it.
Really?
I'm not falling for that. I don't think he's scared. If he was scared, would he really be on these videos saying, "I challenge you, Mr. McClelland. Tell us the answer to this and that"? Like, Judge Gull, you're a bad judge. You should have never said. He would not. If he was scared, he would not be making these comments, challenging these people publicly over and over again. So it's not that he's scared. I don't know what the reason is, but it can't be that he's scared.
It's the same thing as his investigators who are on the case going, "You guys don't understand. We're getting these threats, quote unquote. Yet we're still doing YouTube videos talking about how we're going to bring everyone down." Right. It's the same shit.
I wonder if it's her.
What?
Me too.
We know
Me too.
We know that she has suggested it stop happening before. Right.
Wait.
So
Who? What?
Jennifer Auger, she put.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, could be.
She's an influence for some reason.
But Plants is talking to Sarah Carball, and she's like, "I don't want to see anything because I don't want my brain affected by anything. I want to go off my memory." And he says, "Well, we can cheat," and he says that multiple times. The word cheat. Read it.
What does he do though?
They cheat. And this is the fucking sketch they use for years.
Tom about to say, what did they do to cheat? Like he doesn't understand. Showing her a picture would affect it.
He shows her the photograph and of the bridge guy photograph. I don't know if he showed her the video or just the photograph. But then she looks at it, and then she comes up with the bridge guy photo. Now, how come
did his eyebrows raise for a second? I can't tell.
That's an agent of the state of Indiana.
Let's see. Hi, Michael.
He said he showed them a photo and it looked like they went up about a millimeter.
Let's see.
You hear Plants say to her multiple times, "We're going to cheat." That's the words he uses. Oh. "We're going to cheat, and I'm going to show you." Yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, it just occurred to me, and this is maybe not anything that you know.
I never.
If we can get this video to you,
You never
and
heard
we
this?
don't get into trouble. I mean, everybody's
Get the
asking me to
video to
delete stuff, and
me.
I'm not doing it because I don't know. I don't really understand what's going on right now. I don't. I think more transparency is needed. I think you agree to that or with that. But yeah, Plants is talking to Sarah Carball, and she's like, I don't want to see anything because I don't want my brain affected by anything. I want to go off my memory. And he says, well, we can cheat. And he says that multiple times. The word cheat.
Yep.
Read it in the.
What does he do though? Show her the photo.
He shows her the photograph and of
so
the bridge guy photograph. I don't know if he showed her the video.
he does raise his eyebrows, meaning he knows that that's wrong, but obviously doesn't care. But the fact that he says he didn't know anything about this leads me to believe that he, instead of using the transcripts that people fought tooth and nail to get and were willing to pay for thousands of dollars to get, he's instead going off of his notes that he took while he was at trial instead, which...
Well, he was very likely in the back, where even if you were in the very front, it's very well documented that no one could hear a damn thing in that courtroom. Yeah, his eyebrows went into heaven, man.
Into that Zoom background. Zoom clouds.
Yeah.
Or just the photograph, but then she looks at it, and then she comes up with the bridge guy photo. Now, how come we're not talking about that? We should be talking about cheating. That's an agent of the state of Indiana, the government, or not Indiana, but the federal government, I think, saying we're going to cheat. And Judge Gall said, I don't care. I don't care. That sketch is not coming in, and you're not going to be able to talk about the fact that they said that they were going to cheat. And there's something very wrong about that. And if you think about it, again, and I'll shut up here, but if you think about it, that compromised completely Sarah Carball. Period. Like, we should have been able to talk about that, and that should have been the end. Like, and that's not mentioned.
I mean, not only compromise. I mean, that is literally why they didn't solve this. I mean, it's a large part of why they didn't solve this for so long, is because they were leading off with a false sketch for years based off cheating, and they knew they cheated, and they willingly used that. Crazy. Versus the woman who literally was right next to him and said 10 out of 10.
In that appellate brief either. But I don't know if you can find that, Tom. It would be around October, because it seems like you're a stickler for facts and accuracy, and I appreciate that. And I wish that the law enforcement in this case had that kind of way of thinking. But that should be whatever day the trial started, jury selection. It was a couple days before that.
I think it was the Wednesday before.
So and I don't know if they released that. I'm surprised they haven't, because if they had, I'm presuming I would have got emails from people saying, oh my gosh, Plant said that we're going to cheat. But nobody's sent me anything, so I'm presuming that's not out there. So there's a little scoop for you and if this doesn't air before, I don't think we're live, maybe you can figure that out. And if we can help you
put it out there.
If you're interested.
I appreciate it.
And we're able to do it, I will give that to you.
Was there a video of
Give it to
Blair's sketch session?
Yes.
What?
Because she's next on my list, and I know you want to talk about the 20-year-old with poofy hair.
Yes.
So
that, and I wish that the law enforcement in this case had that kind of way of thinking. But that should be whatever day the trial started, jury selection. It was a couple days before that.
I think it was the Wednesday before.
So and I don't know if they released that. I'm surprised they haven't, because if they had, I'm presuming I would have got emails from people saying, oh my gosh, Plant said that we're going to cheat. But nobody's sent me anything, so I'm presuming that's not out there. So there's a little scoop for you and if this doesn't air before, I don't think we're live, maybe you can figure that out. And if we can help you out, if you're interested,
I appreciate
and
it.
we're able to do it, I will give that to you.
Was there a video of
Where's it at?
Betsy Blair's sketch session?
Look at Jennifer's face. She's like, you better not fucking give him anything. So I can kiss her.
Pissed. Look at her
Pissed.
Yep.
Holy shit. Damn.
She's pulling the Fiend. Are you fucking serious right now, dude?
She's pulling the mom, wait till we get in the car.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, whoop
God.
your ass.
Yeah. Wait until we get in private. Oh my God.
Yes.
Because she's next on my list, and I know you want to talk about the 20-year-old with.
Don't ever send shit to guilters. What are you talking about?
I just tweeted the criminal defense team.
So my question is, Betsy Blair, who
What'd
did
you
she
say?
see on platform 1?
I said, Spugs and I'll gladly take the Sarah Carball cheating video for you.
Please.
Gladly.
By all means.
some young guy that's in his 20s, and I don't know, I don't know where he
Brown
went. I
poofy
don't know
hair.
what he did, but that's
We only
who she
care
saw.
about Betsy's.
And I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to be a fortune reader, fortune teller. Tom's going to say, well, if it was some young guy in his 20s with brown poofy hair, why didn't he come forward and say he was there that day and that he saw Betsy Blair? I don't know, Tom. Maybe he's part of the murder.
Yeah, and maybe because that's all the ragers need is for someone to say that they were there that day for them to be considered guilty.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't blame them.
I wouldn't.
Oh, no, hell no.
Nailed it.
It is.
And
Could
sorry,
absolutely be one of the people who murdered the girl.
Rick is so, again, and I just appreciation for him. He's so smart in telling Kathy, don't go anywhere near this. Like, don't go search for the girls. Like, don't talk to anybody. If they talk to you, get a lawyer. Because I think he slowly started to see what was unfolding for him and how these long, because I think by that time they had already known that they had DNA from a female hair strand that they couldn't relate to someone, right? They couldn't make that connection yet. So I don't know. I think it was just smart for him to go, just stay completely away from this. Do what you need to do.
Yeah, but this is what's important about that. Because he said that to her in 2017 when they were searching for the girls. Don't go out there to look for the girls. And what he said was you don't know. First of all, he didn't want her to get in the way, which I understand.
Right.
Secondly, he probably, God forbid, if they had fallen and were mangled in some type of way, he didn't want his wife to see that, which I also understand.
Yep.
Or on top of all that, he says, and I watch a lot of true crime stuff, obviously. So my thing is, I don't want to leave nothing behind that they might fucking try to trace back to me if something did happen or the girls did disappear and get kidnapped. And he literally said, I don't want you tromping around out there because I don't want them to come back and say that you did something.
Yep.
And so why would he say that? Like, why would he say that if he knew, like, he didn't know that there was female DNA there. He didn't even know where to this day, I don't think he has a clue where the crime scene actually was. Like, I don't think he even really knows where they were actually found.
Yeah. And also that also raises a question. If he told Kathy that, like, don't go out there and search for the girls because you never know then why would he be so innocently comfortable coming to them to say, yeah, I was there that day. I saw these 3 girls. I hope that helps. You know what I mean?
Because he didn't think that any of his shit was at a crime scene because he didn't know it was a
100%.
crime.
Because he wasn't there.
Right.
Right.
Michael says it would be nice if, instead of spending 12 hours on lives, they spent 12 minutes getting specifically identified stuff to specifically identify people who can use it.
Yep.
I don't know what Michael is specifically referencing, but I do know I heard from a birdie that Kathy Allen wanted to get a picture of the tag on the Carhartt jacket that Rick owned to prove it was purchased after the fact, and they have yet to get that to her.
Or, for instance, people like, I don't know, if we're hypothetically talking, like maybe lawyers that could help, asking for specific things that like one lawyer could maybe share with another lawyer, and there's some type of professional rules that like apply to that, and how they then use that information instead of offering a video of Sarah Carball doing a sketch with some FBI Mr. Plants to someone who thinks that Rick Allen is guilty. Maybe that would be more helpful.
Yeah, something that a couple paralegals and a couple private investigators aren't capable of doing. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Investigate.
I mean, you've got very consistent descriptions by these people who say they saw Bridge Guy who do not match Rick Allen.
I don't think he knew they were dead. He thought maybe they had been, it wouldn't have been unusual to think that maybe they were abducted from that place.
Wait, when did he say he knew they were dead?
He didn't. I think the suggestion is he didn't want his wife to go out there to leave behind evidence of a crime. That doesn't necessarily mean that the crime has to be a murder.
Yeah, no, I can. How protective he is over Kathy, for sure, would say, don't go down there. I don't want you to get involved in all that.
Wasn't he going down the thought path of like, the girls are missing. I don't want you out there because you never know what they could tie.
Right.
Eventually, no matter what. Now, that's in opposition to Brad Holder saying he didn't want his son to find a body.
Right. Good point. Very good point. Of a girl that Logan liked or dated or whatever.
That met Brad at Pat Westfall's house.
Especially if he only knew that he received a text from the son saying she's missing.
Like he knew who she was.
And then lied about it.
Twice. And
why is he circling back to Betsy again?
He's obsessed with Betsy, even though he says not to take anything she says seriously.
This is their strongest like contention of argument is who saw who where. Other than like, other than like the bullet or the unspent round, other than that, the fact that in their minds Rick put himself there, and then this exchanging between Betsy, the girls, whether it's 3 or 4 girls, apparently to them it doesn't matter, and then what Sarah Carbaugh saw after her 3rd try of getting it right, that this is one of their main points of contention. And again, the common denominator is none of them pointed at Rick and said it was Rick. No one pointed at Rick and said that Rick was Bridge Guy. We don't even know if Bridge Guy killed the girls. We just don't. Sorry. Tangent.
So why, I don't understand why it's so hard for people to think, well, maybe there were more people out there. There were people who could have come from the south end of the bridge. We know that Teresa Liebert saw someone earlier lurking around the south end of the bridge. But if you look at the descriptions, all of the...
You know what the crazy part about all this is? The fact that they're going who saw whom and who saw what and where is the fact that I'm about 98% convinced that no one saw Bridge Guy.
Right. Especially if he had the balls then to kill them. Like, who's going to do that? Someone who everybody saw or someone who knows they weren't seen by anyone?
And then we're sitting here talking about semantics about whom saw whom, not whom. None of them even identified the same person. They didn't see him because he came from the south end.
I agree with that.
We're talking about who saw whom, saw where. It doesn't fucking matter because Bridge Guy came from the south end of the bridge.
And the contention is going to be that Tom, in a few videos, honestly thinks Rick was waiting at that barrier, and then just magically right after the 207 picture was taken, apparently Bridge Guy just became a full-on athlete and hauled ass across that bridge. And then magically, the second that Libby took out her phone and started filming him, he just slowed down right to a casual, like hands in pocket, like stroll. The mental gymnastics behind that is amazing. And also, like, I'm not a fair witness because I'm deathly afraid of heights. It's like a crutch for me. That bridge sucks. It sucks to walk. I even back then, I'm willing to bet
walk across it.
If you stepped on a trestle the wrong way.
Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah, right.
Did you walk across it, Keith?
No, dude.
I'm not stupid.
That place. So I went there in December. That place is decked with like cameras and stuff. And by the way, it's like the other thing that I don't understand is, I mean, you're there in the winter. All the leaves are off the trees. The trees are like just like toothpick thin. The Mears house, all these other houses, you could clearly see into the trails. And I know it was like Monday in the middle of the day, but still, like, the amount of risk adverse thought to walk all the way down that trail, because you walk all the way down the trail, and then the second you hit the bridge, it all is like right there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And also, and that's a good point. Like, so I'm blind. Everybody knows this. But I hunt. And when I hunt, which is in the fall,
Oh God.
when I hunt, which is in the fall,
But I
the
hunt.
leaves, listen, the leaves have fallen. Okay. The trees are bare. I might not necessarily pick up on a deer laying down somewhere or standing still somewhere, but I immediately can pick up on movement when the trees are totally bare and not moving. If there's any type of movement, my eye will go right to it. The only exception is like chipmunks. They are horrendously loud and so very tiny, but super cute. And they make all kinds of noise, and it's hard to catch, like to see them in your eyes. So you're like, oh my God, is something coming? But like, really, it's just this tiny little chipmunk. So nobody saw the movement, but I want to go back to Keith saying about the like staying and waiting at the barrier until the 207's picture's taken, then going out on the bridge. It's like, okay, so he was sitting there watching, knew that they were on the phone and was like, oh, can't go out onto the bridge yet. Hopefully they don't get too far while they're on their phone, because I can't come out of hiding until they're done on their phone. Then getting on the bridge behind them and hoping that they don't pull the phone out again their entire way across the bridge.
100%. It makes so much more sense that he walked from the south end and then did an about face, and
Yes.
that would warrant Libby's like kind of alert, going, holy shit, this is kind of getting a little weird. Pull her phone out. If that was even her intent, we don't know because we can't talk to her. But I mean, I don't know. I guess
But it's easier to argue it that way. If that's what she was doing.
It just makes more sense logically.
People who gave a description of Bridge Guy said he's not particularly tall, he's not particularly short. Well, I'm sorry, but anyone who looks at a 5'6" guy is going to say he's short, right?
He's particular.
I mean,
no, not 5'6",
I'm 5'3",
Jennifer.
and
Why are you
I'm as
saying
tall
he's
as Rick.
5'6"?
Not
That's the problem. That's a problem. They're minimizing just how fucking short 5'4" is for a grown ass man by saying, well, I'm 5'3", I'm very short. People will notice. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the whole entire point. Is he's a grown ass man and he's only 5'4", not 5'6".
He's not five. Like people go around 5'4", 5'5" all the time. I just break even at 5'5", to be fair. But 5'6" is crazy. What the fuck are you doing?
You're also talking about a girl that saw him, and where that's really important is her being 5'7" and saying that the person that she passed was her head was up to their shoulder.
I'm literally so pissed off that this woman just said 5'6". That putting him at 5'6" even matches the FBI original estimate. So
It's just, why aren't you?
Him.
It's such a big detail that it's annoying. It was annoying to read it wrong in the appellate brief, and it's annoying to hear it from her, because that should be one of your talking points. It should have been a huge talking point at trial, and you shouldn't be ever saying anything besides 5'4", because that's what's true.
Yeah,
Right.
and the Ragers love 5'6" because they will make the argument that, and it's hilarious because they include like worldwide statistics that the average male height is 5'6", and Betsy described average build?
Yeah, and they'll say, "Oh, well, she could have been up to his shoulder because maybe he was wearing boots that had a fucking 3-inch rubber sole on them."
And the funny thing is, like, average in the U.S., let alone average in the Midwest, let alone probably I would say average in Indiana, is probably around like 5'9", 5'10". It's not like 5'6". It's not 5'4". If you see a 5'4" man, literally anyone in this chat, I don't care who you are, you're gonna go, that's a short dude. That's a short guy.
I would never wear 3-inch heels, but right, I'm pretty close. In anyone who looks at me, I'm short as a woman. Rick Allen's just a short guy. So
Betsy Blair her husband is about
Come on,
5
Andy,
foot.
you
I'm guessing
fucking
he's five, he's
correct her.
right about Rick's size, 5'4", 5'5". He's very, very short guy. Nice fella. But he's very.
After calling him short.
I know I have to say that, but he is, and I don't think.
So then
it's
Betsy
debatable, and
wouldn't
it's-
say
and
that the
reason I say
person
that
she
is-
saw was average height, because she would say he was about as tall as my husband.
Yes.
She knows her husband's not average height.
And hold on, you know why we would know that she would say that? Because when she described the car, she said it reminded her of her father's car.
Exactly.
So she like relates things to people she has seen, and then she's just like, no, it's
The problem is VG towers over the girls and they were 5'4". Correct. I mean, just using your eyes and just basic education tells me that VG in that video is much taller. I don't need someone to do the measurements to tell you that that person is taller than 5'4".
Here's what, if Betsy Blair saw Rick Allen, here's what I think she would have said. The guy I saw, my husband is short, and he's about the size of my husband. But
Exactly.
that's not what she said. So maybe from the, on your side, maybe it's like, well, from the distance, maybe it's hard to gauge height, stuff like that. But again, now you're getting into making up reasons why, when the reasons are the reasonable doubt. So
all of these people are consistent in their inconsistency in matching it to Rick Allen. Age, young, youngish, baby face, 20s to 30s. Rick was, I think, 45.
And this is why we have to do our own little thing. Okay? I'm not trying to swoop on anyone. No one's going to give me money. I'm not monetized. So don't worry, Tom, or anyone else.
This is literally, so people that are just finding this case, this should not be their introduction into it because it's incorrect.
Right. And we're just trying to also, it's so important that we're in here fighting for the real facts, because Andy and Jennifer are unfortunately not doing a great job. So here we are.
44.
yeah, hey, here's an answer to your question. It's a good question. I understand why you're asking. Who is that guy, and maybe where did he go? Does he just get off the platform and head to the south end of the bridge? Maybe. Does he go down? I don't know how far did you go into the private? I think I ended up finding out it was private. Brad and I actually walked, as you're facing the bridge headed south, you can go to the left where the bodies were found. And we went quite a distance.
It said don't go there, so I followed the rules.
I didn't know at the time that we weren't supposed to go there, but we did. And, maybe the guy went that direction. Maybe he went down to the bridge, to the south end of the bridge. There's any number of things that could happen that would explain. I think what your point is, well, nobody saw that guy other than Betsy Blair. So a guy meeting her description, so it makes it more likely that it's Rick or something like that. And I'm just saying, doesn't mean that the guy went back toward the Freedom Bridge. He could have gone down to the other end of the bridge. We just don't know what we're doing every day. So
here are some of my concerns with Betsy's description. She said it's from 50 feet away. I look on Google Earth where you can kind of determine the distance, and the distance from platform 1 to the old barricade that's no longer there is 124 feet. When I went to the bridge, the thing that I wanted to see most is if I stood at the start of the bridge and I had somebody else stand near platform 1, could I make out their facial features and describe them? And I really felt like I could not. And Betsy said she only saw this man for a moment. His face was not super clear, and that the poofy hair could have been a hat. And even more important to me than that is Richard Allen's statement on October 13th, 2022. He said there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through.
No, wrong. He said,
What?
He said, maybe someone saw me that I didn't see, but I didn't see anyone out there.
So that's where he's getting that Rick saw someone from platform 1, because he's twisted that around.
Must be.
That's what he was saying earlier. He's trying to say that Rick saw someone from platform 1, and that never fucking happened.
It's the same thing as him saying that in the past, him and Kathy have parked by CPS. That doesn't mean he parked there that day. Just because I say I could have parked in my driveway or I could have parked in front of my house doesn't mean on any specific day I did either or. But they take it as gospel and then they rewrite it as that's exactly what was said. It's so disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
Free Ricky Bay says you can't train for Delphi. You get beat to shit and learn to navigate. Andy and Jennifer have no idea the shitbox they're feeding with every single misspoken word. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Feeding the guilters heavily.
But but they should know because they've been told.
Yeah. Consult a crank. What are we doing here?
I have that video if you guys want me to show it.
Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls.
You want me to show it?
He said there may have been someone on the bridge.
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word.
Do it again.
From one, could I make out their facial features and describe them? And I really felt like I could not. Not super clear, and that the poofy hair could have been a hat. And even more important to me than that is Richard Allen's statement on October 13th, 2022. He said there may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. I have that video if you guys want me to show it.
Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through.
Okay, so then he's putting someone on the bridge.
There may have been someone on the bridge as I was coming back through.
Yeah, not him seeing somebody from his location on the bridge. He's saying there may have been somebody on the bridge, so maybe he saw the brown poofy-haired motherfucker.
Yeah, may have been someone on the bridge as I was coming back through. It's different than Rick said he saw someone from platform 1. We're just twisting shit up.
But I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls.
You want me to show it or not?
No. I don't remember that, but I'll take you at your word. I
think it's important. He said that he saw
Stop
somebody
taking
at
him
the
for
bridge.
his word.
He's like fucking hanging his whole fucking hat on this. I'll show you. Like it's the fucking smoking gun, bro. He never said he saw someone from platform 1.
Can you imagine like Alan Jackson getting on and going, I'll take your word for it that John O'Keefe's injuries were from a taillight and not a dog or like.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think you're a reasonable guy. So
I think you're a reasonable guy, Kay Peters.
Yeah. I really like your head covering. Respect.
That could be is Betsy after 1:50 p.m.
If you believe in that time, in that timeline, it always comes back to that. Who did he see at noon? Who did he see at 11:55, 11:45 when he got there? If that's when he got there, I mean, you're basing everything on the timeline that the state established instead of what actually could be the case. It could be the case that that's the timeline, and it may not be the case. So,
also, you're assuming everyone that was there.
Betsy arriving at 12:02, 1:15, 1:46, and the 2:19, and these 4 girls taking these photos, and these 5 people never saw Rick between the noon to whatever 1:15 time frame. So, what evidence do you guys have that Rick was even there noon to 1?
Or 11:30 or 11:45?
Well, what evidence do you have that he was there before 1:30?
That's the thing I think we're kind of getting hooked up on is, it's really hard to go back 7.5 years and recreate timelines. You have a very ensconced view and your facts are fitting into that. And I understand that, but we don't have to prove anything. If we're going back, the state has to prove this. So where's the state's evidence? Give me a description that matches Rick Allen. Did anyone at the trail give a description that matched Rick Allen?
It's the worst fucking.
Well, I totally understand that the defense does not have to prove it. I'm just saying, like, if you step back from being Rick's attorneys.
Yeah.
Isn't that why you have them on? Because they're Rick's attorneys?
That is such bullshit. Like, fucking, well, we don't have to prove anything. It's just saying, well, I don't know what to say right now.
Yeah, if you step back from being attorneys and join our echo chamber of Rick didn't prove his innocence, therefore he's guilty, then maybe you can understand my point of view. Great argument, Tom.
Like, to me, it doesn't add up. And you're saying that the descriptions of Rick don't match. But however, to me, his descriptions of the girls, where he saw the girls when he arrived, very accurate, saying they were sisters.
No, they don't, because there's 3, not 4.
Then he walks the entire trail, says he stands on platform 1. He admits he stood on platform 1. He admits that he saw somebody when he was on platform 1. The only person that could have been was Betsy after 1:50. He said there was somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. So to me, he gets off, he sees Betsy leave. He gets off the bridge. He says, as I was coming back through. He says, as I was coming back through. I think he passed Abby and Libby. We know from Betsy's route that she would, at the Mears intersection, she would go down to the lower trail. I think, Andy, you said, why is he not in the 207 Abby photo on the bridge? I think he stayed back. And I do want to show this to you guys real quick. So there's an older photo.
So you can't, so Betsy couldn't have seen this person's face clearly from the barrier to the first platform, but Rick could tell that they were fucking filming from, I don't know, 400 feet away, 500 feet away when they were in the middle of the bridge while he was peeking out from the bushes. He could tell, though, that they were on the phone.
The viewpoint was of the barricade. So I believe that Rick could have stood, not necessarily by the tree, but in this area here, because you can't even see the platforms from this right side of the trail. So I believe that he saw Betsy go down the lower trail and he said, okay, nobody else is coming. So he sees the 207 photo as Libby is on one of these platforms on the right.
He sees the
Once
photo.
He sees them turn around and walk towards the.
He sees the photo, Tom. Was
Let
he
me
friends
see.
with them on Snapchat? Now he's friends with them on Snapchat and saw the photo.
Yeah, Tom. And then he pole vaulted and landed 15 feet behind him magically.
Yeah.
Pole vaulted. I'm just picturing that.
Maybe he had a jetpack or like a hoverboard ahead of time before it was a thing. Maybe he had all
His 5 foot ass or 5'4" ass legs hauled ass across that bridge. He cartwheeled the entire way. What the fuck are we talking? They're done taking pictures. Boom, let's go. And he like ran to catch up to him.
And also,
Sorry.
if he did that, wouldn't that have been really suspicious? Wouldn't the girls have been like, why is this motherfucker behind us running to catch up to us?
Why is this bowl-on parade coming right after us? It's so crazy to think that.
I was picturing it in my head.
You know, give me a description that matches Rick Allen. Did anyone at the trail give a description that matched Rick Allen?
Well, I totally understand that the defense does not have to prove it. I'm just saying, like, if you step back from being Rick's attorneys,
Answer the
to
question.
me, it doesn't add up. And you're saying that the descriptions of Rick don't match. But however, to me, his descriptions of the girls, where he saw the girls when he arrived, very accurate, saying they were sisters, and 3 out of the 4 were sisters. Then he walks the entire trail, says he stands on platform 1. He admits he stood on platform 1. He admits that he saw somebody when he was on platform 1. The only person that could have been was Betsy after 1.
How do you know that?
No, he didn't. He said
It also hinges on him thinking he knows every single person that was at the trails that day.
Correct.
there may have been someone on the bridge as I was coming back through. Does not mean Rick said he saw someone when he was on platform 1. Just fucking English. These are yours
50.
here.
He said there was somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. So to me, he gets off, he sees Betsy leave. He gets off the bridge. He says, as I was coming back through. He says, as I was coming back through. I think he passed Abby and Libby. We know from Betsy's route that she would, at the Mears
Now he
intersection, she would
passed
go
Abby
down
and
to the
Libby.
lower trail. I think, Andy, you said, why is he not in the 207 Abby photo on the bridge? I think he stayed back. And I do want to show this to you guys real quick.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
there's this older photo that shows what the viewpoint was of the barricade. So I believe that Rick could have stood, not necessarily by the tree, but in this area here, because you can't even see the platforms from this right side of the trail. So I believe that he saw Betsy go down the lower trail and he said, okay, nobody else is coming. So he sees the 207 photo as Libby is on one of these platforms on the right. Once he sees them turn around and walk towards the south end of the bridge, I believe that's when he decided to go on the bridge. And that's how he was able to get there by the 213 video.
And I'm trying to acclimate myself.
Because that was so dumb.
He was able to get there by the 213 video.
And I'm trying.
So to me, he sees Betsy leave. He gets off the bridge. He says, as I was coming back through. He says, as I was coming back through. I think he passed Abby and Libby. We know from Betsy's route that she would, at the Mears intersection, she would go down to the lower trail. I think, Andy, you said, why is he not in the 207 Abby photo on the bridge?
So now he passed Abby and Libby too. Now he passed them.
To show you that it was impossible for Betsy Blair to have seen anyone on the bridge, and also to show you that it's very possible that Rick could have hidden behind the barricade for the girls, I would like to show you a picture of someone who took a picture of a barricade with a Motorola Razr that had Vaseline over the lens. What the hell are we talking about? And then for my argument, I'll show you a 4K picture of the bridge so you could see how quickly Rick caught up to them.
And also he knew exactly where to hide to where he wouldn't appear in that photo. But he's not behind a tree. He's just strategically placed someplace. Oh, he's so tiny, maybe he was hiding behind the barricade pole.
Yeah,
And
big belly
still
bridge guy
managed
was thinking thin that day. Just okay.
Okay.
I think he stayed back, and I do want to show this to you guys real quick.
So he stays back.
Go ahead.
There's this older photo that shows what the viewpoint was of the barricade. So I believe that
This is
Rick
word salad.
could have stood, not necessarily by the tree, but in this area here, because you can't even see the platforms from this right side of the trail.
Where you can't even.
So I believe that he saw Betsy go down the lower trail and he said, okay, nobody else is coming. So he sees the 207 photo as Libby is on one of.
He sees the photo.
So Betsy goes the other direction. And then he sees the 207 photo as he's hiding behind the barricade.
These platforms on the right. Once he sees them turn around and walk towards the south end of the bridge, I believe that's when he decided to go on the bridge. And that's how he was able to get there.
Oh, that's how he was able to get there.
From this point of view, he's saying that he saw them stop taking pictures and turn around and walk towards the other end from however far away this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
And this is a picture from this is a picture from Ellis Field's MySpace. This is what this is.
And
one of them.
And he also got from this area where you can't even see from the first platform all the way to where Abby was in the 213 video. All within that one time frame.
Unbelievable.
By the 213 video.
And I'm trying to acclimate myself. What is this? Am I looking south on this photo?
This is as you approach the high bridge. Yes.
Okay.
This is
So there used to be this barricade here. And as you can see, I mean, on the right side, it does block part of the high bridge. So everybody says, rightfully so, where the heck was Richard Allen?
Rick was able to do all of that, but Betsy Blair confused hair with a hat, we think. That's our theory, that Betsy Blair just didn't see what she saw, but Rick was able to do all of this.
Mm-hmm.
207, when the photo's taken, I think he could have been on the right here because it is partially obscured.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he sees them turn around and he sees their backs walking towards the very end of the bridge.
And he gets across there in 6 minutes.
I think that's when he comes around here in the barricade and starts following them.
Okay.
So what time would that have been?
So the photo of Abby on the bridge was at 2:07 p.m. and the start.
Well, not necessarily, but okay.
Well, that's when it's at least uploaded.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the phone. We have to pretend like it was in the phone, but we'll just pretend it was in the phone, and that the timestamp is correct.
My
we
favorite
can't talk
part
about that.
My favorite part of all this is pretty much just Tom going, this is how I would have done it. This isn't real. This is Tom going, yeah, this is probably how I would have done it.
Yeah.
The Snapchat.
And it just says 7 hours ago, so that's not exact.
Well, let's say the 207 is I like the 207 and I like it being 207 because I think it helps us out. But I'm trying to understand, Tom, the vantage point. Like, I wouldn't see the platform. I don't even see the bridge. Oh, okay. Maybe because I'm blind, but
Let me try to zoom in.
I don't remember when I first got on the bridge, Brad and I, in 2022. I don't remember that it looked like this. I don't know if that.
Well, yeah, so they updated it. This is from 2017. This is how it looked on the day of the murders.
Okay.
So they paved it later and it's wide open now. So that's why you don't maybe recognize it, but this is how it looked on the day of the murders.
Okay.
This
Where
is
the
how it
bridge?
looked
Is
like
it
on the day of
I have
the
one other
murder.
photo that's
How do you know that, Tom?
You took that photo?
Oh, I was muted. Oh no.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
from the barricade perspective, that will help you out maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Tom, is it your belief that then after 207, Rick got on the bridge?
Correct. As soon as he saw them take that photo and turn around and both of their backs were pointed towards him,
Continue.
I believe that's when he, give me 1 second.
So he has
No.
superhuman
Yeah, this is
vision.
helpful.
So from here, Betsy said she stopped at the barricade and she saw a man on platform 1, which I wrote there, Rick or bridge guy, whatever you believe. You can kind of see that orange barricade there. You can't see how much is blocked, but in the previous photo I was trying to show, he could have been somewhere back there. That's why he's taking a photo of Abby on the bridge.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Now
she
I
can't
understand
see
what the previous
there, but
photo, what that this helps me out because
why does it help? How is it helpful? So she can't see well enough for her to be accurate from this vantage point when he's on that spot. but Rick can tell that they're turning their backs and they're done taking pictures and they're leaving, walking towards the south end from even further down the bridge than that.
Yeah. And all of Betsy Blair's POV that he's showing are these crops of a very like old pixelated video to try and sell that she couldn't have seen what she saw of that guy standing out there on the platform.
Also, I think, because I like to play semantics with words and whatnot, he said that he may have saw someone on the bridge as he was coming back through. If that were the scenario, that means that Rick is putting himself as Betsy in this picture and seeing someone where Rick and BG is.
Right.
Which that's not possible. Because that Betsy was there. So there you go.
I do see that, those posts there.
And you're
saying that you've done the measurements from, and you're saying basically, I think Betsy Blair is what you're saying was wrong in that it's not 50 feet. It's more like 100, it's double that. And
it's 124 according to Google.
Yeah.
And when I went there, I stood at the very start because, like I said, I really wanted to know, could I make out somebody's facial features to see how accurate Betsy was? And even at that point, I don't even know that I knew that she was back at this older barricade. I thought she was at the start. And to me, I'm truly being honest, I could not make out the facial features. So if he said she only saw it for a moment, his face is not super clear. I totally understand. She said 10 out of 10, the young guy, 20 to 30, poofy hair. But I just have issues with her being able to really see him clearly.
She did say, I don't think she said it was for a moment. She said she had a good look at him.
I checked the transcript and she did say it was for a moment. I wanted to make sure.
He looked right at her.
Then I didn't cross her very well because I don't believe that's what she said in her deposition. She certainly said she had a clear look at him.
She said
he's using trial.
His face was not super clear.
Trial transcripts.
I definitely check. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I don't doubt you. I don't remember
That's not what she said in her
I did a poor job
deposition.
cross-examining because that's not what she said in her
redirect.
deposition. And that's certainly when you ask the question, what did she say to Liggett? You should watch that because that's closer in time. And at least, even though people's memories are not terrific, at least when it's closer in time, there's a better argument that the memory's better than it would be 5 years later or whatever. So, and I don't know, and I don't remember, did she say that she stopped at the beginning of the bridge, or did she say what did she say?
She said the barricade, not the bridge.
Barricade. Okay.
She also testified twice.
I mean,
she would always, when she would exercise, she would just go.
Like, did she say did she say the same thing both times she testified? Because she testified at trial twice.
She obviously knew if she was going there all the time to exercise, she would not go onto the bridge. She would just stop at the barricade and turn around.
Yeah. I also want to know what barricade means. I think it means that, but there's it looks from those photos like the bridge ends and then there's some space between the end of the bridge and the barricade. But these are the things that, become important because we shouldn't presume anything, but it does seem like that barricade, when she says barricade, that she would be talking about that. It seems like that would be the case. But yeah, I mean, I understand. I understand you're actually, I would say, doing a better job than the prosecutor did.
At some point saying there was no blood, or later on, she did draw blooded drops on the photo of Bridge Guy on the jeans. I do know. I mean, your little interaction with what you call Miss Mudd, Sarah Carbot, that was like the most interesting witness interaction that I saw at the time.
That may be one of the most interesting witness interactions I've ever seen.
I described it to people like, because everybody on the witness stand would just sit there. Gull had to say,
I can't believe this bitch not only said that she could see the face so clearly that her sketch would be right, but that she saw blood drops on pants driving by this person.
hey, speak up. Sarah was on the edge of her seat. I described it as like a first grade teacher reading a story to children, like looking at the jury, really engaging with them. Andy, I know she said to you, we're doing this again. And you're like, yeah, which you had a right to, because like, if you're saying that she did not really mention blood until later, I think that's valid, but she did draw on this photo, blood drops on the bottom of the jeans. So I don't think that she necessarily.
It might lead you to believe that when the state magically made blood appear, that they told Sarah to also make blood appear. Maybe.
Took 3 times, but you got it right.
Like lying or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that also just it can't be understated. Like you said, well, I don't think the Judge Diener needed to know about that she changed her story. Well, what happens when the original jacket is tan and then the FBI agent says we're going to cheat, and then she looks at the photo and then she says it's blue? I mean, to me, that I don't know. There's something really wrong with that, and nobody seems to care about that. Let's say that everything else is valid or whatever. Somebody should look into. I'm just saying somebody should look into that. That's a problem to me, you know. And the fact that Liggett was a part of those interviews. He knows exactly what was said. At best, it's sloppy. At worst, he's trying to get a search warrant to go into a citizen's home and to go in there and take stuff. And at worst, he intentionally just said, I'm not gonna put that on there because that hurts. That hurts our case. And either way, it needs to be looked into. But to me, it's kind of embarrassing and shameful the way that Liggett operates. All those guys, for that matter, they never apologize about anything. They never feel any shame about anything. Oh, we taped over all these things. It happens. That's what happens. We didn't have. Well, I thought I tape recorded this, but I didn't.
I do just want to take a moment to say that the witness we're discussing, her name is Sarah Carbaugh, and a fun fact is her father was in the area of Evansdale, Iowa, around the time of those kidnappings, as well as in Delphi, around the time of this crime. And he was like a driver of some sort. And he was also there in the Evansdale, Iowa area.
Happens, we can't find the Purdue professor, the identity of the Purdue professor. That, even though we're the state police and should be able to find it in like 5 minutes, and it's taken that kind of thing happen. No, it doesn't happen. And I'm kind of tired of talking about it, but until something gets done about it, or McClellan answers some of these tough questions about that, just the Purdue professor. If you watch anything that I do, that just drives me up a wall. The September 6th email. And I just want to know, why is nobody asking Nick McClellan the question of why did you say in that email you're probably, you're I don't remember, I don't want to oversell it, but basically, I don't know who he or she, the Purdue professor, is, and we may not be able to figure that out. Tom, can you admit? I mean, that's it.
I have a problem with that. I totally agree with you. Don't worry.
It's not like there's so many of those professors at Purdue University, which is an.
Well, actually, when I was in Indiana, I don't know if you can say, a nice person gave me a Purdue.
But it's irrelevant to Tom because Tom doesn't care about
it. Right.
I think 2019 is when she comes in and says, "What are you guys doing? If you're saying that I saw the guy, that ain't the guy." And that's talked about in the appeal as well. And also, Tom, and this is just it's part of the frustration about Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh, the way that the police have handled their different what they each said that they saw. When it helps them out, the police wanted it to be two different people. Betsy Blair saw one person and Sarah Carbaugh saw a different person. And whenever it was April of 2019, when they had the big press conference, there's a press release. I'm sure you know about it. And the press release says that these are two different people. Don't forget about the first one. The focus is now on the second one. And then Jerry Holman, all those guys acted like it's like what the kids call gaslighting. I guess more than the kids call it. But that's exactly what I felt like. I'm like, during a lot of this case, man. I mean, a lot of this case, I felt totally gaslit. Like, am I not looking at the same thing that you are? You're sitting here telling me it's always been one person and it's the same person they both saw. Yet the state police put out a press release that says different. And it's like, yeah, it's always one person. And they're like, okay, do you want to?
And immediately following conviction says, well, actually.
Address the elephant in the room here that you guys said. They just don't do it, and it doesn't seem to matter. But yeah, I mean, I understand. See, what were you? Okay, you're talking about Betsy Blair, and you showed the photographs. I'm trying to let you get back on track of where you want to be. Because it's your show, and I want you. I have a tendency to run on these things, and I don't want to do that to you.
No, feel free to. But yeah. So the April 2019 press conference, everybody was shocked when that Young sketch came out, and it came out that it was pretty much because Betsy went to the police and said, "I'm frustrated that you guys put out this older sketch, and I gave you this younger guy sketch, like you said, a few days after the murders."
Yeah, and you can see it it's so funny to watch the actual video of it because they're doing a dance in there. Like, they brought her in because I think they and this is just conjecture, but they brought her in for a reason. I think they heard around town like Betsy's unhappy, and so they bring her in, and nobody wants to say Betsy knows she's unhappy, Liggett knows she's unhappy, but they're doing a little bit of a dance, and then finally they kind of got down to it, and Betsy was like, "Yeah, I'm frustrated," and that's when everything changed. And it's just a weird way to operate as police, honestly. I mean, so this woman comes in and she's frustrated, and now all of a sudden you're going to change the whole direction just because of that. Maybe it was worthy of it, or maybe it wasn't, but it's just like you're being reactive.
I mean, it was absolutely worthy. I think that was absolutely what they should have done. But the problem being is they were going in the totally wrong direction for years prior. So, I mean,
instead of proactive as law enforcement, that's not really the.
You never would have thought we would go in a different direction because we heard around town that a woman was very frustrated about us not going with her sketch that she says is 100% the man that she saw. You never thought we'd switch to a different strategy, which is that.
The way that it ought to be.
I don't want to get too far off, but you mentioned like there were 70 days of video interviews that were lost because somebody pushed a button or forgot to push a button in the interrogation room. Sarah Carbois mentioned at the trial that only part of her interview was missing. So I'm wondering like how she said like 60 to 90 minutes of one of her interviews was missing. How is part of the interview there and part of it is missing? Do you guys have any clarification on that?
That's a great, I now remember that.
Blood was
Do you remember
missing.
that, Jennifer?
wait, what?
She said the part where she must have said, she said that the part where she must have 2017 that he was muddy and bloody must have been missing, must have been deleted.
Oh.
Hey, Tom, while you're in the VIP section at CrimeCon, why don't you ask Nick McClellan that? Why don't you ask Jerry Holman that?
Yeah, can someone ask them some real questions? Because God love Andy, you should have never done this, but at least he's answering questions.
Why isn't
Where the
this
fuck is
live?
Nick McClellan? Can you, I can't even imagine that live. Chat.
You can see from the cuts why it's not live. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I think it was in response to.
She was trying to say that she had said something that wasn't covered in the recording, and then she said a lot of things, and so it must be missing. My sense in watching that was that nothing was missing and everything was covered. But
that was my belief. I think it was Sarah's kind of trying to say as an explanation for why her story changed in terms of what the color of the jacket was or whether there was blood. I think it was related to the blood, actually.
Yes. She said that she talked about the blood, but that the police officers were focusing more on the mud. And she said during the missing 60 to 90 minutes is when she talked about the blood.
Yeah. It's possible, but I don't think so. I've never seen that. And I've never seen watched the video and it's like, oh, seems like there's some weird edits here or something. I don't
Kind of like
think
here.
If I had to guess, I don't think there's any missing video on that particular situation. She it helped her explain why when she's getting beat up on cross. I thought I was very nice to her, by the way. Did you not? Did you?
It was an interesting interaction.
I thought it was very nice.
Well, I mean, I understand that there's things about her like not coming forward for 3 weeks when she said she would go on the trail often herself. Like, why would you not try to help these girls like find their killer? However, I can understand that the video, not the video, but the screenshot and the voice of Bridge Guy came out. So maybe she thought they're going to solve it quick and not really need me quick. However, I mean, she said she was a cowardly lion and a scaredy cat or something like that. But I mean, there's no denying that her car is on Hoosier Harbor Store at 356. So she was driving in that direction.
Yeah. And again, I think that's I call them tent poles. Like, what can we actually rely on? And that might be one of the things is that undercover and nobody sees you. And instead of walking right down Broadway Street, and certainly the CPS, the Hoosier Harvest video, you would go behind that if you went that route. But walking down the road, just for a guy who they claim was freaked out and trying to avoid being caught doing something wrong, that just doesn't really add up for me either.
So that's the Mears Farm. I wanted to ask you guys, did you see any discovery showing whether or not anybody was at the Mears Farm around 4 p.m. working at that farm?
No, we did not, but we have heard that that there was a guy that had been working on the farm and might be walking. And I can't remember. And also there's some weird photographs. Have you heard that they went in? I think there is something about them interviewing people that reside on the Mears Farm and that might have been working at the Mears Farm. And there was some kind of odd thing. I just can't remember what it is right now.
Well, I don't think anybody's living at that house. I think they only work on the barns. I guess there's a pig slaughter place there.
Yeah.
I was just curious if there's anybody confirmed to be there who would have maybe seen Bridge Guy, whoever, walking behind those buildings at 4 o'clock.
I saw an interview. I remember seeing an interview of somebody, and I cannot think of his name. I think his name's, it's one of the Mears kids, I think. But I don't want to say that for sure, but it was somebody, and they did interview somebody that had been in or around there. I remember seeing that because and it was a weird interaction. I got back and I said, hey, this guy's confident and he saw the cameras. He has no reason to lie about that. He's, you know, and I emailed him, Nick.
All right, guys, I skimmed through a little bit of it just because I don't want to take over his whole thing.
In February or March of 2024, and then I never followed up on it. That was on a to-do list that I wish I would have followed up on too. There's just that kind of thing. Like everybody that is you know, in the pro Rick camp that, you know, can be critical of us. I understand it, but man, if they walked a mile in my shoes and Jennifer's shoes, there's just a lot going on there. Jennifer got in late, and even her little sub world of the phones was like
a lot of frustration.
Just a ton of work, like a ton of knowledge that had to be gained.
Can you pause real quick?
A lot of knowledge and not of facts. And, you know,
Okay. So they said, walk a mile in our shoes. The state made everything really, really difficult for us. Like they just genuinely did not play ball. We had to ask them for a ton of things that, you know, they should have given us already. That raises the question, why are we still so concerned with courtroom etiquette and whether people are nice or not? I got news for you. These are the most inherently evil people I think a lot of us have seen. They're not nice. They're not going to be nice. Why are you upset that there's just this, there should be this etiquette? Well, guess what? It's not there. And if I'm Rick, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if I would want you to have a second shot at this with how much benefit of the doubt you gave to people, knowing damn well that this entire investigation, Rick's arrest, all of it was insidious from start to finish. Like, why are we still going, wow, it was really shocking and upset to me that they were mean, or that they were not playing ball the way that they should have. That should have, like, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know any better. And maybe he was doing stuff knowing he was going to get a case like Allison's later. But for the love of God, no pity. If there's a trial number 2, they should be going for the throat 24/7, in my opinion, because the state's not going to play nice with them ever.
Period.
Can't really look at that in a vacuum. So going back through all of the facts and who said what and trying to find it and all these different drives we had, you know, the discovery was never given to us in an organized way, the way you would usually get it. You dump 21 whatever terabytes of discovery in different drops. And so just finding anything is kind of like looking for a needle in the haystack and then putting it all together in some form that makes sense, and then going through and finding experts and going through all the data on the phone is, and then the data we got from the state kept changing. You know, every time we had a hearing, oh no, it wasn't what I said it was this. And you know, I'm not trying to be critical. I respect Chris Cecil, and I think he was absolutely trying to do his best. But you know, we don't have the phone, we don't have that data. We have to rely on the state. So when they say something is true based on what they saw on the phone.
What is that about? Is that who she means?
What's up?
Is she talking about Cecil right there?
I think so. I think she said that, like, Cecil, she was like, I have great respect for him, and he did his best or whatever.
They're always sucking his D.
Organized the way you would usually get it. You dump 21 whatever terabytes of discovery in different drops. And so just finding anything is kind of like looking for a needle in the haystack and then putting it all together in some form that makes sense, and then going through and finding experts and going through all the data on the phone is, and then the data we got from the state kept changing. You know, every time we had a hearing, oh no, it wasn't what I said it was this. And you know, I'm not trying to be critical. I respect Chris Cecil, and I think he was absolutely trying to do his best. But you know, we don't have the phone, we don't have that data. We have to rely on the state. So when they say something is true based on what they saw on the phone, we accept that, and now we're looking at, okay, that's a fact. How does that fit into our defense? And then we show up at the hearing and they're like, no, that didn't happen. And it, again, I'm not trying to be critical, but it's very difficult to prepare your case properly when that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, we were told, and I think, Jennifer, you were a part of this. Tell me if I'm wrong, but we were told as
I'm just going to say this real quick. If you have a great respect and you think a man did his best who Googled something on recess and came back and had the shamelessness to get back on the stand and say some Apple technician who I don't even know, it could be someone with an alt account, said this. If you're saying you have a great respect for that person, get off my legal team. Go home. I don't want that. This is my life. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And it's like they're always trying to find like the good in it.
an example
I don't understand it.
that there were no notes or anything from it's something related to the phone dump from Bunner, I think it would happen to be. And then we showed up for the deposition. It takes time to prepare those.
Michael says, to be clear, I gave them external hard drives and USB hubs and showed them how to hook it all up in one place. That was May of 2024.
Miku, I get that you can be respectful, but I don't think you need to go out of your way on an interview with Tom fucking Webster to say he was doing his best. It's just, again, just my 0.02.
Dark Keith. We love Dark Keith.
We're getting there, dude.
Things. I mean, we take it, and you want to go in and ask the best questions. It's good for justice. It's good for truth. It's good for efficiency that you have all the information before you go in for the deposition. And then we showed up there and Nick's just like, oh, here's 2 pages of notes that Bunner gave us. And it's like, no apology, no, like, sorry. This in a normal world, Tom. And again, you said earlier you're not a lawyer. And I actually appreciate that because it gives you fresh eyes that aren't corrupted by the legal stuff. And, but I can tell you in a normal world, that is not the way that it goes down. I mean, when you have said and told us there's no notes on that, there's nothing, they didn't do anything. And then you walk in and they hand it to you. Here's what normally would happen. When they get it, they would call you at that very moment and say, hey, I'm really sorry. Do you want to reschedule the deposition because it may change things? Or when you get there and they hand it to you, it's like, I'm really, really sorry. I really am, man. But we just never got that. It's shameful, honestly, the way that we were treated by the prosecution and law enforcement. I mean, what Jennifer's talking about, these terabytes of information, and we're trying, I'd call Nick up or email him and say, hey, I'm looking for once we revealed the Brad Holder stuff, August the 10th, I'm looking for, we know that Brad Holder was interviewed. We know that Patrick Westphal was interviewed. We know Logan Holder was interviewed. We want those interviews. And then months and months and months pass and you keep asking for it. And then you get some little, like a little piece of paper that says it was recorded over. That's not the normal. They should have known that in December of 2022 that it was recorded over. That's a gigantic nuclear bomb, as I've said, that the earliest interviews were recorded over. Those are usually, or very often at least, the most important interviews that you can have, because people don't know what to lie about. They don't know what they're going to get caught in lying about, and they don't know what's important because they don't know what other evidence exists at that time. So you're catching them like in a very vulnerable moment if they had anything to do with anything. And I'm talking about on any case. And these things are interviewed or taped over, and everybody had to know that. Nick McClelland has never said, I'm sorry, Andy, I didn't know that until February or January 30th of 2024 when we finally learned that, and I've been asking for it for 6 months. Okay, nobody ever bothered to say that. So I presume, because it's a big deal, that they all knew that. Yet McClelland, Holman, nobody ever came forward and say, hey, man, I'm really sorry. That stuff was recorded over. They would know that the very first day that I asked for it. They would know that in a normal world. And then when you do finally turn it over, whenever that point in time is, and you don't call, I had a triple murder up in Indianapolis where the prosecutor called me, sorry, I hope you don't think that I did anything or whatever. And I can continue to look for it, or you can just tell me where it is. And I'm sorry if we have it, but you're not labeling anything. And people don't understand that, that added so many hours of time when it could have been efficient to do it otherwise. If they would have just given it to us in a more managed, like putting it all together and dumping it on us. And the whole Todd Click thing is also should be of concern, I would think, to you and to others who, even if you think that Rick Allen is guilty, because we would not have ever gotten the Elvis Fields interview, the Ned Smith interview, Rod Abrams interview, Johnny Messer interview, all these things that Todd Click turned over on May 1 when Nick received it, and he never turned it over to us until after he realized, oh, they're going to find out about the Todd Click letter. There's no question about that. And we still didn't get it until September 8th.
Brady violation.
And I just, it drives me nuts. And maybe I'm just misinterpreting this because I've been on a roll of misinterpreting what people are saying lately. But why is the kind of conversation, Jerry Holman never apologized to me for this. Nick McClelland, like if I'm Andy in this scenario, I'm going to go, everyone, even the people who honestly in their heart of hearts feel Richard Allen is guilty, should be acknowledging no matter what, that this is very shady business. Not like, oh, we didn't meet in the middle and shake hands and, lay out grievances and acknowledge them. It's, hey, this is inherently shady and people need to pay a lot more attention to this. And again, the Ragers don't care. The people who think Rick's guilty don't care because the cops can do whatever dirty tactics they want because the ends justify the means because they fully feel Rick is guilty. Nonetheless, you kind of default back to like, we're all Richard Allen. This could happen to any one of us. And I think that just gets lost in the fold that like everything that they're doing, I can't speak to what exactly is Brady, what's not, but it's just like you hid an entire group of third party that had a connection to at least Abby from the defense. That's a very problematic. And that doesn't warrant anything less than at least an apology, but a lot more needs to happen from that.
I'm actually arguing that Todd Click saved their fucking life by giving them that information, Nick McClelland and all.
And look what happened to him.
And it would have been a huge Brady violation.
Right.
I mean, they were doing, that's the dirtiest, most fucked up shit you can do as a prosecutor. And he did it from jump with the whole Todd Click shit. So
100%.
And then so Todd Click does them this huge fucking favor, saves their fucking careers, and now he's in trouble for it. Now they're going after him. It's wild.
It's wild.
But I'm going to tell you, had Todd Click never sent that stuff over to McClelland, I don't think we ever get it. And there's incredibly powerful information in those videos, particularly Johnny Messer's video, and particularly Elvis Fields, and all of them, Ned, all of them. And there's things in there that you look at it and you're like, oh my gosh, that's insane. And so on August 1st, were you there for the August 1st?
I was only there for the trial.
Okay. The August 1st was a free for all. That was the day that the judge said, this is the day you have to present your third party suspect evidence to convince me that it should come in. Here's what a normal judge does. I was talking to a good friend of mine who's a really well-respected judge. And he said, I would have had a 2 to 3 week hearing on that. And we would have done it the right way. We would have had that. We would have foundational witnesses. They would have been handed, the evidence. It would have been identified, and then you would have cross-examined them so that the judge has an understanding of the context of why this piece of evidence is important. But instead, here's how it went. And it's like 7:00 at night. Judge, I'm handing you Exhibit 227. This is Johnny Messer's video. I particularly want you to look at the 107 to 114 mark because at that point in time, here's what happens. And then that's kind of what. And Judge Galt, she's not listening to. She's not listening to that. And if she is, she's not understanding it, why that's important. And so she had then 30 days to take all of that evidence and come up with a proper order that whether it to either exclude or include that the third party suspect stuff. Come on. It took her 6 months to get the Franks stuff done. You think she's going to take all of that evidence and watch every single piece of it? Come on. I mean, that I just don't think that happened. And I'm sorry to say that. And I just don't think it's physically possible to do it. And what should have happened is I need more time. Let's do this the right way. But again, here we are, the defense. When Nick McClelland wanted to file a contempt against Brad and me, what did Judge Gall do? In 3 days, she set it for a hearing. And then the hearing was like a week later or 2 weeks later. Okay. We file stuff all the time. And some of it, I don't think ever got ruled on. And some of it, if it did get ruled on, it was after like, are you ever going to rule on this stuff? But when the prosecution, intellectual honesty would say that's fair. Yet when we're trying, and I filed 2 motions, look at those 2 motions, Tom, they were filed around October the 24th or so in back-to-back days. I took the evidence that came out of the trial from the testimony of Pat Cicero and others. And I said, they have opened up the door And it's I looked at it, a lot of my motions, I would say, not so good. These are really good ones. And they really explain, and why should we be able to get our ritualistic crime scene expert in? Here's why. Even at trial, we thought we should be able to get into that before the trial. But during the trial, they opened the door, and Gold at one time, it's at the very end of trial, I don't know if you remember this, but I stood up and I said, hey, are you ever going to rule on my motions? I mean, we're getting kind of near the end of the state's case or whatever. And she said, there's no nexus. And I wanted to say, and she kind of shut me down. What I want to say, I'm not arguing nexus. I'm not arguing opening the door. And I mean, I don't think anybody can say it was fair.
I mean, that just goes to show she wasn't going to roll positive on anything. She wasn't even paying attention.
Thank you, Judge. May I have another?
I have some more, sir.
That they got to bring in and introduce their opinion about the sticks on the bodies, but we weren't. Yet, when they Googled during a break, some looking in panic for some explanation as to headphones in, headphones out. Jennifer, I'll let you address that. Judge Gold let that in, and it's part of the appeal, by the way. Jennifer, what did you think of that?
Okay, Tom, we've kind of taken a bunch of left turns. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to domineer here, but damn.
No,
I want to let you go, but I want to let you we are kind of off my topics, but I just want to do one quick thing where you got off. Why did you not call the Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, at the summer 2024 hearings for third party to explain if you thought there was a message with those sticks?
Well, he didn't know what the message was. It's because we had everything we needed. We had a deposition. We had limited time, number one. We had a deposition. We had an audio of Jerry Holman on September the 19th interviewing him, where he said, yeah, I thought it was, what is it, probable, or it's highly likely. I don't remember his phrase, but yeah, I thought it was highly likely. I don't want to oversell it, but it was this. Yeah, no, we thought this was, Jerry's in there trying, let me rephrase this. Jerry Holman on September 19th, the day after the Franks memo, called them out for not finding the Purdue professor. They magically find the Purdue professor. And you should I don't know if that's out there, that audio tape of Jerry Holman's interview of Turco. Okay. I wish you could get that. But in it, Jerry Holman you could just hear the panic in his voice. He's like, he's trying to short circuit Turco saying something that would show that Holman did not tell the truth on August 10th. So he's like, now you didn't believe that there was, I'm not, this is not word for word, but it's the essence of it was, hey, Turco, we've been trying to get a hold of you for a few weeks now. I'm glad we're able to meet. That goes back to the September 6th problem, the email problem. But hey, I mean, you didn't think that this Odinism stuff, this Norse paganism stuff was anything. And he's like, no, I thought it was, no, that's not true. And so you hear that on September 19th. So it's on audio, to answer your question. Then Holman made a report of that meeting. And we had the original the original report from 2017 that Turco made as well. So when you have limited time, that's what you do. Now, in the end, Turco backtracked. I mean, I don't know how he can backtrack it, but his words are his words. What he said is what he said. And he believed back in those days that, yes, this could definitively be a Germanic runic script that somebody that that's not really.
Keith, if I take a quick 15-minute break, can you start the presentation on your end?
Yeah, I'd have to check out how.
Open his live on a separate tab.
Oh, okay. Hold on, give me a second.
Sorry, guys. Mama needs a break.
I mean, that, or if you want to just like play it through.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. All right, I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit. That way, if you want to say something, they can hear you.
Okay. You're all mine, chat.
An expert would have put out there to tell, to say something that's personal to them. He did say that. And then later on, he tried to, I think he was worried. I don't know what Holman, I don't know what the police, he was worried. It appeared to Brad and me, at least. And I think it was before you got on, Jennifer, that Turco did not want to help. He just didn't want to verify what he said. All he had to do was say, yeah, I said that. I said those things.
But you just said that he could not really decipher what they meant.
Yeah, and we don't need to. All we need to do is it a Germanic runic script? Yes, that's what it is.
He did not say yes. I think he said it could be.
It could be, yeah.
For somebody trying to.
Yeah, Yeah.
Go ahead.
He said clearly.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
I mean, what he says in his report is, while there is overlap between some neo-pagan and some neo-Nazi groups, a wolf symbol would point to a Nazi connection sooner than a Norse pagan one. If the first figure is a Hegel rune and the second a wolf symbol, the conjunction of these two figures would tend to support the Nazi hypothesis. So he gives a lot of ideas in what he says throughout this report is that this appears intentional, that these could certainly be interpreted as runes. And there's a lot of, he gives some preliminary conclusions based on what he saw. So, and I don't know that calling him as a witness, we have such limited time and more important people that we put in his statement, we put in his report, and the judge should be looking at those things.
I do have a section on formation of sticks later. I don't know. We're almost at 2 hours. I'm fine going more. I have so much more to talk about. Are you guys okay going further?
Yeah, man.
He said the fact that it was a Germanic script was a given,
But
appreciate
is what he
I
said.
just want to go back because what's that, Jennifer?
I'm going to shut up for a while.
I don't want to let you guys go. I mean, Rick said there may have been somebody at the bridge. Like, why is that not important to us? He never told, in 2017, he never told police he saw.
Do you see how Tom's going back to his comfortable talking points that he can
girls, he did not see anybody else.
misinterpret,
He tells Liggett and Mullen,
misrepresent?
may have been somebody at the bridge as I was coming back through. To me, that's pretty incriminating. And the only person I can think of is Betsy Blair.
Well, Tom, let's remember, go back to Doolin's couple-minute conversation. We don't know that he wrote everything down. And he's in the middle probably of the biggest investigation of his life. He's got lots of things to do, and now you're going back 5 years and asking him to remember exactly what he said and asked and wrote down. We don't know what.
Doolin normally records his interviews too, by the way, and the biggest interview of his life, he didn't.
That Rick didn't say he saw someone else at the bridge when he talked to Dan Doolin. I don't think that's fair given the circumstances and the evidence that we have now.
And here's another, I'll push back a little bit on that in a different way, Tom, is if you're saying that Rick changed his mind about, he did say originally 1:30 to 3:30, and now he knows, oh crap, I better not say that because I'm going to be, that hurts me, then why would he say other things that also hurt him? I mean, why would he say, I might have been wearing a coat, I might have been this, I might have seen somebody. I would think that if you're going to try to extricate yourself, if you actually are guilty by coming up with information that does not help you and somehow dealing with it, then that's what you would do the whole way through. But I understand why you believe that is important, that he saw somebody and that he said that in 2022, 5 years later. I understand what you're saying, but that's 5 years later, and Rick he's kind of a people pleaser. I mean, I don't know if right before that they're like, did you see anybody? We think you might. I don't know exactly what the context was, but yeah, maybe I did see somebody. I mean,
that's why he even humored the CPS conversation.
That important. It's
trying to people please.
Ultimately, it's all about what time was he on the bridge, and if he was on the bridge, I understand you're doing a good job of explaining why you have the beliefs that you do, and I just think ultimately I have a different opinion about when he was on the bridge, and if I'm correct, if he was on the bridge at 11:30, 11:45 noon and off by 12:30, and everybody's in different places, and then he got back on or they're not paying attention, then everything that you're talking about, who he saw, doesn't really matter at that point, if that's the way that it went down. Yet I also understand, because I think you're trying to be intellectually honest about it, hey, Andy, this doesn't make sense. I mean, what makes more sense is this. That's the way that you view it, and I respect that. So.
You touching your eyeglasses.
How can you respect that when most of it's not true?
I'm trying to think ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the PCA that Doolin said, Rick did not remember description of the females he passed. Yet, as I mentioned before, 5 years later, he gave a very accurate description of those girls. To me, that's kind of shady.
The accurate description is that they were sisters?
That's what Doolin wrote down.
Mm-hmm.
And we have it on video.
Can I ask you, and I'm going to play devil's advocate. I do. I come across a lot of medical records in my work. And that would be every bit as important as a police report, right? And taking good notes. Mm-hmm. People don't always write things down accurately. I had a case, I represented a man. We were going through his medical records, and there's a notation where they had given him a birth control shot. Pretty sure that didn't happen, right? And so, again, this is why it's so important that it should have been recorded. And he's going back later saying what he said, that, his notes are very small. There's not a lot of detail there. So, I'm just not willing, I guess,
what up,
to
Salty?
put the kind of emphasis on these things that you are, because I don't know what was said. And I don't think any of us do. And for people to go back 5.5 years later and say, this happened, that happened, you know, or 7.5 years later, I don't feel good about that.
We know what Rick said on video.
Seems a little sketchy or shady. Okay, I can understand that. Then I presume you also would say that Brad Holder on the 17th of February 2017, when he says, I never met Abby Williams, and then 5 years later says I met her one time, and then 6 months later says I met her twice. One of those times was at Pat Westfall's house, you know, not too soon before the girls were murdered. That is also shady, right? I mean, because if you're on,
I would argue that's more shady.
Your motivation, if you're involved, I'm not saying that these guys are involved. I'm talking about reasonable doubt here. In 2017, if you are involved, your motivation would be, when you're talking, is to, I want to distance myself. I don't want any, I didn't know that person. I had never saw that person. But by 2022, you don't know what you said. You can't remember. And you're like, okay, maybe they've talked to other people and they know that I met her one time. And so I better not say zero. And I feel safe now because they've got another guy in custody. So I'm going to say what I'm going to go the minimum route because I know that I met her once. And then 6 months later, you can't even remember that. You know, you're going to remember, by the way, and then I think it's to say this, you're going to remember if my son dated a girl that was tragically murdered and I had met her and I talked to the police 3 days later, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell the police I met that girl, unless I had something to do with the murders. Then I might say I never met that girl. And so that's the reasonable doubt that I'm talking about. And that's the kind of the shadiness that and this is just, again, frustration from Jerry Holman and others, when I would ask them, doesn't that bother you? Then it's just like, no, people do that all the time. It's not that big of a deal. You know, go read their depositions. I mean, it's just like, come on, can you just be honest and say, yes, that bothers me. I'm concerned about that, but I still think Richard Allen did it. Okay?
No, because they're dishonest people.
You can still be a good, honest cop and say that is a problem. Yes, I wish that wouldn't be there, because I understand, Andy, why you are concerned, but I just don't think that he had anything to do with this, and I don't think the evidence shows that. Say that instead of, it doesn't matter. No, people, they're mistaken and they get that wrong. Oh, really? When your son dated a girl that was murdered, and you're going to tell the police that you don't remember that ever meeting that girl, and then change your story 5 years later because you can't remember what you said? I think that's something that was worthy of a better response from Holman and the rest of the crew when I confronted them with it.
I agree about that, but at the same time, if you're on the High Bridge and Platform 1, and that night on the news, girls are missing, last seen on that same bridge, I think, like, most people would be totally freaked out and remember if they saw another human being at the barricade. I just really feel like Jennifer saying no, but I mean, yeah. I would be freaked out. How can you not remember seeing somebody near the bridge where these girls were kidnapped from?
They didn't know that a murder was going to happen, bro.
You're having to go back now and try to figure out what you perceived at the time.
But it was the same day. It was a few hours later.
Sure. Real. Tell me exactly what you did 5 hours before, who you saw.
I know that I would have seen somebody on the trail.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You're looking at your phone, you're doing this, you're doing that. So again, and now it's later and you're trying to go back. You don't know what's important at the time, right? So how does that get registered?
If that's Tom's argument, why is Sarah Carball changing her story totally valid then?
And I don't think
Sarah Carball should have known exactly who that was.
I think, Tom, you're a very astute guy and probably way better than I am, and maybe the average Joe, at noticing stuff. I mean, knowing Rick's a lot like I am. I just don't view him as a guy that is going to be crazily observant about anything. And, you know, he might say things that like Jennifer saying, that just a part of a memory, or maybe he's kind of infected his brain with stuff the way that Sarah Carball, in my opinion, seems to be, and all that. So I understand what you're saying, though. I do. And I'm not just saying that. I can see why you would have such a kind of a strong belief that Rick was guilty based upon your way of thinking. And I'm not saying that's a wrong way of thinking. I'm just saying
Dan McCain was on the bridge, and that was Dan McCain's car.
Then you've made more sense to me than most anybody else, I would say, that I've listened to. Okay. I still don't agree with it. I still don't believe it. I still have all these issues with it, but at least you're logical. At least you're trying to.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I appreciate you saying that. We're at 2 hours. I'm fine to go as long, but I totally respect you guys do not want to. So next on my list is the 3 girls versus 4 girls. I know we briefly discussed their different descriptions. Do you guys even want to bring that up? How Rayleigh and Bree described Bridge Guy as certain things that really don't match Rick, or do you want to skip this part?
I don't remember everything, the details like you probably do.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I don't know if you want me to refresh.
I'll let Jennifer take this one since I've dominated the conversation, sadly. So.
Why don't you tell us what your private investigators actually did, Andy?
again, everyone is consistent in their inconsistencies as it relates to Rick. She had someone on with a mask, taller than her, probably 5'10". Again, we're assuming we know everyone who is out there. And Tom, you seem like a good person. And so when you say, boy, if I was somewhere where 2 girls were murdered, I'm going to immediately write down everything I saw. I'm going to make sure I have all the detail. I'm going to get a hold of the authorities. But a lot of people aren't like that. A lot of people, unfortunately, are scared to get involved. Sarah Carbaugh, why didn't she come out for 4 months? So we're assuming we know everyone who is there. And when you look at all of the descriptions that different people gave at different places, I'm not convinced we have everybody who's out there. We've got a lot of different descriptions, some of which are similar that, where there are people out there that we just haven't identified yet. And I think that, to me, is what it's.
She's back.
Yo.
What did I miss?
You missed Tom just dying to get back to Betsy Blair. Just like we got to hold her back to Betsy Blair. We got to different things Rick saw and said, got back to Betsy Blair. We talked
to the part about Betsy Blair, like
he wants to have coffee with her so bad. Like I get it, but dude, and also like he again, it's this back porch talk, right? We're sitting there drinking a beer and we're just shooting the shit and we're going, oh, I would have totally, if that were me, I would have totally known exactly every single person I saw on some bullshit Monday in the middle of the day. I would have recalled if someone farted in the woods, because that's how good my memory is, and everyone else is like that. And I just don't know why why we can't recall exactly who. And it's like then the question is raised, why didn't Sarah Carbaugh know adamantly, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, that was a tan jacket? And I guarantee you, we're going to hear the argument at some point in time that he was so covered in mud, she thought that the blue jacket was tan. When you're 3 feet away from him, and according to Tom's argument that you should be able to remember everything, she would have remembered that it was a blue jacket with mud immediately and not a specifically tan jacket. This argument is so like cyclic, and I can't believe he's still doing this whole, well, I would have remembered everyone. Okay, cool.
And they're still not saying anything about Rick not seeing anyone from Platform 1.
Oh, we're not off this bridge yet. We haven't talked about the unspent round. We haven't talked about the DNA. We haven't talked about, they touched on the crime scene like briefly, but then again, Tom got back to just Betsy Blair being the smoking gun of this freaking case, which is amazing.
Even though he doesn't believe in her sketch or the car she saw. Correct.
Also, Rick was able to see through the barricade from probably a football field length away that the girls got off their phone and turned around and started walking towards the south end of the bridge. Yet Betsy Blair, who, whether she was 50 feet or 146 or whatever he said, away from Rick, could not at all have gotten like his entire get up right. But she saw him. And we know that because Betsy Blair got up on the stand and said, yes, I saw that man, and that man's Rick Allen. Wait, we didn't. No,
but there's no way. But I've walked that trail like a million times. There's no way you wouldn't have seen anyone. It doesn't matter that the girls didn't see Betsy. She would have seen Rick.
I'm feeling like the fucking bridge guy of this conversation. Can we get off the bridge and down the hill and talk about that? Like, can we please, like, this, what did she see? What didn't she see? Again, this has been how are we 2 hours into this now?
Almost 3.
Oh my God. And we're talking about Betsy Blair for 3 fucking hours.
Even though he doesn't believe in her sketch or the car she saw.
Yes.
Explains these different descriptions a bridge guy that everyone, some people everybody wants an answer, right? So when you're talking to police, you want to help, you want to be helpful, you want to try to, when they say things and you're trying to figure it out in your head, you may say things that aren't necessarily true. You're putting the pieces together, like maybe, I can see myself doing that even as an attorney, right? And we all want an answer. In the easy answer is Rick, because he puts himself there. But just because he said he was there doesn't mean that's the person all these people are describing.
Totally agree. There's no denying that these girls gave various descriptions of the man they passed that really do not apply to Richard Allen. However, like I said, his description of who he passed was just very accurate.
That's the first time he's admitted that.
So a lot of people want to know, Shen, what do you have to say?
Sorry, I'm ready to talk.
A lot of people want to know, what did you guys do to find 3 girls at noon who Rick said he passed?
What did you find commitment do?
But here's the thing. Let me ask you this. If 3...
Look at Andy's face.
He has a fucking point, though. Although it's not their job, it was.
Absolutely. I'm not, yeah.
So I am glad he asked this. All right, let's see.
If these girls are looking at someone, okay, and taking it in and they're talking amongst themselves, who's to say Rick didn't pass them, but a little further away, but they didn't register him because they're looking at this other guy and they're talking amongst themselves. Like, there are so many possible explanations for this, that can explain a lot. I don't know that we have the right one.
Yeah, I mean, again, through the prism of reasonable doubt, I mean, I appreciate that you're being, again, intellectually honest. I just think unfortunately, a lot of the people that are the pro-state people, I'm not saying you're pro-state, I think you're pro-truth, the pro-truth, but the people that are believe it Allen did this, I think there's a void of intellectual
What
honesty.
are we doing here, guys? I love you, Andy Baldwin. I'm sorry, but god damn, dude.
On a lot of topics, they somehow, at least you're coming up with, hey, they're sisters, younger, even though but the numbers are off. There's that, and my response back would say, you think other people, there could have been 3 other people on there that actually did meet that description? I think so. It's a great question. What did we do to find out who they are? Again, Jennifer said we had investigators. I don't know exactly what you do, how you do that.
Isn't there discovery?
Oh, we had investigators. Wait a minute.
Did you? Tell us more.
Wait a minute. This is my motherfucking moment. Hold on. Are you telling me it was the investigators' jobs to try to find those 3 girls?
If only there were platforms for the investigators to tell us exactly what they did.
They were not the lawyers, Keith.
Oh, yeah.
They were not the lawyers. Not up to them.
Wow. Also, hey, this is starting to become abundantly clear to me why there was a big push for Michael and Kara not to be on this case, if you know what I'm what I'm saying.
Their ineptness would be exposed.
I'm not.
If Michael and Kara had the access,
we don't speak in absolutes,
they
right?
would have done it. They would have found
I don't know. It's weird. I'm literally pissed off. I gotta pee.
Can you tell me what you guys got in regards to who was on the trail that day?
There is not a piece of, you would think that exists. Like, here is a report that lists every single person that was on, that claims that they were on the trails that day and roughly their time frames that they were on there. There is no such, to my knowledge, there is no such document. Maybe you've seen it. I haven't.
So
I made a spreadsheet of it trying to figure it out myself. I don't know why police never did that.
Yeah, and we're trying to piece it together through interviews that we received 5.5, 6, 7 years later. And we know that there were other people in the area, maybe on the trail, maybe not, from the geofence data and all the cell phone data. We know that there were other people in the area. How close they were to the trail, we can't really pinpoint that, but we know that there are other people in the area.
So some people online try to assign these 3 girls to some girls. There's Facebook screenshots of Libby's Aunt Tara, like around the time of the murder, saying if anybody saw them or was there. she says we were at City Park playing basketball, and people try to say that that girl was actually the three girls who passed Rick who passed Rick around noon, and they just don't acknowledge that this girl said, no, we never went to the trail. We were at City Park, which is like 10 minutes away, playing basketball.
Okay, this is the stupidest motherfucking argument, Tom Webster. Here's why I hate this argument. They never said they went to the trails. They said they went to the park. Have you looked at a fucking map, Tom? Do you know where parking is in relation to the trails, in relation to where City Park is? Have you looked? Have you looked, Tom? Maybe you should look. Okay? Because if you did, you would see that you pass the trailheads and all that shit to get to City Park. Funny. So, yeah, they were at City Park, but they had to get there, right? Did they just, from home, we're at home, poof, now we're at City Park. There was no travel whatsoever. Now, it's important to say, I don't know which way these three girls went to get to City Park. Okay, I have never confirmed which way they went together. I cannot say that this is without a doubt the three girls that Rick saw. Okay. But I'm saying it's a very highly likely scenario. Okay. And where Rick actually parked, okay, where he actually parked, comes right up with the way you would go to City Park coming from that end. And that's just period. So no one said those three girls were on the bridge. No one said those three girls were on the trails. No one said they had to be, because they didn't. Okay? Okay. Oh, and didn't Rick say the girls were coming off a trailhead? They were like coming off the trailhead, so they weren't on the trails? Okay.
You guys are saying you never found three girls who were there around noon?
I've never heard. What you just said, I just wrote down. Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in that just because, that's where that whole sleuthing world, I don't know if you consider yourself part of that universe, but there's a lot to be proud of with the work that they've done. And I think if they know something, there's also this talk, I'm sure. I wish I could delve into that world. Like, I wish I could get on Reddit.
Trust me, it's crazy.
But it's not good for my mental health. And
it's not.
Whether they're singing praises or more likely not singing praises, it's not good. But
right, like the group of three that I think it possibly is doesn't mean that it is. It's just, I believe it's highly likely that it's them. But they're not the only group of three. So that's a good point. And I certainly can't prove which way they went to City Park. So who knows, right? That's up for the investigators. That's up for the investigators to find out what way they went to City Park and see if that lines up with where Rick parked and where Rick walks out to get to the trails. That was up to the investigators. Hi, Erica. Okay, bye.
in not doing that, you do miss out on things like the somebody screaming at 2 a.m., which would be more consistent with what we say happened. And I've heard this from other people that have emailed me, and I don't know anything about that. I don't know who there's apparently a couple people, and one of them doesn't want to talk or something. I don't know how much of that's true. I don't know who this person. There's a person that you just told me that out there in the Delphi sleuthing universe says that she might, or people say she was one of 3 people that might have been on the bridge that could be the person that Rick talked to, and it was earlier, that more consistent with his timeline. I don't know if it's embarrassing or shameful, but I just don't know about that. And I hope that would be accurate, because it would help Rick out and it would help our,
it's
our
both.
defense of him.
Well, actually, it's irrelevant, because she says in the screenshot that she was at City Park playing basketball and never at the trail. So she was not.
Oh, okay.
Assume
Mute.
The investigators would have to speak with people.
Yeah. And it's almost as if we were going to put weight to anything that they would have seen that they would have to get on the stand. And again, point at Rick and say that they saw Rick specifically. Because I don't know how, but we got to a point where there's a loud minority of people who honestly believe that Rick over here is bridge guy over here on the video, and that's problematic. So sorry about that. Back to Betsy Blair.
Back to BB.
Unless you didn't want to get.
Wait, there's something I wanted to ask. Salty asked, why do 3 girls coming from another direction even matter? So the argument is Rick said he saw 3, not 4. So even though Tom and everyone else on the state side keeps trying to argue 4, we know that he says there's 3. So we've always been trying to determine which 3 that is. And we think we know the different groups of 3. And I think I know which group of 3. And we know where they were, which was City Park. But we have to somehow correlate to, could that be who Rick saw? Well, if they came from the direction Rick parked, that could be who Rick saw. So that it only matters to argue the point that he never saw fucking a group of 4 girls that they say he saw. The location, it just matters like who he would have been able to run into. If that makes, am I not understanding? The location only matters with like if they would have been able to run into Rick.
Involved, but I mean,
this was before they were even found dead. This is the night of the 13th on Facebook.
So then why do people talk about that if that's
they don't I don't know. It's like I said, online sleuthing is crazy.
Yeah.
So people say, well, what about 3 versus 4? And Rayleigh, in some like interview that she talked to some online sleuth named Bitter Beat Poet, or his name is Doug Rice. Not sure that do you guys either know about him?
No.
So he talked to Rayleigh's mom. Rayleigh Voorhees was one of the girls who passed Bridge Guy. So before Rick was even arrested, this guy talked to the mom trying to get some information, and Rayleigh said that she was walking behind the other 3 girls. So as you guys try to think of different scenarios.
It's not just 3 versus 4 girls, but also the time they were there. The 3 were earlier, and Rick was there earlier. Correct. So the 3 girls that were at City Park, their timeline matches up perfectly with when Rick would have been there too, if he were there earlier, which we believe he was.
Which is what he said on video.
Right, which he said he was.
Yeah, Tom goes, yo, the sleuthing world's crazy. Anyways, Andy, you see this picture? This is how I would have done it.
Rick said he wore a hat and a hoodie, and he's apparently looking down at some point. So did he only see the front 3 girls and not Rayleigh behind? And also, I don't know, maybe that's my only one point.
Well, I don't think that Rick said that he was wearing that. I think it
just became a mukbang stream.
was a point of contention, and it's even in the appeal that he was saying, what might he have worn? And he's like, I might have worn this and I might have worn that. And that was one of the, if you want to call it a lie or fabrication that Liggett made, because he said definitively, Rick said he was wearing a blue jacket and whatever. And when you watch the video of the interrogation, he doesn't say that. And that was super frustrating. The very first time I ever watched the video, the interrogation video, the October 13th interview, I knew that Rick had not said that. The same way that
he said he might have had a skull cap with him, not that he wore a hat.
Admitted that he was headed westbound on 300 North. I went up to Mullen.
And if he had it, it was in his pocket.
And it's so funny to me to think that, like, if whoever did this, to think that they would keep that jacket and then go into an interrogation and say, yeah, I have this jacket after walking northbound on 300 West for everyone and their mother to see, Sarah Carbaugh included, possibly even Derek German, potentially. Like, when you're actually physically there and you see everything, you go, okay, if this person did it the way that the state's saying, they wanted to get caught. They wanted to. But the fact that, like, Rick was like, yeah, I got a jacket, and Kathy said it was purchased 2 years prior. So he didn't even technically, as far as we know, have a blue jacket in 2017. But again, same thing with, like, yeah, we've parked at this CPS building before, or we may have parked there because Mears wasn't allowing people to park in that lot. So we had to go over here. And he pointed out 3 or 4 different places someone could have parked in that area if they wanted to walk the trails. It's the same thing as going, yeah, I mean, I could have worn blue jeans that day. I own blue jeans. I could have worn, I don't know when I have a black or blue jacket. He's a Midwest dad. I guarantee you Kathy shops for him and he just wears whatever shows up at the house. I don't know. It's just like trying to make that fit. And it doesn't.
After his direct, when he had spewed that out, and the prosecutor had not shown Rick's October 13th interview at that time to the jury, and Liggett was just freestyling up there saying, well, Rick admitted that he had been traveling west on 300 North. Maybe not in exact words like that, but that was at a very minimum, that was the impression that he was trying to leave, if not outright saying it. And that's not what Rick said. I mean, Rick never said that. He said maybe one time I went that direction with Kathy. We were kind of on a country stroll or something along those lines. But it never made sense that he would travel westbound on 300 North from his house. It just never made sense. And that's another thing that should have been talked about, perhaps in the probable cause affidavit for the search warrant, maybe down the list. But Rick never said I traveled west on 300 North. Yet Mullen at trial under oath said something to that effect, and then I called him out on it, and then he just said, well,
What country are you moving to? Oh wait, you probably shouldn't announce that. It's a country. Doesn't matter. They're not going to find you.
Come to Ohio.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
Right.
Don't.
Yeah, no. It's way too close to Minnesota. Don't do it.
Maybe I was mistaken on that or whatever. I mean, the transcript speaks for itself. Whatever the transcript says is what it is, but I'm fairly certain that's the way that it went down. And, so I don't even know why there was a reason that I was talking about that, but whatever, it's just what people write down, what they testify to. It may just be inaccurate. It may be more intentionally inaccurate. Sometimes it's a mistake. And, is it possible that that's what you just said? That could be the case. If that was Rick Allen, maybe that he only saw 3 and not the shorter girl or whatever. Yeah, I'll say that's a possibility. Sure. Because I'm intellectually honest.
No, it's not Andy Baldwin. You can't make a person magically disappear or reappear or appear, for that matter. Jesus Christ. This is like one of the cornerstones of why Rick is not the guy, right? Because in my brain, because his timeline and alibi and all that matches up. So why would you ever concede that, oh yeah, maybe he did see? Because then you're putting his timeline at the 2 to 3 mark. Then you're conceding his timeline.
Yeah, and I don't know if Andy understands the impact of like acknowledging phantom witnesses, so to speak, that we haven't really heard a lot of detail from. I don't think that that's where you bend, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I think it's not Rick, because I think it's impossible to do to those girls what he did in the overall time frame. But if we want to stick on, if we want to stay where what everyone saw on the trails, okay. But I mean, it just, I don't feel it's great because again, people can't point at Rick and say it's him. Like I'll go back to that as many times as I need to. Not
and
a single
we
person.
don't know that any of them actually saw Bridge Guy.
Yes, and we don't know that Bridge Guy killed those girls. We're just like the Ragers are just wishing that to happen. That because he was on the bridge at the time. What if it was a guy? What if it was a guy in the bridge that was like walking toward them because he saw some shady shit look like it was about to go down, and then he saw it and he was like, "Oh, I'm getting the hell out of here." And it was completely someone else that told them to go down the hill because we don't see him on video say down the hill. You don't see his lips move.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we don't know if that's the guy. I'm inclined to believe he was involved. You know, but we don't know.
I am too, but I think when we're talking about like you know, a man losing his life in a 130-year sentence, facts are facts.
There could be a possibility of them, but he's talking to the worst bad paybackers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I also think that like I don't know if Andy. He says like the sleuthing world. I don't understand. I don't think he maybe knows the dichotomy of that and who is kind of falling into where. Because I'm almost like, does Andy think that Tom's a crank? Sorry, go on.
It's true.
Not deny. He's like, I have the video if you want me to show it from the interrogation.
No, I know that part well, and
he doesn't deny it. He wants to end the interview right there. And he's like, arrest me. I
yeah,
just can't
because,
get past that. As
Jennifer said, because he's being accused and he doesn't know what he's looking at. It's the same kind of concept on the 26th of October when Holman's like, that is your gun and that gun matches that bullet and that you were there, and he's like, what? I have no idea. Imagine trying to respond to that if you're just a regular citizen and somebody as big, physically big as Holman in this tiny little room. I thought Rick held up great because he looked exactly the way that I would look. I think like I have no idea what you're talking. I can't explain that. And now you're showing me a car. I don't trust you because you brought me in under false pretenses. I'm here to help. And now all of a sudden I realize you're trying to accuse me of something. So I don't know if what you're telling me. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't. He has to be worried. Like if I tell him it's not my car, and it ends up being, he doesn't have the context for what that is. I mean, he has no idea what's going on then, and he has to be worried. Like if I say that's not my car, and somehow they can prove that it is, and I don't know that it is, or whether it is or isn't, am I going to be in trouble? I mean, all these kind of thoughts go up through a person's head. Am I going to be in trouble for anything that I say? And I think that's an explanation. I said I wasn't going to talk, so Jennifer.
Oh, go ahead. Jennifer, do you have anything to add or no?
I think it would be virtually impossible to positively ID your car on that video that's shown to you once.
But
that video is so grainy, so the car's there, I don't know, 2 seconds. I just think that would be impossible. And again, you're trying to help people out, but just because he doesn't deny it doesn't mean he admits it.
But the wheels are a black hubcap, not the traditional silver, and you can see through the wheels, which totally matches up to his car. Okay,
a lot of people's cars. That matches.
Not a lot of people have the black hubcaps though.
But you have a totally black solid object over a fucking grainy transparent thing.
Also, I know we've talked about this before. I still want to know. I want to see that actual video. I do not want to see screenshots that Mullen took with his Nokia. I don't care. And that DVR was an Ethernet ported DVR. It was not like an analog camera, which is like old school, what you would plug in your TV back in the day. It was an analog camera. There are way more quality shots, and there has to be way more quality footage if they actually extracted it from the DVR hard drive. I will not budge on that. But instead, and I think they did this intentionally, it was an HDMI port routed to some probably dusty monitor that no one's ever care to clean, and they took a couple pictures of it, or they did like a print screen, and it just sacrificed the quality of the image. I'll take that to my grave. Release a video.
Plus silver.
If
Really?
it's black,
Any statistics on that?
I'll look it up. Siri.
if it's black, I mean,
Let me just show you guys this real quick. This
Yeah.
Gray Hughes did this.
Oh, well,
overlay.
Gray
he got
Hughes
a
did
3D
it.
model of a
Oh.
2016 Ford Focus.
Well,
and this is probably only
fucking
like 10
hold the
seconds.
phone, guys. Gray.
So that's the
Hughes
3D model.
yeah.
He puts it over the screenshot, and it totally matches a 2016.
Oh my
Ford
God,
Focus.
it's like
Goes
it's
back and
almost
forth
totally
between
blacking
the
out
3D model
everything
of the
behind it.
2016
It's
Ford Focus
amazing.
with those see-through wheels.
Hey, you know what else you could do with
In my
this? You know
opinion, it matches up
you know
with
else you
guys'
can render to exactly
I mean,
fit this?
it looks-
Gray Hughes Subaru Outback at the time. Because it's the same fucking cut, dude. Where were you February 13th of 2017, Gray?
Where were you? Oh God.
Whoever Gray Hughes is, it looks like what Gray Hughes, you know, I'd have to I'd want to sit down and look at his things, and I'd want to look at the other people that have a different way of doing it.
Gray's going to put you in jail, Andy.
Could be compelling, I suppose. I mean, but I'd want to sit down and look at his things, and I'd want to look at the other people that have a different way of doing it. And sure, that could be compelling, I suppose. I mean, but
I think there are a lot of facts we don't have about that. Also, It doesn't look like it quite matches up.
yeah, it didn't completely match up. I mean, on the Hulu special, you saw how they lifted the hand rune off of Brad Holder's hand and put it right onto the illustration of the runes. What I would say are runes or sticks found on Abby.
Yeah, let's
The
talk
illustration
runes,
of
Andy.
that, and that seemed to match too. But I'm presuming other people would say no, that doesn't match. And you can kind of, if you want to make it look like something. By the way, that's kind of a bizarre thing, isn't it? I mean, the whole that in and of itself, that Holder had that on his wrist, and it looks like that, even if it's not identical. Even Kevin Murphy, State Trooper Murphy, said, I remember exactly his words on August 1st, but I think they were something to the effect of, "You're not being honest if you don't admit that looks, what's on his hand looks like the arrangement on Abby." And but whatever. I mean, I guess that's just a giant coincidence along the same lines as all of the F sticks that are arranged and all the different stick formations that are on his book page, and the mimicked crime scene photo that the police found and then conveniently lost. I mean, because we all have images, I think, on our Facebook page. I can speak for most of the humanity, of girls on a forest floor with sticks on them. I mean, I think that's pretty normal for people. So that doesn't really matter, even though.
Got him.
Yeah, Andy, runes are crazy. Anyways, I want to show you a picture where I think Betsy Blair was at the time that she took a shit in the library. They're going to get back to it.
You know, that's what the crime scene looked like, and nobody knew what the crime scene looked like, and that's on there. I mean, come on.
Well, we're going to get to that later, but there was no indication that that screenshot that I saw was either on Facebook or associated with Brad Holder's
Whoa.
Facebook
I wasn't
page. It's just
expecting
the
that.
photo.
You mean the mimicked crime scene photo?
Correct. It
Well,
doesn't say Facebook at the top. It does not say Brad Holder posted this and the date. So
Oh,
we
is
can
he?
talk about it later, but I
Yeah.
understand that it's very similar to the crime scene and suspicious and just plain odd. But
Oh my God. Tom Webster is basing his whole thing on trial facts, testimony only. That's what he's doing.
So why didn't Stacey Diener contest that? Well, I guess she did. Never mind. I'm thinking of something completely different.
Okay, it's respectable to follow how a trial goes and testament, like all of that. But if you leave out all the like depositions and all the pre-trial and all that shit out, especially in this case, you cannot.
But if I'm supposed to believe that it was posted by Brad Holder, I want to see like
I mean, you can't use that trial
Brad
as
Holder over
facts,
and Brad Holder's
period.
name next to that photo and the date. And I've never seen that.
well, if you trust Trooper Purdy, he said that they saw it on his social media, and he said specifically Facebook, and I don't know if I'm not on Facebook, so I don't really know the proper phraseology, if it's reposting or whatever, if it's screenshotted in an image. I don't know exactly what all the possibilities are, but I do know this: Purdy, on roughly page 77 to 80 or roughly on his deposition, admitted, and this was a big moment for us because, we have to lay a foundation and to get that entered. And Purdy admitted it. Yeah, I was for a while, I was investigating Holder, and that was on his Facebook page. And then later on,
Tom doesn't read
depositions under oath the second
depositions.
time. And then later on at the August 1st hearing, he changed his story, and that's suspicious as well. Just as much as what's suspicious, Tom, and I'm presuming you would agree with me, if that image that does resemble, especially the way the one girl is posed, is very similar to the way Libby was posed. If that really existed and it was anywhere on Brad Holder's social media, that should be a major concern or just a major interest to law enforcement. And you would want to make sure that you hold on to that image. And they lost that. That's what they told me, at least. They lost that. The only reason I even know that it existed is I saw the Trooper Winters report that I think is probably out there. I'm not sure, from Ryan Boucher, who emailed him, and Winters must have known about the crime scene somehow, because he's like, this looks like the crime scene. It kind of
Great fucking point, Miku. Here's a picture from Gray Hughes, and then, well, no court exhibits say. But look at this fucking thing that Gray Hughes made.
Here's what the crime scene looked like. And then Winters, because Winters was going away, like he was going on some type of leave or something. Before I leave, I wanted to go, I wanted something done about this. So I went to Holman, who was in that state, that Trooper Holman was in at the time, at the state police post in Lafayette. And I went to Holman and I showed him this stuff. And I asked for a new interview and for things to be done. And then it wasn't done. And it's just infuriating. I mean, I got to believe, even those who believe that Richard Allen is guilty would just have to say, how can that be? How can it be that Brad Holder was being investigated because of his ties to Norse paganism and the belief that there were Norse paganists involved in the murder of these girls from as early as day 1 or 2 of the investigation? And there's a photograph of 2 girls on the forest floor. One of them posed very similarly to Libby, and it's on Brad Holder's social media, according to police reports and testimony. And nothing was done about it. I mean, it's a mind blower.
Or even say that, when he admits in his deposition, he saw it on Brad Holder's Facebook page, but didn't take a screenshot or the picture or preserve the evidence.
And then they lost it. And there's a person out there that they say, well, we gave it to this person and she retired, and we're not really sure what happened to all of that.
Like I said, I mean, they should have had I have a folder for every suspect. I have Brad Holder Facebook screenshots, a folder just for that. I could find the MIB screenshot within 10 seconds. It's very concerning.
Yeah.
Lack of police work.
But you were just saying you don't even know if it's real or if it was ever.
I'm wondering how convenient is it that it's gone? And how convenient was it that Purdy walked in on August 1st and said, well, maybe it wasn't on Facebook? That was an important hearing. And,
I totally understand your frustration with him changing it. However, like I said, you went to Georgia to Ryan Boucher's home, correct?
Yes.
Did you see this screenshot? Because what's on the internet is only the photo. Did you see that it says Facebook and Brad Holder in that screenshot? Because without it, I totally understand it's suspicious as heck against Brad Holder. But if I, as a jury member,
just said
how am I
Purdy
supposed to
saw
associate
it
with him if you're
on
just telling
his
me and I don't see like
fucking
Facebook.com at the
Facebook
top
page.
and Brad Holder
That's
right
what.
when he
That's
posted
your
it.
evidence.
I just wish I knew more about.
Did you
how
ignore
Facebook
that?
works. I didn't go to.
It's in the Franks.
By the way, we went to a hotel just to be accurate. But I just remember when he pulled
He's just
that
not
up,
listening.
along with
He's
the other stuff
waiting
that was
to
on there,
respond.
like the Goodfellas
He's
meme
waiting to
and
respond.
the 2 a.m. My testosterone is high and all that. And I really came down there for the one. I mean, I came down there. I had the other stuff, but what I didn't have was the mimicked, and I wanted to see what it looked like. And I did not want to ask McClelland for it because I didn't trust him by then, and I didn't trust police, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't want them to get to Boucher, honestly, like to go down there. And so we drove down there, and when he pulled that up and I looked at it, I could not believe it. But I can't sit here and tell you, and I'm not trying to be coy. I'm just not a Facebook guy. I don't know if you can like screenshot something and post it on there. I'm not really sure how that all works, but it was all in the same stuff with Boucher.
Stop.
And all the stuff was in the same, and it was talked about in the report, Winters report that you've seen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And Trooper Purdy admits that was, I think even at the August 1st hearing, he tried to like, I don't know. I felt badly for him in a weird way, even though I'm not really positive exactly how that went down. It was very shady, is a polite way of saying it. And I don't know if he looked like a hostage or whatever, but you know, he did. I think in the end, if you read the transcript from August 1st, I think my memory of it is something along the lines of, you know, there was a folder with Brad Holder's stuff in it, and that was in that folder. Okay.
Folder with Brad Holder.
Okay, then what difference does it make in a way? Why is that in there? Then that becomes an issue. But anyway, it's just a mind blower that that we even have to talk about why that's important when Jerry Holman, again, in an act of intellectual dishonesty, is just like, that's not a big deal. You know, it's just, come on, can you be honest and just say, that is disconcerting, Mr. Baldwin, that is a problem, but here's my response to it. An intellectually honest response is this, and here's what it is. I don't think there is one though, other than it's disconcerting, but maybe the best one would be what you're saying, and that we're not sure that was on Brad Holder's page. If it was, I agree that's the problem.
Yes, the picture is very suspicious, but even in Ryan Boucher's affidavit that you included in one of your filings, he says that he got certain photos from Holder's page, but for this specific one, he said that it was associated with Holder and associates.
I felt badly for him in a weird way, even though I'm not really positive exactly how that went down. It was very shady, is a polite way of saying it, and I don't know if he looked like a hostage or whatever, but you know, but I just remember when he pulled that up along with the other stuff that was on there, like the Goodfellas meme and the 2 a.m. You know, my testosterone is high and all that. And I really came down there for important hearing, and you know,
I totally understand your frustration with him changing it. However, like I said, you went to Georgia
and I went to Holman and I showed him this stuff, and I asked for a new interview and for things to be done, and then it wasn't done, and it's just infuriating. I mean, I got to believe even those who believe that Richard Allen is guilty would just have to say, how can that be? How can it be that Brad Holder was being investigated because of his ties to Norse paganism and the belief that there were Norse paganists involved in the murder of these girls from as early as day 1 or 2 of the investigation? And there's a photograph of 2 girls on the forest floor. One of them posed very similarly to Libby, and it's on Brad Holder's social media according to police reports and testimony, and nothing was done about it. I mean, it's a mind blower.
Or even saying that, you know, when he admits in his deposition he saw it on Brad Holder's Facebook page, but didn't take a screenshot or the picture or preserve the evidence.
And then they lost.
He admits it in his deposition that he saw it.
Purdy was made aware of Brad Holder in the first place because Becky Patty tipped Brad Holder into Purdy. And then he found the image on the Facebook. It's in the Franks. And not a single person throughout this entire process stood up to contest that.
And yet, we're going to argue.
And there's a person out there
I've never
that they say,
seen
well,
the
we did it
actual
for this
photo.
person.
Yeah.
And she retired, and we're not really sure what happened to all of that.
And he fucking does.
Like I said, I mean, they should have had I have a folder for every suspect. I have Brad Holder Facebook screenshots, a folder just for that. I could find the mimic screenshot within 10 seconds. It's very concerning.
Cecil's spreadsheet.
So I put on my screen some of the most important times that I think relate to Libby's phone data.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to just review it real quick. Like 2:02 is when Brad Weber.
This is his selected most important data.
Yeah, this list is pretty short, but okay.
His was the most, okay. Moved steps. Brad Weber clocked out of work at 2:02. BG video.
Is this Brad Weber's testimony at trial, or is this what he told the FBI in the early days after the girls were found?
Good fucking question. I don't know. I think it's just trial bullshit.
Probably.
Okay. This mess. What? Why are these important? Okay. Moved 7 minutes, 17 seconds. Last time Libby's phone moved. The flights climbed elevation change. Weber's phone first pinged at parents' home private driveway, 2:50. Well, that's honest.
Hey, you know what? We don't have every time Betsy Blair took a breath in this either, so that's good too. But he did mention phone data.
Wait, that's honest, right? What time did Brad Weber get there? Yeah, he was on the driveway at 2:45. 2:50?
Let me look it up. I don't remember.
I can't remember what time the FBI report said. Michael, do you recall what time the FBI said that they pinged him? Yeah, he pinged at the house, but I'm trying to remember what time the FBI report said he pinged, because that's the honest time, and I think Tom's is accurate, but I just want to make sure he's being honest. I can't recall. 2:50. Okay, so he's going good.
Checks out of work at Lafayette. 2:13 starts
So
the first night video. 2:14 it ends.
Mm-hmm.
So then he acknowledges that the van thing, the 2:30 thing, couldn't have happened, correct? He must, right?
Immediately after that, Libby tries to usually use her fingerprint on the phone. Then the phone moves for 4 minutes and 7 seconds from 2:14 to 2:18. 2:18 to 2:25, the phone stops for 6.5 minutes. 2:25 to 2:32, it moves for 7 minutes and 17 seconds until it totally stops for good at 2:39 p.m. Between 2:25 and 2:32, it showed that 2 flights were climbed, which equals 10 feet. 2:50 is the first time Brad Weber's phone pings at his parents' house at the end of the driveway. 4:06, Libby's grandmother sends her SMS message. 5:44 p.m., Libby's phone connected to a tower. 5:45 p.m., Libby's grandmother called her, and milliseconds after the phone starts ringing, the data on the phone shows either headphones or an auxiliary cable were put into the phone. Water damage is also a possible explanation. 10:32 p.m., at first the police thought that was when the phone depleted. Years later, they re-examined the data, and apparently the phone did not turn off at that time. Also at 2:32 p.m., defense expert Stacey Eldridge said that headphone jack was removed. She said, quote, "I cannot think of any explanation that doesn't involve human interaction," end quote. Final 2 times are at 4:33. Her phone connected to the tower again and received about 15 SMS text messages. SMS come through the cellular network, and they downloaded messages that were previously sent throughout the day. Finally, 4:34 p.m. was the last operating system event on Libby's phone. Now, I know you guys have said that there's phone data that proves that Richard Allen could not have been
pictures. Libby's phone was under her shoe, under Abby's body, from 2:32 or sometime in there after, right? If you believe the state's timeline, the latest that would have happened would have been maybe 3:50 if you believe that Sarah Carbaugh saw Richard Allen on 300. So you've got between 2:32 and, let's say, if he's huffing it 3:50, that seems like it would be a haul to get from there up to, you got to go up a hill and up to 300. So if you look at the crime scene photos, you can't see the phone under the body. They had to move things around to find the phone. So according to state, Rick Allen is gone by 3:50 and he never goes back. So I'm going to disagree with your comment about that this could have been water damage. A, their report showed there was no water damage to the phone. And B, that probably would have registered, okay, that they're in a different place on the phone, that there was water damage. So if you believe that the only way to mesh these two events, the state's theory of the timeline and what we know from the phone, is that someone happened upon these bodies at 5:44 p.m. And instead of saying, hey, I found 2 dead bodies, they decided to root around under the bodies, find the phone, plug in some headphones, maybe hang out until 10:32 or come back at 10:32 and unplug the headphones. That incredible dubiosity for that theory to be true, right?
I agree with that.
That, it's kind of hard to imagine a world or a reality in which that happened. But the cell phone data is a cell phone data. That whether Sarah Carbaugh saw Rick Allen on 300 North, I don't know. We don't have any photos. We don't have any videos. We have what she believes she saw after she's shown a picture of Bridge Guy, right? We also know that the phone didn't connect to the tower for quite some time, from 5:44 on, really, until 4:13 a.m.
4:33, I think.
4:33. I'm sorry, 4:33. And there's really, but the battery was there. So what happened? That the idea that it was there but not connecting when it hadn't moved and the situation hadn't changed makes no sense. To me, that evidence of, one, it's not connecting to the tower, and two, wired headphones in it shortly after she gets a call from her grandmother that would in effect silence the phone, and then disconnected at 10:32. There's no way to mesh that with a theory that Richard Allen killed these girls. None. He was home. He was home at 10:32. He was home at 5:44.
Oh, here we go.
My issues with that are they crossed a creek where you can see the following day in helicopter footage, the searchers are up to their waist. So I think it's obvious that the phone could have had some water damage crossing Deer
You
Creek.
don't know that they crossed the creek.
There, the phone stops moving at 2:32 p.m.
Yeah.
It never moves. There's no app usage, nothing, until 22 hours later when the phone is found under her body.
Derek Sherman was at the bridge at 3:15.
The fact that the headphones registered.
I guess someone needs to email Jennifer because she obviously hasn't heard of the cold shock theory. So there might be something there for that.
I didn't do it.
Cold shock theory, folks.
Within milliseconds, less than 1 second after the phone is moving, because it's ringing when the grandmother calls at 5:45. To me, that seems totally possible that the phone movement caused some kind of water down by the bottom of the phone to register.
Did she not just explain that there was no water damage on the fucking report?
That officer taking a break and looking at Google and saying,
so did Stacy.
People are saying online that it could have been.
They crossed a creek. It got water damage. It just didn't register it.
Water damage. It's undeniable that people online who had an iPhone 6, like Libby, complained years ago that their phones were showing that their headphone jack was plugged in after they had some kind of water damage when there was nothing actually plugged in. So for me, the fact that that headphone message comes within less than 1 second after the phone is moving because it's ringing, to me, that's an explanation about how it could falsely register that somebody is putting in headphones.
Causation doesn't equal correlation, Tom.
He's saying when the phone was ringing at 5 whatever, that it caused the phone to shake. And then the phone, by shaking, got something in it that caused that message. Yeah,
I'm guessing that was probably around the time that everyone just assumed that 5G gave everyone cancer. And how are you? What a few boomers were drawing that conclusion that because they were near a pool or a body of water, and maybe their phone dipped in, that all that damage was causing the headphone jack to malfunction. Could it possibly be because they dropped the phone and the phone hit the ground first and there was some actual damage to it? Maybe. I don't know. Could it be that maybe they had their headphones plugged in while it was in the water? Could be a number of different things. But to say there were people online that said after the phone got water damage, they noticed having problems with their headphone jack is a crazy left field take.
Well, it's no better than Cecil. I Googled.
And it's certainly not better than the argument that Jennifer just made, which was there was no registered water damage. Because those phones probably would have registered water damage then. So he detracts from that. What's that?
They absolutely would have.
Yeah, Tom's doing the same thing that Holman did with Turco. Well, from my research, dude, okay, great. We get it. You typed something into whatever search engine you chose, and you found something that fulfilled your prophecy. Congratulations. The thing to counter that is that there was an expert on the stand that literally said a headphone jack was plugged into the phone, and before that was even said, not a single fucking person in Unified Command knew that happened because they didn't look at the report the right way.
Michael just made the best point. We're also ignoring and not bringing up the headphone activity that happens right after the BG video ends. I don't. They didn't discuss that in trial, so I'm sure Tom Webster doesn't know about it. But yeah, so that was prior to any water damage. Say we believe this water damage bullshit.
I wonder if the state would make an argument going, okay, great, then we're just acknowledging that something was wrong with the phone even before they were approached, and that means that
just wild fucking fucked up errors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, as you said, like, it's dubiosity, because like if somebody's standing at the crime scene, they have to be holding the phone within less than 1 second to put that in there when the grandmother calls. And 5 hours later, there's absolutely no movement of the phone. There's no app usage. So to be like, oh, for 5 hours, somebody is standing
actually there is
holding the phone and then just takes it out, doing nothing else. And we know
I'll get Jennifer's face.
5:45. The family's out there looking. Mitchell Catrone, the officer, was out there by about 5:30 at the private drive looking. Nobody sees anybody standing at the crime scene holding a phone with headphones. So to me, like, this whole idea.
No one sees the girls either, bud.
Or 3 hours after.
What?
No one sees the girls either.
Within less than 1 second,
What?
the grandmother calling and the phone actually moving back and forth.
Hold on.
It's dubious.
What just happened? Oh, I think I went back.
By the way,
You know,
I don't know if
there's
it
no way to
works
mesh
for you.
that.
For me,
It's undeniable.
bugs, if you like tap left or right on your keyboard, like the arrows, I think it goes back like 10, 15 seconds. just so you're not clicking around.
It's amazing. I really
No,
wish someone would have told me that like a million hours.
I know. I know. I was gonna DM you it, but I was like, I'll just.
That's amazing. I'm so old.
We're good. No, we're good.
So funny. Okay, here we go.
And saying, oh, people are saying online that it could have been water damage. It's undeniable that people online who had an iPhone 6, like Libby, complained years ago that their phones were showing. So for me, that's ringing. To me, that's an explanation about how it could falsely register that somebody is putting in headphones, which, as you said, like, it's dubiosity, because like if somebody's standing at the crime scene, they have to be holding the phone within less than 1 second to put that in there when the grandmother calls. And 5 hours later, there's absolutely no movement of the phone. There's no app usage. So to be like, oh, for 5 hours, somebody is standing at the crime scene holding the phone and then just takes it out, doing nothing else. And we know that was at 5:45. The family's out there looking. Mitchell Catrone, the officer, was out there by about 5:30 at the private drive looking. Nobody sees anybody standing at the crime scene holding a phone with headphones. So to me, like,
It's because their bodies weren't there. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom, for more evidence to the fact as to why those bodies were not at the crime scene when people were searching.
Yep.
Thank you, Tom.
Oh no, but they didn't find the bodies because 3 sticks on the girls hit him so well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
this whole idea that somebody's standing there for 5 hours or 3 hours after the murders, randomly plugs in the headphones within less than 1 second of the grandmother calling and the phone actually moving back and forth. It's dubious, as you say.
Because it didn't happen. So
What didn't happen?
you're ignoring the there is no scientific evidence. And here, first, let's talk about this. When we have experts come into court to testify, there are certain standards that have to be met. They have to make sure that the ideas that they're testifying about, are reliable, they're accurate, they can be replicated, and these are very stringent rules that need to be met for what we don't want is, I mean, we know there's a lot of stuff on the internet, right? Some of it's true, a lot of it's not. And that's why we don't rely on internet searches in criminal cases, especially when you're talking about convicting someone of murder. I mean, in any criminal case, you wouldn't want that. If you were accused of a crime, you wouldn't want that kind of evidence used against you. Some Apple discussion group? Good heavens. No, that's not the type of scientific evidence that we rely on in court. What we rely on are studies that people have made of these phones. And so there's no evidence of water damage. And had there been water damage, the phone would have logged it, and it didn't. And if you look at the state's reports, it didn't. There's no evidence. Even they admit there's no evidence of water damage. And what you're talking about when it's moving, you know, maybe it's jiggling if it's on silent, but it just rings if it's not on silent, so there wouldn't be movement. And I'm not suggesting at all. When I said incredible dubiosity, I meant it's incredibly dubious that someone was out there where the bodies were found with a phone. What I'm saying is the bodies weren't there. That their whole timeline is so jacked up, and their whole
OJ from the left.
Finally.
I'm proud of you, girl.
Finally. Anyways,
Yeah.
Betsy Blair.
Betsy Blair. Back to Betsy.
facts are so wrong. They've got that wrong too.
Remember, tell Tom about the mistake that I think it was Bunner or maybe it was Cecil made when the way that they turned on the phone and the stuff that is eliminated or that comes off of the data, off of the search, so that you can't tell when the phone was turned on or off, for example.
Yeah.
Last thing in, last thing out. And that helps explain, you know, why the phone wasn't there and why it reconnected when the body came back at 4:33 a.m. and all those SMS messages showed up. So explain that, because you knew that. I felt you knew that very well. And I don't remember which officer plugged it in and did the full extraction or whatever. I don't remember all those details.
Sure. So when Bunner first initially got the phone, he turned it on and did a partial extraction, which removed a lot of data. And then they sent it down later to Indianapolis. So when you do that, you erase some of the data that would have been helpful to have. And the more you do it, the more data is erased. And, you know, I think, it went to a governmental agency, I think in North Carolina. I mean, that phone made a lot of journeys, and a lot of people were trying to look at it. And every time you do that, you destroy some of the evidence. And you asked me about another topic, and now I can't remember what it was.
Well, I think that was just kind of, you know, the 4:33 a.m. is just as important as the 5:44, 10:32 and out. By the way, before I forget, Tom, what would you say? I understand what you're saying about, you know, about the phone perhaps moving, okay, but it's not connected to the tower. That's another issue, a different issue. But what about the phone out, the aux cord out or the headphone out? What explains that?
So I think a possible explanation, like I said, they crossed this Deer Creek. If Libby had, or even Abby had the phone in Libby's jeans as they crossed, I think there's water damage. On top, the phone is on the ground. On top of that is Libby's sneaker that could have been wet. On top of that is Abby's body that wearing Libby's sweatshirt that could have been wet from crossing the creek, which it was. I mean, they testified at the trial that it looked like the sweatshirt was wet. So I think there could have been over between 2:32 and whatever, 5:45, some kind of water. When the phone rings, it causes the water to displace a little bit and register as headphones. 5 hours later, maybe it dried out so that it was never.
Okay, so they were so wet, right? They were so wet that it was testified that her sweater was wet, okay? So then when the headphone was plugged in, though, over those 5 hours, it dried out, right? So that's why it said headphone out, because it dried out. But then everything else was still wet.
Or maybe Ron Logan was down there at 10:16 and said, "Oh, these poor dead girls. I'm gonna turn their phone off for them.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna save their battery because we're gonna need this later on."
yeah. Poor girls. And that's how he got caught up. And that's why his phone ping's there. Justice for Ron Logan.
It's Midwest nice.
We're not still doing that same message.
So maybes and
But you guys have a lot of maybes too. When I did some other issues, you guys had alternate scenarios.
Yeah, no, I understand it.
Scientifically backed up.
Yeah.
And we're into a lot of speculation about, you know, that it's not supported by any of the evidence. You know, there is no evidence of water damage to the phone. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, there's no evidence that they were taken away from the scene after 2:32 that you guys just said.
Except
there is evidence, and that's the 4:33.
Tell me, because I have not
so
seen
let
it.
me ask you this. Can we go back to your phone timeline?
You want me to pull it up?
Sure.
Oh, she's a fun timeline.
225 to
Are they finally going to fucking fight back? Like, are we actually going to see some, I don't know. All right.
Sassy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Correct.
2 flights climbed.
Correct.
Where did that happen? Didn't
So
happen there.
from the bridge down to the private driveway is more than 10 feet.
No,
Right.
this is climbed. This isn't going down.
This
down.
is up or down. That's how it,
Not. Nope.
Apple Health data from what I've seen is either upward, a change of 10 feet either way.
Nope.
No, that's wrong.
Nope. Testified to the
I don't
fact
know.
that that's not
Even if that is true, Tom, it's 70 feet.
It's not true, Andy.
It's 70 feet from the top of the bridge to where those girls were found. 70.
So you're saying phone data is incorrect sometimes?
No.
Well, I'm saying there's other explanations that here's one. The girls never went down the hill. They went along. If you've been on, I know you can't get on that south side of the bridge like we've been able to get there, but if you don't go down the hill, and we don't know what happened right after you hear those words or whatever. What happens if this happened? Yeah, never mind. That looks treacherous. I need you to go straight. If you go straight, it's like it's kind of like a continuation of the railroad tracks. And you've probably seen that on like on satellite or whatever. And you go down that road, and eventually you won't start running into some outbuildings and so forth. And that's more consistent with going up 2 flights or even down 2 flights.
Let the woman handle it.
70 feet going down. I mean, you either trust in the data or you don't. If you're going to.
Jennifer Auger, I apologize for everything I said prior to this. I'm so proud of you right now.
I don't. I agree with letting her talk about the one thing that she. Never mind. I'll be right back.
The phone is her shit. That's true.
Yeah.
Just let her go.
Right. Agree.
Use it, not you particularly, but anybody that's using it. If they're going to say, "Oh, well, this supports our theory," well, no, it doesn't, because the health data says 2 flights, which is no more than 30. I think we remember confirming that, and it's 70 feet down. So, what makes more sense to me is that under road that goes under the bridge and it meets up at Weber's house. That when you get a phone into a car, it's not going to register movement.
Maybe the 2 flights climbed of at least 10 feet each could possibly be explained if Rick had Abby and Libby start to climb back up to the private driveway, which is over 10 feet above, but then decided to cross Deer Creek, which from standing in the bottom of the creek and then walking up to the crime scene could be 10 feet up the embankment.
And the thing that just gets overlooked a lot because of the phone in, phone out, but before that, we were super excited about the 4:33 a.m. because what that shows to us is, but before that,
10 feet up the embankment, which from standing in the bottom of the creek, which is over 10 feet above, be explained if Rick had Abby
movement.
Maybe the 2 flights climbed of.
All right. I'm going to try to make sense of this. Now we're just creating more scenarios.
At least 10 feet each could possibly be explained if Rick had Abby and Libby start to climb back up to the private driveway, which is over.
So they started to climb back up from where? What?
Over 10 feet above, but then decided to cross Deer Creek, which from standing in the bottom of the creek and then walking up to the crime scene could be 10 feet up the embankment.
And the thing that just gets overlooked a lot because of the phone in, phone out, but before that, we were super excited about the 4:33 a.m. because what that shows to us is, this all hinges upon the state's theory. The phone is under Libby's body or Abby's body from 2:32 p.m. until noon the next day, roughly. Yet it stopped connecting to the tower. The officer, the state trooper who's since passed, but he put out a report, and I can't think of his name.
Blocker.
But what is it?
Blocker.
Says it's 2 options, basically. Either the phone doesn't work or it's out of the area. Well, the phone worked. We know that. So then the other option is it's out of the area, and that's why it's not connecting to the tower. That's a long way to answer your question. Like, well, if the phone wasn't there, then I'm all ears on that. Well, and it sounds like you probably processed some explanation for this, but this is an explanation for sure. And that is Blocker was correct. The phone got into a vehicle. Somehow it's gone, and then it doesn't move. And then when they come back, it reconnects to the tower.
The girls getting on top of the phone after 2:32 p.m. The phone is north of the creek at 2:32 p.m. It never moves. So if you're saying they were taken away in a car, at what point do they get from wherever to the crime scene?
First of all, we don't know that the
After
phone
everyone called
was
off the
at that
search.
location at 2:32.
But it never moved.
Pardon?
It never. There's no data showing it moved after 2:32.
I agree, but I'm not willing to assume that the phone was at 2:32, that the phone was at the location where it was found, you know, on February 14th.
It also didn't go down 70 feet. I mean, you know, these things are, you know.
You're assuming that the phone was at the site where the bodies were found at 2:32, but there's no evidence of that.
Well, we know that the next time it was found was 22 hours later under Abby's body.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know it was there at 2:32.
There's
The
a whole
phone
other
was still
thing about the low battery and whether or not once it got back, did it get connected? Was there a pulse that was sent out, because they're just sending those out every 15 minutes? There's all these different possibilities of how it reconnected to the tower, but nobody has ever been able to explain, well, what happened between 5:44 and 5:44 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th that would cause it to get all these SMS messages.
Something
No,
changed at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, and no one has ever answered that question.
Well, what was the last operating system at 4:33? What was there going on there?
It was, I'd have to pull up my data. Apple Music.
Some other type of event at that same exact time. She left.
Oh.
I imagine it's the same reason that the 207 picture didn't come from the phone. What if they spoofed it? We wouldn't know because Cecil turned it on and off and on and off and on and off.
If they were taken away, the reception is better out in the open road compared to being on the ground with a shoe on top and Abby's body experiencing rigor mortis.
Unless you have it in a bag where there's something that is interfering with the reception.
Tom doesn't understand that the criminals have ways of getting around these things nowadays.
And this is the part of his segment where he agrees that he would have done the same thing the killers did.
Yeah.
He goes, no. The whole like standing on the bridge thing, that's crazy. Parking at CPS, wouldn't have done that, but I totally would have left the phone underneath the girls. Sorry, I'm going to let Jennifer talk.
But it would show movement. The reception isn't dependent upon movement. The phone's going to register movement. It's totally different than reception.
Not if it's in a car.
So if they went in a car, how did the bodies get back to the crime scene without the phone registering movement?
Well,
she just explained a Faraday bag or something, you dumbass.
By the way that they extracted the information and connected it, we would have a lot better knowledge of what was going on in that phone. And that's one of the big problems is there might.
Tom, you're not I'm sorry, Tom. I'm just angry.
Might be an explanation. The low battery. It was a low battery, and for some reason it doesn't connect. But then when it gets pulsed by the 15-minute pings and it comes back into the area, that might do it. I mean, nobody, it's not our burden to prove this, but there's definitively problems that that phone didn't connect for 10 hours, and then all of a sudden it did. Why do I have to explain that? You guys need to explain why that means the phone was there for 10 hours when it didn't connect. That's a problem. What happens, Tom, would if you find out that there is actually a something on the phone data that let's say later on, because they can continue to do extractions, they can continue to look and review the phone data off of Libby's phone. If later on you find out that there is a something that shows up on the phone data that says there was no water damage, would that matter? Would that matter, or would that be then well, that's if the phone, that doesn't mean anything because it's still 70 feet down and there's just all kinds of mistakes here. I mean, at some point in time, because I think that's what's going to end up happening. I think you're going to find out later, perhaps, that, when they start looking at all the data that's on there, they being the state police on a second retrial, that perhaps there's data on there that they didn't uncover. And if it goes to the FBI, then the hope is that some of this missing data actually can be found. And I think it's
Karen Reed missing data.
I understand what you're saying. I do. And I've not heard anybody say that, by the way, that, oh, maybe the phone moved. And at least that's something.
Whatever. No.
Mr. Benefit of the doubt at it again.
I do like that Andy was just saying, or if the FBI get it.
Right.
I like where his mind is going.
Right.
I've heard something now. Not.
Well, I don't just think they crossed a creek, and as I said, the
Because
searchers
the
are up to
FBI
their waist. I think it's a possibility.
The FBI has all their own cell information and data. That I don't. Is that what we have, or would have, or did they hold on to all their shit?
I don't know. That's probably a Michael question.
The FBI held on to their shit.
I just love how he's still like he's adamant that they crossed the creek. Like there's no other possible way. Like I don't know, they could have been brought down through Logan's property, or they like after the search was called off, they could have been brought back. I still, again, for anyone who's been there, the cemetery is like just like, of course, cemeteries are naturally ominous, but like how far back you go and how kind of secluded that is right there. I have no doubt in my mind that there was something about that brought them back. That doesn't nothing about what we've seen suggests necessarily that they've crossed the creek, other than that the girls were wet. And I got news for you. The crime scene was so close to a body of water in the first place, and it's very clear that Abby was cleaned, that at some point in time, unless they had a bunch of, a bunch of buckets of water or something that they were dipping limbs in, she made it back into that creek. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they crossed the creek.
Period. And also there were clothes in the creek.
In the creek.
Obviously they were putting their items in the water so things would be wet. So, I mean.
As they're crossing the creek, the phone is going to get some water damage. And
check that all eyes comment.
Stacey Eldridge,
there's no registered
water
damage in the phone.
I reviewed
Folks, peek that all eyes comment.
By the Indiana State Police. The phone does not.
Why wasn't Rick's phone damaged too? Why wasn't 5'4" Richard Allen's phone damaged?
Oh yeah, they were able to get his phone down. Sony, yeah.
He was going. Oh!
No, yeah, literally across the creek. He's got it.
He was holding his phone up while water was just like rushing into his mouth.
Just in the gun. And he's like, go.
I got a knife too, just on a third arm.
All short and shit. Poor Rick.
Appear to be wet, dirty, or covered in debris in any of the pictures, end quote. However, a simple look at the photo shows all of that's not true. It was wet, it was dirty, and it was covered in leaves.
Yeah, I don't know what.
But I thought it dried out.
So it could have been. I don't know that we ever gave her.
Condensation, is that what you're talking about?
I'm going to show you right now.
Yeah.
This is the photo from the crime scene. It shows debris on top. I know it's kind of far away, but on the right there's dirt and there's condensation on the top. And Stacey Eldridge says there's none of that.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, then you've got some condensation on the top of the phone. You don't know when that appeared. You don't know if it was present at 5:44 or 10:32. This is sometime in the afternoon of February 14th.
Correct.
Then, I guess the question is, and this is what, whether that evidence of an Apple discussion group should have been allowed in. But if so, are you going to rely on what some people say on the internet that has no scientific background, or are you going to rely on scientific data? That's the $1 million question.
I mean, Tom, would you, and I'm not trying to cross-examine you here at all. I really am not, but I'm curious as to whether you thought that was an appropriate thing for the judge to do, just to allow that hearsay upon hearsay. We call it totem pole hearsay. And she allowed that in rather than what I think should have been an easy decision. I mean, I don't know a single judge that would have allowed that in. I mean, I might know judges that would say, you know what, this is a big deal. This is a big issue, and we're going to end for the night, and we're going to get to figuring this out. But I'm not going to let especially when I'm the judge that won't let third parties allow that in. I mean, it's just crazy differently she treated both sides.
I agree with the frustration. I don't know exactly what normally is allowed.
Yeah.
Obviously, a Google search doesn't sound too expert. However, on the opposite side, there is no denying that certain people have said they got their phones wet and their phones were saying there was a headphone plugged
That's
in when it was not.
literally
And
as
that's just what
bad
people
as
said with that
Google
same
search,
iPhone 6.
Tom.
So
Did they
Okay,
say
hold on.
plug out? Did they
well, I
also
don't know
say that-
what point.
So very, very, when you guys talk to Ragers, when you talk to the Richard Allen Guilters, this is what I'm talking about, where the ends justify the means. And he was like, don't you find it very odd that Goal allowed this? And Tom goes, yeah, no, totally weird. Anyways, you can't deny that that's what was said in the forum. Ergo, that means that's what happened. That's so problematic. Because it's again, yeah, some shady shit happened legally, ethically, right? But nonetheless, it led us to proving that, you know, Rick was the guy in their mind. It's just, that is a consistent, like, rolling argument with them. And it's just, I don't know.
Like they were able to fix that message, but there were people online saying, help, I got my phone wet. It's saying my headphones are plugged in. How do I fix this?
One
So
other theory, though, it would also say head plugs out because it dries up or whatever.
I did not see that part, but I just saw people looking online for help.
I did not see
because their
that
phones got
part.
wet.
That's
It was
because that
saying
part
that headphones
doesn't
are plugged
exist,
in.
Tom.
They didn't know how to get rid of it.
Well, it's a scary, scary thought that that kind of evidence comes in and we can convict people on that. Everyone should be terrified of that.
Yeah,
Again, I
just
think
as
it's the
scary
difference
that
between us thinking like lawyers
prison
and
guards are
I'm
allowed to
trying figure
comment
out
on someone's
earlier
mental
what
state.
happened, and this is an
And whether they're waning,
Yeah,
a violent prison guy.
right.
Check that.
I knew he wasn't in psychosis by the look in his eyes. And again, they go, doesn't matter that it was loud because it's clearly true, and those guards are experts. Stupid. All right, sorry, I'm done.
explanation for it. I don't even buy the explanation, by the way. I don't outside of the realm of the law. I just don't buy the explanation. It just doesn't make sense to me, you know, because now we're talking about, well, this Apple Health group, but where's the person that says, and maybe it's on there, I don't know. Hey, it's showing that there's a headphone in, but now that it's dried up, it's now showing headphone out, you know, and that would make sense. The headphone out is a problem for me just as a human being, as without any knowledge of anything. Like I can see, you know, maybe if water does that, there's some people that think that, but where's the headphone out?
Well, I understand your points are valid, but what is a scenario that somebody is plugging in headphones into Libby's phone, nothing else happens for 5 hours, then they plug it out? Like, what is the scenario? What's the point?
I'm in Brad Weber's
They're
outbuilding,
not at the crime scene.
and I know that there's people walking around. I'm in the woods and we're hiding, and I think people are walking around, and the phone rings, and I'm worried, and I just pick it up and I plug it in right away. It's not a big motion. And
Well, why not turn the phone off completely to turn it off, to stop it from ringing?
they didn't think about it.
Or it's faster to plug in headphones.
Yeah, I never thought to plug it. I thought that it was on silent. I mean, any number of things. You know how many people, I was in Judge Gull's court during one of the hearings, and I thought that my phone was on silent, and it was in a bag, and it went off, and I was like, oh man, that guy's in big trouble. And then I realized it was coming from behind me. You know, there could be people out there that think, okay, I think the phone's off. Back in those days, I think the iPhone had a little thing that showed it was on or off, and you could think that it's off, but then it's on, and then you have to plug it in to turn it off. Don't miss the thing, you know. These things,
Sorry, I can't.
they create a lot of problems.
No,
for
it's
people.
dead horse has been beaten.
Not
Yeah.
1032.
You
Well,
don't know when it was turned off and on.
Well, the last registered action was 433, correct?
yes, I don't. He would have loved to have that missing data there to answer some of these questions that you're asking. Like, well, how? I mean, I can tell you're very convinced that phone was there the whole way. I'm very convinced that it was not. And I have my reasons and you have your reasons, but here's what I do know. The police screwed it up. And because of that, my reasons might be right or your reasons might be right, but we're never going to know. And they've owned that and they've admitted to that. Am I saying anything wrong, Jennifer?
No, I mean, I would just loop back to what you said earlier, that the Apple Health data doesn't get it to where it was ultimately found. It just doesn't.
But you admit that there's no actual movement on the phone after 2:32 p.m.
No, I don't admit that because we don't know. The data on the phone is missing, you know, from the way that they unplugged it. So, you know, it appears on the data that it wasn't moved, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't moved. Maybe the phone had been turned off and then turned back on. I mean, we just don't know what's going on for some period of time. And because of the way that they handled their business, there's missing data that could have explained everything. It could have shown, there could have been a data point of phone turned off at, I don't know at what time.
But it was not turned off.
10:32.
4:33 a.m. They testified to that.
You don't know that.
There's nothing in the log that showed that it was turned off or any other kind of.
Okay, I'm getting.
When they turned it back on.
We're going in and out. Can you repeat that, Jennifer?
It was when they turned it back on, when Brian Bunner turned it back on, that all of that on and off, all of that data went away. So you can't say that for certain.
Yeah.
Well, all of what data?
I can say the last time it was logged on. What I can say is that the Apple Health data does not put that phone at the location where it was found on February 14th. It just doesn't. That phone was not there at 2:32.
Where was it?
I would love to know.
He's
Well, how can you say it's
missing.
not there if you can't say where it was?
Tom.
Probably with the killer.
Oh, okay.
He missed the whole part. He missed the whole point.
My man, you know how like everyone in Congress and the administration were like, we're going to expose who's in the Epstein files. And then like right as it was about to be released, they're like, dude, what files are you guys talking about? This is exactly, Tom was literally talking about the water damage, what it could have been, why it could have been registered, and then she literally said the data, and he went, "What data?
What
What-
data?
What data are we talking about here?
Like,
Are we
what?
talking about Betsy's Fitbit data? Is that what we're talking about?"
There's on-off data pre-213, so this dog don't. Oh, interesting. Okay.
No, because I came in 7 years later.
But if you're looking at the data, how can you say it was not there at 2:32 and you said it was?
Apple Health data doesn't support it. If you look at the terrain and you look at the flights climbed and you look at the difference, the Apple Health data does not support the idea that that phone went from the south end of the Monon High Bridge to the location where it was found on February 14th. That's on your timeline.
Yeah,
Two
I would just.
does not. As Andy said, it's 70 feet down. Let's say you want to say flights climbed means it went down. Okay, it's not. It doesn't get you. Maybe it gets you to the access road, but it sure as heck doesn't get you to the creek bed.
But sorry.
What?
But you know, at 2:13, the girls were up on the High Bridge.
Yeah.
You know, they're found north of the creek. So
And
there is a difference there, but where's the data to show that you're saying that they went all over other places?
Well, where's the data to show that
They didn't.
the data shows that they only went down, like Jennifer's saying, 30 feet at the most?
There's
Two
no
flights.
data for
That's two
either.
flights is 20
And they
to
weren't
30
found on the 13th.
So where's your data to show that they went down to the floor?
That gets you to the access road, and if
Gets you
you
to the access road. That's about 20 to 30 feet.
that gets you to the access road, and if you hit into a vehicle, it's not going to
Look at Tom. Look at Tom. Look at Tom. Look at Tom. Look at
That
Tom.
was never turned off, and you're saying they're going to try to go to the outside where the reception is better.
I think there's a disconnect here that I want to try to clarify. And I think if you watch or read the transcript of Jennifer's cross of both Bunner and Cecil, you're going to learn that they screwed up in the way that they handled that phone. And because of their screw up, that data that you would expect to see would be missing. There's data that's missing, and they totally own it. That was one of the things that, that was good about having Cecil on there, was Cecil would totally own that. Like, yeah, we screwed that up. There's data that's missing, and it could be all this data that you are telling us that we should see if our theory is accurate isn't there. And it's not because of anything Richard Allen did. It's because of what the state police, the onerous government that we're trying to, that has requirements to prove a man's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt before you throw him in prison for the rest of his life. That was their fault, and they own that. And I'm just saying there's a lot of different ways that phone could have been out of the area. Again, Blocker, he thought that, and it's consistent with the Apple data. It's consistent with the 4:33 a.m. SMS messages. And what you're looking for is something that doesn't exist because the state police erased it by the way that they did their business. Jennifer, is anything I just said inaccurate?
No.
Well, how did they erase what happened after 2:32, but what happened between 2:13 and 2:32 is there?
They say that they don't know. That's not in their control. What happens? Just data, 100% data left. I'm sorry, Jennifer, go ahead. It's your.
That's okay.
This is the exact reason why Cecil can't determine whether the phone was shut off or
Track
not.
different items.
You're on mute, Bob.
Did you just call me Bob? You're muted, Bob. I wish I was Bob.
JK.
Are you kidding? Did I guys tell you about my new podcast named Buried? The John Wayne Gacy tapes?
Hey, check it out.
Do it. It's the best podcast of all time.
On the phone. Okay. So and I can't, I'm sorry sitting here today, I can't remember how it's logged when the phone is turned off, but it only keeps the last one. So when Brian Bunner turned that phone off on February 15th, that erased the last time it had been turned off prior to that.
I remember that testimony.
Once.
I remember that testimony, but I don't remember him saying it erased back till 2:32 p.m.
I mean, it is, his testimony is what it is. Look at Stacey Eldridge's too. Go ahead.
All of those had already been erased. So there are all these different events on the phone. So there's an Apple Health. If you look at Chris Cecil's timeline, there are a bunch of different logs on the phone. And so when the Apple phone is turned off, that erases the time before that it was turned off. So whenever it was turned off prior to Brian Bunner, that erased the time before it. When Brian Bunner turned it off, that erased the last time before Brian Bunner that had been turned off. It doesn't erase all these other logs. It doesn't erase the SMS log. It doesn't erase the knowledge log. It doesn't erase the container log. It's just that one log. It doesn't it doesn't change the power log. All of these other things on the phone, it doesn't change, but it does change that power off. It only keeps the last one.
But the phone was in use until 4:33, so I've not seen anything that would indicate it could have been turned off before.
Because it was erased. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It wouldn't be there. It's gone.
But we have phone data at 5:45, 10:32.
All in different logs on the phone, all stored in different areas on the phone.
Okay, admittedly, I don't know as much as you do or the experts, but
There you go, Tom.
There you go.
Could have done that 10 minutes ago.
Let me mute Andy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, mute me. I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Okay, I muted him. I don't have Chris Cecil's timeline. I'm sorry.
Okay, so for instance, there is, I'm looking at it now. There is a knowledge C database. I'm gonna call it a database. I don't know if you really call it a database. There is a revision log. There is a health DB log. So there are all these different areas on the phone that will be in two different log area of the phone. And so the one where it is recorded when the phone is turned off, that particular log only records the last time. So even though the phone is getting this, I'm kind of looking at this time.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, what Michael is saying is both experts were wrong that the phone shows power on off logs prior to the 13th and that it does not in fact erase all the power ons. I think I read that.
Line here. Let me get down to 214. So it's, there's power log that it's noting where calls are backgrounded. Things.
I don't want to hear about that though.
Until the next time.
Well, that'll help you understand because it's still confusing to me. I don't want to pretend that I could be inaccurate in what I'm saying, but I just know that they admitted that things that should have been on that phone were no longer there because of the way the state police handled their business. And that put us at a disadvantage in trying to explain some of these concepts. That's the way I view it. So,
or knowing what happened.
Yeah. More importantly,
same thing with the video of the interviews.
Jennifer, I know you want to go. Just one last thing about the phone. I understand the data, but there's this whole other thing where there were searchers and just the idea of somebody maybe parking at the cemetery, sneaking the girls down to the crime scene alive. That's some of my issues that I really don't believe that they were taken away from the crime scene. Any final thoughts on that? How they could have been brought back to the crime scene when the searchers were there?
Well, searchers weren't in that area very often. They were over mostly on the west side of the bridge. There were some on the east side, but they weren't out there consistently.
Well, after 2 a.m., nobody was out there after 2 a.m.
Thank you.
People were there the entire night searching.
Well, it'd be helpful if that were in any investigative reports or those people came forward in the trial, but they didn't. So we're stuck with what we have. If you put someone in a, for instance, a gator, it's not going to log.
What's a gator?
Okay, I'm an Indiana person. Like a little like farm utility vehicle, if you will. That's it. I've probably offended a lot of people by calling it that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the point here is, so why were later events erased? So that last thing that he did does not delete the rest of the logins, the logs of power on and off. But it does appear that some were erased, but only from those specific dates. Am I right?
But, like you see them on golf courses, the little maintenance, the groundskeepers drive around in and those types of things. So if they're in
Three-wheelers.
Yeah, or a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler or whatever, if they're in any type of moving vehicle, it's not logging that information.
If it's even on.
Yeah, if the phone is even on, we don't know that it is.
Jen, any final comments before you drop off?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you taking so much time.
He's like, get the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry. I get.
That's not over yet. There's so
I'm passionate
much more
about
left.
this. I believe in Rick's innocence, and I don't. If I sounded, I didn't mean to sound dismissive of anything you had to say, and I hope I didn't just.
No, I appreciate hearing alternate views.
Funny, we are so entrenched in our belief that Richard is innocent that like we're coming like, and you, I don't know that I would say you're completely 100% entrenched. Maybe you are, but like about, and the same goes with the phone that we have reconnected to the tower. And I think that's a problem for the state because there's no explanation why. And what I keep hearing back is, well, that's almost like your job. And I'm not talking about you, but I felt that way with law enforcement. It's like when I remember when we when we deposed Chris Cecil, Jennifer and I, we got into a side room. I don't know that I've ever said this. And we felt good about him. Like, man, like this guy he might be at a trust and says, hey, Jerry, there's a problem here. This 4:33 a.m. And to that point, looked at the timeline up till midnight because they had not side room. And I'm like, should we reveal the 4:33 a.m. problem? Because they had not looked into that to the time. But with Cecil, that felt different. And I remember Jennifer and I went into the side room and I'm like, should we reveal the 4:33 a.m. problem? Because they had not looked into that. They had not considered it. They had not thought about it. In fact, Cecil had only really up until that point looked at the timeline up till midnight because that was what was important to him. And we were blown away that they had not thought that the 4:33 a.m. problem was in fact a problem. So I remember Jennifer and I were in the side room. I'm like, let's trust him. Because the downside of trusting him is that he goes to Holman or the people that we didn't trust and says, hey, Jerry, there's a problem here. This 4:33 a.m. is a problem. And then it's like, we'll fix it, figure out a way to fix the problem. And any defense lawyer that's been around for a while has seen that happen on suppression issues. Hey, there's a problem here. You write out exactly what the suppression issue is on a piece of paper and a pleading. And then later on, magically, oh, there's some new testimony that we never heard about that solves the problem. We were concerned about that, but we did feel comfortable with Cecil. And I'll say to this day, I feel like he's honorable. And he came in, and when we told him about the 4:33 a.m. in the deposition, I think he was like, whoa, wow, we didn't see that. And what are we going to do about that? And he didn't say that. I think I felt like
that's what
I'm
it
going
was.
to do something to figure this out because
we didn't see
I'm
that.
concerned about that. And so
this is brand new information.
We told him that, and I thought that's going to be a good fact for us that this phone somehow reconnected with the tower, when in spite of the fact that it had been according to the state, under the body for so long. But then it got better with the headphones in, headphones out. And so we really were relying on that, knowing that we could not get the third-party suspect evidence in, knowing that we had nobody to point the finger at, knowing that we couldn't even explain the crime scene. We always felt, and when we were feeling down, when we're feeling overwhelmed, I would say to Jennifer and Brad and others that were helping us, headphones in, headphones out. That's what you got to remember. We're going to be fine. It destroys their timeline. And with the Google search, I would have been interested to know what would have happened had that not the Google search.
Well,
the phone
there's your answer why they didn't try to talk to those girls or find those girls.
Way. What do you think?
Well, I don't know that the jury really considered the headphones in and out being either good or bad for Rick. I think the timeline is what made the jury vote not guilty, from what I've heard.
But doesn't the headphone in, headphone out,
Freudian slip there, Tom.
like water or whatever, Doesn't that destroy the timeline?
Yeah, as it should
To
be.
me, the fact that the headphones are less than 1 second after the phone rings from Libby's grandmother, to me, like literally milliseconds.
To me, it
it's
doesn't
like
matter.
Somebody has to be holding the
Tom.
phone.
To me, I don't give
under
a
1
fuck.
second. Push it
To
in at
you.
the same time after the phone rings. I just can't get past that.
Okay, it's funny how we can think of the same thing in two different ways. I just, it's what makes this job, you know, frustrating but also enjoyable. The intellectual challenge of it all.
But your theory would have to be that somebody was holding Libby's phone with a pair of headphones. The phone rings, and under 1 second, they immediately, like somebody's just standing around holding her phone and holding headphones. Why?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't there. I
And
don't know.
he keeps
why.
thinking
I mean,
he's
maybe
arguing
3 hours
that
after
they're
the
at the
murder,
crime
the
scene
phone stopped moving.
doing this, that they're at the crime scene. But the phone data couldn't have gotten them to, but he's arguing that they're standing around at the crime scene just waiting to put headphones in.
Right. Because the phone hadn't moved, but we, you know, again, don't have the full set of data.
He's completely disallowing the fact that it's probable that they just weren't there.
Right. Like that's just, it's not even in the equation for him, and it everything points to it being the cause. Because again, it's like Jennifer said, it doesn't show them going across the creek. It shows them going down to the private drive. And that's again where it's even more problematic.
Which makes sense, right?
Yeah. And what Andy should say here,
if you're going to abduct a couple girls, you'd probably take them down to the car at the private drive.
yeah. And
somewhere.
if you've ever been there, the second you hit the bridge, you immediately get the feeling that like what the state is claiming Rick did doesn't make sense at all in the slightest with everyone who is there. It does have all the makings of a very like swift abduction through that private drive. Like I don't know. And also
data makes the most sense.
Yeah, and Andy right here should go and say, hey, I'm going to quote Jennifer, who was just on this with us, to say it's different parts of the phone. That data, it's different parts. So the phone moving is separate from the headphone jack.
Correct.
Well, that's what you say. That's where we have to disagree on whether the phone was moving. Again, I don't, there's, it does that. You either live or die by the apple. I don't want to say it that way. It's arguable that
here's the thing with Tom's problem is he's literally living and dying by the state's timeline. Like,
yeah,
the only thing that happened is what the state said happened. So he thinks he's right because he's organizing everything around the way the state said it happened. So of course it fits. He's like not even allowing anything outside of that to teeter its way into his consciousness. He's just Tom, very intellectually honest.
Yeah, it's almost just resorting back to good faith in a lot of it, and that's yikes. But yeah, you know, Tom and I have very different ideas of how we would have done this, so that's why I think it's more of an abduction. So DB's right, I think. That's how I do it.
Pick, not you, but anybody. I'm going to pick the good things that support my theory, and I'm going to ignore the things that don't support my theory. The 70 feet, that's a problem. The fact that they extracted the way that they reconnected the phone, and because of that we've lost data. That's an easy way to say it. There's certain data that we lost that might have helped explain things, you know, but we can ignore that and choose to say, well, that doesn't fit with my narrative of what I think happened, and therefore I'm going to ignore the 70 feet. I'm going to ignore the fact that they missed. Or you can say the opposite, which is I'm troubled by that. And that's what reasonable doubt is. Again, you're looking for truth. You're looking for the killers. You think you found the killer. I'm also looking for the truth in this case. A lot of cases that I don't want to say it's not the case in other cases. You know, sometimes you're like, I think my guy probably did this, but you know, we've got this witness and this witness kind of stinks and we can kind of beat her up or him up in a trial, and maybe that'll create some, but yeah, I think the person did it, maybe, but that's not my job. My role is in the system is not to find the truth like the prosecutor's role is. But in this case, I am after the truth. In this case, I do want to find who killed these girls. I don't believe it's Rick Allen. I don't.
Very good.
There's no way that somebody there's and around. That's what
we're gonna have. I will try and cut down my questions to like a half hour and give me a half hour later tonight.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I want to be respectful when they slice this thing up on whatever.
Same question. So, regarding the way that Rick drove to the trails, I know that the discovery included videos from local businesses. Did any of those businesses capture the main street of Delphi where Rick would have gone based on the route that you said he did?
We are unaware of. We wish that that video existed, and you can bet your bottom dollar, Tom, that if the state of Indiana had any video that showed him traveling westbound on 300 North, or if there were like ring door cameras or whatever along that route that he would have had to take 4.5, 5 miles out of his way. Again, doesn't make sense. That would have been shown, and we would have loved to have, because we fully would expect to see Rick on camera going through town. There's one of these things that you may have heard about, that there was a gas station that had some
Marathon.
Yeah, the Marathon station, and then that's all missing. I never really talk about that, but there's a whole missing like treasure trove of things that were on presumably, I mean, we never even saw what vantage point the camera was at from this marathon, but I think it was the same route that Rick would have taken, and that's missing as well. So
based on the list of businesses I saw, they had like brick and mortar, the library, and the bank. So you're saying that none of that you saw captured that main street, which would have shown people driving?
I just don't remember right now. I remember that there was a video dump of something, and what we concluded was this doesn't really show anything. And it seemed like it was hours upon hours upon hours of nothing that would have been of any value to us. And if I'm wrong, I mean, I'll own that, but I don't think so. I mean, I wish, here's what I would think. If I were wrong on that, then the state would have produced the evidence and said, here it is, jury, Rick Allen's car never went through this direction. And you'll see it with your own eyes. Unfortunately, you could actually even get a detective, I suppose, to get on the stand and say, we watched from, whatever, 10 a.m. all the way up until whatever time. And that presumably we would see the car also.
Michael, when is it around now? This time?
Yeah.
You're at around the 3-hour mark.
That's very odd that he was talking about there's hours and hours because this is the first I'm hearing about it. I don't know about you.
Mm-hmm.
But I would want to know how Tom's aware of that.
Wait,
maybe I missed it somewhere. What?
What part? Say it again.
He said there's like video from a brick and mortar like bank and some other locations. And Andy was like, yeah, that would have been nice to have. It sounds like that's there. And that would be, yeah.
Oksana, hell yeah, you could get it, baby.
That might be something that a firm delegates out to investigators. I don't know.
We're about to be blessed with beauty. Very exciting.
They're going back home. So.
Well, my theory, which of course is just a theory, I think he knew he had to go the back way so he would see if anybody was parked at Mears first before he gets to CPS. Then when he leaves, he knows he can't go back to past Mears because the family is out there and there's other cars. So he went Hoosier Heartland Highway, which does not have any kind of cameras. So he knew he couldn't also go through town. Hoosier Heartland Highway, he could presumably go pretty fast. That's my idea why he's not going home.
There's that John Madden thing again.
Hoosier Harbor Store camera.
So he got caught on the Hoosier Harbor Store camera because he was casing it, and then he drove back intentionally to be hidden from. What?
He's driving around town.
Yeah.
But then hiding.
That's a lot of thinking. Then that kind of goes against what you just said. Kind of goes against what the state's theory is. Doesn't mean that your theory necessarily could be the wrong theory.
Thank you, all eyes.
It is wrong. It is the wrong theory. Man. Wait. I always have this issue. Okay. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear
Hey,
Can you? Yes.
can hear you. Yeah, loud and clear.
My rage. I try to stay calm. I find I try to sustain it, keep myself level-headed, but I just couldn't anymore.
It's infuriating, right?
Yeah. This whole knowledge C data, right? Now, I really, I think we can talk after the stream a lot more and just what we think overall, but that knowledge C data, it's specific log, right? That part like what, for Celebrite or any other software, right? To track phone on, phone off, right? Kind of like the log of when the phone was turned on or off. Every time they turned off the phone and turn it on again without being put on like airplane mode, right? It erases the last time it was turned off and turned on. So I don't know, based on the data that we have, when was the last time we can see the phone being turned off or on? But if you look at the spreadsheet, you can't see phone being on and off or off or not, on or off, I'm sorry, right? For a long time. The phone being utilized and investigated or downloaded without it being put on airplane mode. And if you remember, it was returned to the family shortly after, right? It was downloaded the first time, then they got it back, and then it was like downloaded several more times. So it erased every time they did that. It erased last time it was turned off or on. So we don't have, it's something to probably we need to go back and look when the last time we have a log or evidence of the phone being on or off. So what Jennifer should have just more, and I liked how she came in strong. And I'm going to be always biased towards Andy. Hindsight is always 2020, coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah.
But I think Jennifer came in strong here a little while ago, right? But I think she should have stuck to that point a little bit more, right? That the phone, when Tom was like, what data, what's missing, right? It's that on and off. We can't tell if the phone was turned off or not. It's likely, right? Because if you remember the percentage of the phone, like of the battery, when they were on the bridge, right, at 213, I think it was like, I don't know, when they got out of the car, I think it was like 15% or 9%, something very, not a lot of battery. And our phones now wouldn't last that long with 10%, let's say, battery, right? Until the next day. So imagine iPhone 6. It was already at 9% or something, 4% at some point, I remember, battery, right? How did it last until 4:33 or something a.m.?
Yeah.
It's very likely that it was turned off, and we just can't see. We don't know when it was turned off.
It certainly didn't die and magically turn back on.
No,
Well,
and
on
it's
its own,
because the
right?
water, you
Like,
shook the phone. I mean, it was so ridiculous. My blood was boiling. Well, it
right.
got wet, and then the phone rang, and then the water just crawled into it, like a little driplet of water just crawled into the charging port.
It vibrated, and this little speckle of dirt just so perfectly rolled in.
Right. And then it just dried off. It just like that droplet of water just, and he didn't want to hear the what Jennifer was saying about there is no evidence of the phone having water damage. You don't think Celebrite or any other software, right, extraction would have shown that there was water damage? It's probably one of the first things that would, or when they turned on the phone, right? You'd get the message.
Especially
and one droplet.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just mean like the water that he's talking about, like condensation, right? Droplets on that we can see on the picture. It could have been from just being on the floor of the forest overnight, right? Some droplets of condensation, it wouldn't cause the phone to register
water damage.
In and out, aux cord in, aux cord out. And
Yeah.
Celebrite is a sophisticated software. Now, we could argue that based on 227, right? How's long till die and cold. But it would have some kind of protection, right? Or something to the effect of like, okay, so if water damage happens, this could but they didn't get a chance to even cross-examine a Google expert, right? You can't cross-examine. That's why it's so illegal. It should be unlawful to do what they've done. They did at the trial, right? Because you can't cross-examine the said expert.
Yep, Rick wasn't offered the opportunity to present a challenge to them. Also,
Right.
Tom's theory is, how can the water cause the headphone jack to flag but not register any water damage, especially when Tom's theory is that it was caused because they crossed the creek.
Right. He doesn't
It's a
have
significant amount of water.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
Right.
He'd rather talk about Betsy Blair, which
Yep.
I was
Town favorite.
outraged again, like Betsy Blair. And, she testified twice, but only once they asked her about the bridge, the barricade, right? And she clearly says, I went to the barricade and then I went and like looked over the bridge. She doesn't say I stayed at the barricade. If you read that sentence, her answer, it doesn't say I just stayed at the barricade. I stayed by barricade and I went up, looked over the bridge and turned her, it doesn't say that she just stayed at the barricade, at that
I was under the
barricade.
impression that she was much closer to him and got a good look.
For sure.
Yeah.
And all that, Andy was talking about, interview of Sarah Carbaugh and Betsy Blair. It's somewhere on video, right? That would be amazing to see one day. And last thing I'm going to say is that I have to, at least, as much as I want to cringe, somewhat I want to give Tom some kind of credit for it, give credit where credit is due, like just for him to sit there. And I don't think how many people on the other side, on the other side of the truth, at least for us, right? How many people would have sit there for the amount of time and try to be respectful, right? I think he's going to get a lot more hate from the other side than from us.
I think that's a good call, especially because a lot of the other side is this is done, it's wrapped up. I mean, you've got
sure, and now they're forced to listen to it.
Yeah, you've got Unified Command and Mike Patty saying, "Please don't talk about this ever again and don't appeal." Yeah, he's going to catch a lot from both sides. And I think
yeah.
I definitely think maybe the criticism should go more towards Andy for agreeing to do this, especially this way. And I get it. We're trying to reach across the aisle. Yeah, right. And it's the blame's not on Tom for necessarily doing this. What I will say is I don't think Tom should come in and assert his opinions as facts.
Wait, Michael, come back. Hold on. Michael, I just saw you in there. Come back. Come back if you hear me. I just saw you in there. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder what Michael, how he's feeling.
Yeah. I'm sure Michael's very frustrated.
I honestly, when I first saw that preview, I thought it was some kind of trolling. I thought Tom put together some kind of like clips from the interviews Andy and Jennifer did and like just created like a collage mocking them. And then I was like, wait, what?
Like a Cryptex style AI video or something.
Yeah. Something is like, there's no way. But hey, if it's gonna make or allow the other side to listen to, because I doubt that they go and listen to Bob's, right? Or any other interviews that they've done. Maybe they'll listen to this.
Hey.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, Oksana.
Hi. How are you feeling?
Well,
But
it's there hasn't been much in the rehash that's been useful. There have been some interesting things. The I think the tidbit I took away was about the FBI sketch guy telling Sarah Carbaugh she will cheat. I thought that was interesting.
Very interesting.
I want that video so bad.
But I just think that there are bigger problems with the phone data than anybody's recognizing. And I can be wrong. I'm not a phone expert, but this whole thing about the power logs being erased from the last time or the last two times, they're power log entries that predate the reset on the 4th of February even. I can't explain that, but the power log entries aren't coming from another device. The other thing is the data is messed up, I am certain, because of infection by the iPad. At the same time, that wouldn't explain why there are things. So Bunner did a logical extraction on the 15th of February, and that's less complete than a physical extraction, but the less complete logical extraction has things in it that are not in the physical extraction. And I can't explain it. I mean,
it's all bizarre.
maybe
And
Stacey Eldridge could.
Yeah. The more you listen, the more you just realize how incredibly complicated this case is, right? How the jury could convict a man and put him in prison for 130 years when we on both sides have so many unanswered questions, simple questions, not simple questions. Like, we probably know less than 10% of the entire story. And that's more difficult to even absorb, right? That we know so little and we all have so many questions, yet there's a man sitting in prison for the rest of his life. That's
Michael,
scary.
quick question. When you said infection by the iPad, you mean like something like the iPad somehow caused errors to the phone just by being connected to each other, or was someone deliberately infecting it from the iPad? Michael?
Bueller.
Bueller. Uh-oh. That's Michael. There's audio anyway.
While we're waiting for Mike, how do we know that some of the information didn't cross over from the iPad once it got, updated cloud or something? We don't
Right.
know.
And maybe that's what he means too by infected, right?
Maybe. Was it
Maybe
connected to
that's
the cloud, some of the data, right? Maybe not all,
right.
maybe not the C knowledge, right? But
I'm sorry, I'm on my phone, so if the internet connection continues to be a problem, I'll get off. No, it was connected to the iPad, and Stacey Eldridge has said that you can tease that out, but nobody mentioned the iPad or infection by that. I don't know why. I'll give you an example of a file that's in the logical extraction. There are 3 thumbnails for the BG video, right? In the logical extraction. And the reason there are 3 thumbnails is it's for different one's a JPEG, the other's a web picture, and the third is a TIFF file. The TIFF file is not on the physical extraction. I mean, it's just not there. And the physical extraction should have every file.
Michael, does it have anything to do? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Shibuki.
No, I was just saying, so the only logical answer to any of this was the data was messed with.
I don't know. I'm very hesitant to say that people mess with things. I don't know that Cecil's even competent to have messed with things. Did somebody? It just, absent some proof that somebody met. Now the fact that the data is different, yeah, that's evidence that somebody messed with it. But look, I don't know what the error rates in these programs are. I don't know.
Or the
Cecil,
people who were
everybody.
involved in the crime, obviously, I will never
Right.
believe that they didn't see the phone. I'm sorry. There's no probable
But
possibility
but
for me to
but
think
who?
that they didn't know.
But if there are differences between between the logical extraction and the later physical extraction, that would have had to be law enforcement
Mm.
unless the family got into it, because the phone was given back to the family, is my understanding.
It was, yes, it was for a while. And then somehow, because there's like on the
And
second extraction, they found pictures of the funeral and they were like, oh, yeah, well, we gave the phone back. We realized that we shouldn't have, and we asked for it back or something like that.
And the other thing that nobody has talked about is that in the report generated, the Cellbrite report generated by, I think, well, it might be, I'm sorry, it might be the magnet axiom report generated from the physical extraction. In the upload section, there are no Snapchat uploads except for July 2016. Now, the empty bridge Snapchat photo is on the phone. Snapchat was accessed at 2:05.
Mhm.
If that was uploaded, why is that not in the upload section?
So bizarre. Michael, do you know anything about like in Stacy's, and it's more probably in transcripts, but towards the end of her testimony, there was part of her testimony was not allowed. Like McClellan objected and it was sustained, and she couldn't talk about some other data source from the phone or database or something. And it was quickly shut down. And then at one of the interviews, I believe it was with Bob, she said there was other data in the other log or another portion, but I can't talk about it because it wasn't part of the testimony.
So what I believe Stacy said on Bob Mata's live was there was a lot more she could have talked about, but she wasn't asked.
Hmm.
I think that's actually a direct quote. Then she also said, um, I don't remember exactly what she said when she was on with Rick Snee, but she implied, and really as much as said, there was more movement on the phone.
Yeah, there was some kind of other either she wasn't asked or it was maybe it was she wasn't asked, but my recollection was that it was like she was shut down or she was trying to. So are you
No,
asking
she,
about this
she,
data, like from the
she said
transcripts?
she said she wasn't at least on Bob's live. She said she wasn't asked.
Yeah. I just remember something from the transcripts towards the end. She's like, are you asking me about this? And then some kind of objection. Like she was almost implying, like she's like, come on, ask me about something. Now that I'm thinking, like, ask me about this. But it was there, yeah. So there's more data that we don't know about.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot more that people. I mean, nobody discussed the audio input output event 2 seconds after the video ended, and then 5.5 minutes later. Now, I can't tell you that's headphone activity because the audio input. So this is according to Cecil's Gray Key report. The the audio input item in the database has a number of numbers that can be associated with it. I think they list 4. 1 is headphones, and then 8 is no idea, don't know what it is, unknown. But on cross-examination with the mud and the, I mean, I'm not calling out the lawyers, but boy, I'll tell you, if Cecil's going to get up there and do hearsay on mud and water, what do you say, Mr. Cecil, Trooper Cecil about the audio input output activity right after the BG video ends, and then 5.5 minutes later. That's before any mud or water could have affected it.
Right. I think they were just so caught off guard, right? And it was like also like, okay, let's take a break. They went on the break, and then they came back with that. Who would have? I mean,
Well,
who
guess
could
they
have?
were caught off.
Yeah, yeah. Not the excuse, of course, but still, I can see how they didn't even think. Like they didn't even know what to think. Like, how is this even allowed?
Well, don't forget Nick in a post. I think it was his interview with a television station they did a video of. Nick said, almost laughing, "Yeah, we knew about the headphone activity. We thought it was so crazy they'd never use it."
Wow.
So they thought it was so crazy that they didn't even research what the cause of it would be.
Exactly. Like they never got curious and like, hey, what is this? Before
Right.
they, you know. But it's so obvious that like everything was after Rick got arrested, everything was just to fit the pieces together, right?
Right.
It wasn't about finding the truth. At that point, it was just like,
Exactly.
let's find as many pieces as possible that fit and not even address other pieces. Like, why were the girls dressed the way they were, right? Or not? Or, I mean, they didn't explain so many things because it was it was inconvenient facts for them. They just stuck to he put himself on the bridge, he wore the same clothes, he said this, like there's like three, and the bullet, right? And that's it. That's what they stuck to. And
Well,
attorneys were liars and leaking information. That's it. Bam.
from somebody who was standing there when it happened, Doolin, right after his interview with Rick, called it in, said this guy fits everything except the physical description. And Unified Cabal was completely uninterested.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, and I still don't believe that his interview wasn't recorded. If he recorded everybody, where's that recording? Why didn't he record it? It was like one of his first interviews, right? It was like third day, wasn't it like 17th or something? Everything should have been recorded at that point. And he supposedly recorded everybody but Rick, of course, right? And to me, still, like, it's hard to believe that if Rick really said that he was at the trails during, you know, this crucial time that they would be so easily dismissed, even if he didn't fit the physical description, right? Like, okay, clear. Like he was there during the time that supposedly this crime was committed. They already had the phone video with BG, right? They asked several other people to come back because they were there at the time. If Rick really said he was there between 1:30, 3:30, whatever the timeline is, I don't know if
Well,
they would have dismissed it so quickly.
they were clearing people based on physical description. So,
which I also don't understand. If the BG picture was released on the 15th, and if I remember correctly, we don't have anything from Doolin going back and saying, I just talked to a guy that looks just like that. Right?
Exactly. I bring it up all the time. Doolin talked to him on the 17th.
Yeah, right.
You just saw the picture on the 15th.
Except they'd already had the description from Rayleigh Voorhees of 5'11".
What do you mean?
I mean, Rayleigh Voorhees had already, that the guy she'd seen on the trail was 5'11". They had
right,
BG,
exactly. And the BG video and the picture, and then everybody's now saying, "Oh, the BG, it's definitely Rick. Look at the picture and Rick." Everybody's now claiming, right, that it looks just like Rick. But Dan Doolin didn't think so. It didn't fit the description of eyewitnesses, and nobody at the trial identified. They didn't even describe BG, let alone Rick. So nobody saw BG.
So
Really?
the other thing that Tom does that I was in his chat for a brief time and got out after.
You're a masochist.
Yeah.
But Yellow Jacket has absolutely destroyed any idea that that is Rick's car on the still from the Hoosier Harvest Store video. The tail lights
Right.
do not line up with the wheels in anything like the same way on the car on the clip from the video.
Yeah, but Gray
And-
Hughes's overlay completely debunked that, don't you know?
well,
I'm kidding. Obviously, it did prove. I think Yellow Jackets was perfect. I mean, you can see how it doesn't line up, and some kind of overlay digital. Crazy.
Yeah, Tom's response was, "Well, he had special rims on," and I said that the rims don't make any difference.
Yeah,
especially when they didn't do their due diligence to find out if anyone in the area drove the same make and model of the vehicle that they're claiming is Rick's.
For sure. And why do we have video of Rick? Was it leaving or coming there, but not leaving? And I still don't believe. I went to Delphi 2 weeks ago. I wanted to see how from Rick's address, old address, to drive to that park, right? Miller Park, where, that, I mean, it's perfectly, it's 4 minutes from his house to that parking lot. Why would he go anywhere else? Why would he go to the old CPS building? It makes zero sense. It's a straight shot. Main Street, right? It like just goes right from his house. You just basically just go straight, you turn right, and you're right there. Why would he go anywhere else?
Right.
By his description, how he says like, oh, there's a gravel, there's a house, and there's like a round, kind of like a roundabout. You just park there, abandoned house, and you just walk out straight on the trail. I mean, I saw it with my own eyes. How easy, like it's just followed what he said in the interview. Perfectly, It fit perfectly.
And it's all like beautifully paved now, and there's just, completely renovated.
Yeah, but if you look at the pictures before, like you can look on Google what it looked like. I don't know. And maybe not, but it doesn't really matter. Nobody saw Rick's car, the boxy car, the purple PT Cruiser, or electric looking car. It does not. Not one person describes Rick's car. Not one person describes Rick. How are we here?
Yeah.
Well, an effort is being made to get the business video looked at.
What does it even mean?
So there is business video from all over town that day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And nobody's looked at it.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
Or maybe they have and it just didn't fit out. Or maybe it's in all their data wasn't connected. That's even Tom said, right?
It has not been looked at.
Wow. Or what was about the Marathon gas station, right? Somebody, FBI did ask about it or try to. So they pointed fingers. Well, FBI was supposed to get it. FBI said, no, it was this agency was supposed to get it. Somebody got it, or maybe not, but they looked for it.
I could be wrong, but I think it was Rosie's brother who eventually ended up getting it and lost it. It might have been the FBI.
That's what Holman
I think they
was
pointed
right?
fingers to each other. Well, was Rosie supposed to go there and then FBI and something like that? But does it exist? Does it not?
Rosie's brother is state police.
State police. Okay. So state police or FBI was supposed to go get the footage, and we still don't know 100% whether somebody got it and lost it, or I don't know. Too many. We shouldn't have that many questions. Unanswered questions.
Wasn't that a similar issue with the Hoosier Harvest Store? The FBI originally secured it, and then Mullen had to go back after they interviewed Rick.
I think the video is available for the Who's your harvest store?
They didn't show it at the trial. They kept showing the pictures, still images of that car. They never showed the video, which is also curious, right? Why would you not
Correct.
show the video?
Yeah, I don't know. And why did they? I mean, you know, they should have put they should have put um they should have put the actual video into evidence and used the clip as demonstrative evidence.
That would make that would make most sense, not just like it was like a, almost paper. I think it was almost if I recall correctly, it was like on paper. It was printed out that they kept putting on the projector.
Yeah, and it almost makes me wonder that they're not showing the video because there's something in there that suggests, you know, kind of like what
Maybe it's too
Yellow
too
Jacket
grainy,
spotted.
you know?
Yeah,
Could
and
be.
that or it's, you know, maybe it's less grainy and there's something in there like Yellow Jacket found that suggests it's not Rick's car.
Could be that. It could be
Right.
as simple as like it's such a bad video, so they found one still image where it looks somewhat, you know, looks better, more professional, right? As
Yeah.
evidence, and like, okay, let's clip this one. Or it
Right.
could be a lot more nefarious. I just try to give, you know, like my, of course, after everything I know and I've seen, my mind wants to go to the, you know, it has no choice but to go to some kind of nefarious route, right?
Right.
But I don't want to, because there's so many people that are looking at this case for the first time, you know, having the open mind, and you know, it could be just negligent, like a very bad investigation. Then they had to then fit the pieces together, and that part is more of a corruption, right? But it wasn't meant to be. But then
Yeah.
there's other portions of everything, like why are they not looking at the Odin stuff? I went down the rabbit hole of looking at when you posted Elvis Fields, that picture blew my mind with those horns yesterday. I mean, I was like, what? When was this? And you said this month. So I went on his Facebook, which is open and public, and it just, my mind was blown. Like months and months of completely crazy pictures, sticks, weird sayings, like this grave with mama and three babies. Like,
Yeah.
it's bizarre.
Well, how about that picture that he posted that goes back to this kind of romance fantasy thing about this redheaded girl in the woods being bloodied and
Yes.
her body's along her body. All it's so weird.
Crazy. And then
And
pictures of the creek, like he says it's some kind of flat rock bed in Rushville, but he takes pictures of where there's like pieces of clothing kind of hanging from the roots. Like there's a
right.
blue piece and there's a green piece. I mean, a blue piece of clothing hanging off this cliff into the water. I mean, it looks just like clothes of the girls were hanging off the roots. I mean,
Yeah.
it's,
Or on the creek. Yeah.
I know it looks just like it's so weird.
Well, you combine that with the fact that, you know, Rod Abrams, whether he did this or not, lied in his deposition that he never had a criminal history, and he absolutely did threaten someone with a knife, and it's documented. There's no narrative to it, obviously, but
But why protect them? Like, what's the point of protecting them?
I just feel, and I've always held this theory that, and you know, both of you can tell me if I'm on the right track or not, but I just feel it's much better for the police to say, you know, this is a one-off lone wolf who was a crazy person, and we never could have seen this coming, versus, you know, there's organized groups of terrible people out there that are doing some really, really terrible things, and we probably could have caught this and prevented it from happening, but we can't.
Yeah.
And I think that happens all the time.
Zach Adams' trial, I've watched some kind of stream just a couple days ago, right? And Bob was on it too, and he asked the question, or somebody asked, like, but why? Why didn't it investigate the most, easiest suspect to prod, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Terry, what's his name? I mean, he was a pedophile. I mean, he was a child rapist. I mean, he was like the most likely suspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not look into him further or stronger? And it's like, in the attorney, the appellate attorney, Dana, I think his name was, he's like, it's, I'll tell you why, because the state would have to admit, because there was some kind of other crime right before Holly, whatever, Holly Bubba, right? When before she was killed, that he got, like, they didn't charge him or some kind of crime. And so basically it would have been like a situation where they would have to admit the girl is dead because this man was out on the streets because he wasn't charged with the crime he should have been charged with and behind bars, right?
Hmm.
Maybe there's some crimes that that group or somebody, whoever, right? Maybe not to protect them necessarily, but protect the law enforcement that maybe didn't do their due diligence, and maybe they should have been in prison when the girls went for a hike. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look at like John Bonet. I mean, that's pretty much the birth of true crime, right? And Boulder did such a terrible job. I mean, they were letting people hang out in the kitchen while they were looking into everything that happened in the house, and you know, they then just kind of defaulted to blaming the parents because there was no other place to go. There was no other route for them, and you know, Patsy Ramsey, no matter how people feel about it, died with a lot of people just assuming that she was
No,
a part or involved
so
in
many
this.
people. I thought so for a while because that's what everybody said.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought, I think a lot of us thought that the second Rick was arrested, like, okay, well, there must be a very good reason that they got the guy. I think the turning point for me was that press conference and how passionate Carter was. And then all of a sudden he just, the air out of his sails it's just gone. And he's like, well, you know, a judge signed an affidavit for an arrest, and
Right. There was
they were
just
like,
barely
okay, but
any.
do you think you got the right guy? He's like,
Yeah.
judge signed off
Judge
on it.
signed
Like,
it. Yeah.
okay, now something's really weird here, you know?
Yeah. We were so excited, like waiting for the press conference, right? Whatever, 31st. They always, of course, October 31st somehow. It's
Right,
2/13 on October 31st. Like it's always has to do
right.
something with that. And like you're
Yeah,
sitting there listening, and there's like, what? That's it? And then probable cause affidavit is sealed. I'm like, why? Well, because
yeah,
they're looking, obviously, they're looking for more people.
yeah. And I also thought it was a little odd, and I was very naive to this case at the time. But it was just very odd that, you know, Murder Sheet was doing a 3-part hit piece on Tony Klein, and the Wabash River search was happening. And then all of a sudden they just arrest this guy who doesn't have ties to the Kleins. Like, people are trying to figure out if they lived close to each other in Mexico or whatever. It's like, all right, that's still such a stretch. Has no tie to the Anthony Shots account, no ties to Abby and Libby, no ties to any of the Odinists. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, like, magically he's the guy. And it's just like, it was such a weird kind of sequence of events. I don't know.
It kind of goes back to Keegan
Jean
Klein.
Benet Ramsey, because it brought me back to life.
Yes.
So
Hi.
hi. So they're really two different. So the rehash that Andy and Jennifer were doing, you know, it's a rehash of stuff that went wrong, why there was reasonable doubt. Then there's the sort of stuff that went wrong, why the third party stuff should have been let in, and how all these other people are much more plausible than Rick. And, you know, I think, you know, in that boat, you know, I can't connect Ron Logan with Elvis or Holder. Maybe somebody else can. You know, what Elvis had to say is obvious and was obviously just incredibly incriminating. But I got to keep going back to the May 2017 confession reported by Reese Davis's girlfriend in the Orion tip file, and then the follow-up interview by ISP, which included, by the way, Hansard was the guy who took all the notes, but Holman was at that interview. And in May 2017, Reese Davis is reporting details from Ron Logan that fit the crime pretty much perfectly, and using details that were not public at the time. I don't think it was even known how the girls had died by then. And certainly stuff that there's no way Reese could have known this stuff on his own in prison.
Yeah. Ron Logan is like the such of, from the very beginning, was such a most likely, right, suspect. And when he passed away, I can see how, like, well, we can't admit,
Well, I mean, I've had a theory all along that that the cover up was because they was very low level in Delphi. A couple of people, you can probably guess who they are, because
Mhm.
Logan has all the poop on everybody, and if you charge Logan, he's going to spill the beans. And
Right.
then,
FBI went after Ron Logan,
Oh, I
from the
believe
very
that.
beginning. Yeah.
well, and then once Rick's arrested, I mean, you've got to protect the investigation. But
Right. And Rick
what?
gave them a lot. I do think that they believed that maybe Rick was involved. I don't think they believed Rick was the only person involved, but he gave them enough to, like, oh, you know, maybe we should keep digging. And then it was like all about fitting pieces.
Um,
Mhm.
well, except that they changed so that makes sense as long as the charges were just the felony murder charges, which they were originally. Then in January
Originally, yeah.
and then in January of 2024, they changed the charges to add the knowing and intentional killing, saying Rick did it himself.
Well, because they couldn't
Uh,
find any connections to anybody else.
well,
So
but they
instead of
left it.
like, oh, maybe he's not the guy, it's like, oh, he did it him by all along.
Yeah, but that made the state's case much harder. I mean, in a way. But what I wanted to say was that, but there's really the third. So if you think Rick Allen is innocent, there are two ways, and I've said this probably too many times before. There are two ways of getting Rick out of prison. One is actually solving the case with admissible evidence, not he said, she said stuff, which there's a ton. Or you can come up with evidence that at least proves, without solving the crime, that Rick had nothing to do with it. Yellow Jackets' takedown of the car is a good start. But there are
Or
other things.
both. Would be nice to test the DNA and see if it.
Well, the problem with testing the DNA is you can't really do that without either the prosecutor's agreement or a case. And the next case Rick is going to have is either a retrial if the appeal succeeds, or a post-conviction case 4 years from now, 3 years from now. And then you have subpoena power and you can go test things. But there's no way for anybody now to say, well, I mean, all you can say is, hey, Nick, can we please go test the DNA? He's going to say no.
Well, if he's looking for the truth, he'll be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. But we know it's not going to happen.
Okay, guys, I love you all.
Okay, let's do it.
I
Yeah.
hate that I dropped out like that. I'm gonna continue watching the rest.
Yes,
and
let's do
doing
it.
all this.
Sorry, we
No, I mean,
hijacked
like,
your stream.
I mean tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
let's do
I've been at it for almost 6 hours, so I'm just gonna
yes.
take a little mini break till tomorrow.
I think the real point I want to make about the phone data is people should be really suspicious. I'm not saying the experts were wrong about everything, but they were certainly wrong about some things, and that phone data is messed up in ways I cannot explain.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you
all right, thank you guys, and thanks for holding down the fort while I had all that.
Thanks for having us,
Thanks for
Bugs.
putting it. Yes,
and
thank you so
I'll
much.
update you guys on the Twitter.
Thanks, Mike.
That's what we call
Thanks,
it.
Michael, for joining us here.
As the
All
kids
right,
call it.
thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks,
Bye,
guys.
everybody.
See ya.
Bye.